Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful. A slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spot was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. built this land from dust and tears for 100 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, standing tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our plains are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use our culture like like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic Shills, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. Point made. No edit. No edit. No care. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Crewman, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che, and we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I do apologize, we have to postpone Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tonight. It will be back on next week. And on this season 6, episode 21, part 3, continuation of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3. and that is we defeat the Democratic Shills by making them irrelevant to Black America. Fear mongering is fear mongering nonetheless. Trump and Epstein. Melania speaks out. Another woman accusing Swalwell of sexual misconduct is speaking out. Sanctioned Chinese oil tanker passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Afroman wants Mexican rapper Lefty Gunplay canceled. DRUSKI finally gets revenge on Jake Paul by doing this after he did blackface. Denver's top soul food and Black-owned restaurants, our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for self-defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Krumah. So we stream all the city council and local Denver and Aurora Black events. And then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure you're open to that so she can start going live on that channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA. And she did 2 RBAs last week, so make sure y'all check those out. She'll probably do some more this week. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub up to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel, Kukizi 5100. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega out of Virginia, via New York. Breeze Omega, make sure y'all sub up to his channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. Oh yeah, grand evening, grand morning to you, Michael. It's morning where you at? Yeah. Then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power, who's out originally from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, and he just surpassed 2,000 subscribers, fast approaching 3,000. I think he might be at 3,000 now. But make sure y'all sub to his channel, the Church of Black Power. Then last but not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus, but came up with that B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And yours truly is in there for my political work. And the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. And then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. The petition for that is also in the description. Then we got Take Action Now. Brooke's Call to Action. Niece Brooke. The link to her Freedmen Fund and the letters to submit is in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all sub up to Lady Chase. Well, not sub up to her, but donate to her GoFundMe. Then we got, last but not least, the 103-year-old elder is on the verge of losing her home of almost 50 years, or excuse me, almost 40 years. The link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use. for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics. Okay, thank you, Michael. Education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And then we got racism and white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. It would have been 90 as of 2 weeks ago. And the link to the ISIS papers, the colors of the code, is in the description. And shout out to our brother, FBA brother Tariq Nasheed, preparing for her funeral along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, so pop right into it. Okay, there's Shabaka. Perfect timing, Shabaka. I just finished the intro. Greetings from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
All right, and greetings from Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven. Hey, they love to take your dough.
Cloudness is interested in joining the meeting. I don't know who that is.
Okay, he's interested in joining the meeting with us to fight for lineage-based policies for American freedmen of chattel slavery. All right, well, Michael, if I may say, send him the link. What do you say, Brother Che?
No, he's not talking about.
Okay.
He's not talking about the show. He's talking about something else.
Oh, okay. Oh, he says he requested a meeting with Trump to discuss lineage-based executive action for American freedmen of chattel slavery.
Oh, he was.
The meeting is still pending.
I don't recall him being on Demetria case, but okay.
All right, if you got the link, Michael, please share it. Okay, hold on. All right.
He's talking about something completely different, Shabaka.
Okay. Okay.
Share the link out to the show, Shabaka. I'm about to put it in the chat.
Okay. All right, to YouTube. Okay. Okay, and I'm tapping you on.
The first topic is we defeat the Democratic Shills by making them irrelevant to Black
Right.
America. All right, I'm going to put the link in the chat, Shabaka.
Okay.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Okay.
Shout out to the viewers. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Let's see. The next video. Yep. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
I stayed.
That's why we steer people to the app. When they're with us, the numbers.
So whether like mayor, city council, or if it was a congressperson or whatever, they would come to our church and they would speak at the church and tell people about, or if it was a congressperson or whatever, they were a kid going to church. And I remember around election.
Stay hours.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid going to church, and I remember around election time, whether it was for the local elections or whether like mayor, city council, or if it was a congressperson or whatever, they would come to our church and they would speak at the church and tell people about, why they should vote for them and all of that. And then after the election, you would never see them ever again. And then they said they was gonna do all this stuff for the black community, and the community don't progress to anything better. If anything, it's progressing even worse. And then we will see this time after time after time after time. I noticed this as a kid. These people come around. I
salute Church of Black Power. We got Church of Black Power in the building. My brother, who's now in Houston, Texas. Shout out to you, fam.
All right, Church of Black Power. Thank you for joining us.
So we're going over them Democratic shields and making them irrelevant to Black America. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update.
Want to hug your children, kiss your babies, all of that, and then you don't see them anymore. Now, these are black politicians I'm speaking about. I'm not talking about white ones or nothing like that. Now, you fast forward to 2026, and nothing has really changed at all from when I was a kid to now, me being a middle-aged man.
Church.
Black people have been allowing black politicians forever to come do this and not require anything out of them. Now black people are saying, hey, wait a minute, buddy. You coming around here talking your talk? We need to see some sort of tangible. You have to think about it. That's a shocking thing for them to be hearing, because for years they haven't had to do anything but just show up at church, show up at events, do a fish fry like Clyburn, you know, and you come out and vote for them, and they can go do whatever they want to do. And you're not paying attention to nothing going on that's in the country because supposedly you got black representation, right? See, gone are the days where black people are like, ooh, they black like me. I'm so happy. No. We don't care about you being black. We don't care about any of that. What are you doing for black folk is what we care about now, is what we focusing on, okay? Because if you don't address the black preacher and the black politician, both of them, if you don't address that issue, it's going to continue being this way. And Black America cannot afford for this to continue, because if you'll let them continue to do the same things they've been doing for decades, you won't be able to truly survive at all in America. These people care about their money. That's all they care about. Their access, their homes, their vacations, their shopping, all different things that they do. If you look at all of them, you can tell. Like they hair's in place, their clothes in place. You can tell they're getting money. You could listen. You can tell somebody getting money. You also can tell somebody struggling too. Yep. You understand what I'm saying? They my thing that I want to keep emphasizing, I'm going to keep preaching this sermon. They think they're better than you and me.
Yep.
They do, like, you're not better. Even Barack Obama wasn't even treated better, and he had white, and he wasn't even treated better. So it's just amazing how they think they're better. You're not better. You're still on the plantation too, buddy.
Yep. And they will.
These people use you because they think that you can deliver the black vote. And I'm telling the white liberal think tanks and everything else, stop wasting your money on them people. They cannot deliver the black vote. Nobody believes in them. People look at them as has-beens. That's what they are. They're has-beens. Nobody respects them. They sassy. You know what I'm saying? They all trying to get somebody told. We talking about the men. I'm not even referring to women. I'm talking about the men.
Yeah.
You notice in that crowd, notice the men who a lot of these Democrat shields are very sassy. Yes. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
They very sassy. How is it that the women don't even act as sassy as some of the men over there?
Right.
Yeah.
Because you know, in the grassroots, we don't put up with that. A man gonna be a man in the grassroots.
Right.
Put some bass in your voice.
That's right.
Talk like a man.
Pretty much.
Let women speak the way women speak. And stay out of their issues and business. You know what I'm saying? They can address certain things. But come on, man. We are not going to vote blue no matter who. Them days are done.
They're over.
Yeah, it's over.
We're not scared of Republicans, Trump, or anything else. We're not scared of anything.
Right. Like our brother Melrose.
We like Bone Crusher. We ain't never scared. And that's been our motto ever since in America. We ain't never scared.
Right.
So pushing this fear politics on black people, that's not working.
Right.
We really don't have nothing to lose either. What do we have to lose? We're losing jobs.
Right.
All the time.
Yeah.
We've been losing things as black people. So what more they can take that they haven't been taking already from us as black people?
Right.
But we got to make sure that even if you do go to church, right? Because some people do. If them politicians come in your church, You should be offended by that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go to church to be hearing from the Democrat Party.
Right.
If you want to go hear what the Democrat Party has to say, you can go to a Democrat Party meeting or rally.
Right.
You can go do that easily with no problem. You understand? But it's a but to that. Don't let these people sell you a line or whatever. If they talk about another black person saying they stupid, they dumb, whatever, they think the same way about you. Always remember that.
Yep.
Why the other black person so stupid and dumb, but you're not?
Right.
When you're in the same position as that other black person that they got so much issue about. And like I was saying before, if they got a problem with reparations, if they angry about reparations, if they're trying to come up with 1,000 excuses why you can't get it, and let you know you already getting paid, buddy, and us getting reparations would totally decimate your DNC bag. We know that. That's why you saying it. You see, reparations is a thing that's going to identify everybody. It's going to identify the racists. It's going to identify the sellouts. Reparations. Right there. And do not be afraid to put any of these politicians on the spot about your reparations.
Oh, yeah. I'll do it.
They bring up, well, you know, we have to do a study. You know what you hit them with? Well, you know, when y'all did the CARES Act during the pandemic, y'all didn't do a study. Y'all signed trillions of dollars into the economy.
Right.
How come you can sign trillions of dollars into the economy with no study?
Right.
Can you answer me that? Why don't you make reparations the same amount as the CARES Act? And then let's start getting them checks going, and then we can go back and study, you know, after the checks start flowing, we'll see maybe we need a little more or so. Well, let's go ahead and get that same money for the CARES Act. Let's get it out here in reparations. We don't need no study for that.
That's right, Uncle Phil.
Y'all proving that you don't need a study to put out trillions of dollars. Trillions. These people they like to play games with black people. They like to play games. Now, on the local level, I still say on the local level, if they're going to pay locally, they should do some research into it. And I've said that because maybe it's some land that's certain people sitting on that belongs to black people that should be paid for. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that to quantify locally, they should look into it. But on the federal level, you know what I'm saying? If they can do the CARES Act, they can do that. They ain't got to do no comprehensive study. So they're not passing out land, they're passing out checks. They can afford it. They can afford war, they can definitely afford reparations. Don't ever let them tell you what they can't afford. If you couldn't afford anything, well, cut that military budget. Cut it, because you know you can't afford nothing, right?
Exactly.
If they cut some money out of their military budget, they can handle all the homelessness in America, but they don't want to cut that. Because for them, making sure that I can kill at the drop of a dime is what is more focused on for them. But with us as black Americans, we got to hold the line. That black preacher and that black politician has to know we're not playing with no election no more.
No more.
You bring something to the table, you bring a reparation, you bring anti-black hate crime bill, anything else that we need. Oh, don't worry about it. We're not voting for you. The Asians got a hate crime bill. They didn't have to have a study.
That part.
That's what you got to keep in mind quickly too. Season. Do not back off on demanding tangibles for your vote.
That's all we've been stressing here since day zero.
No tangibles, no vote. Like some people say, no check, no vote. Either or.
Yeah.
These Democrat Shills, we have to collectively work, and we gonna do the work to put them out of business. And putting them out of business is not stopping them from talking. Putting them out of business is to make them so irrelevant that them checks get cut off. The speaking engagements get cut off. All that stuff get cut off because they have no relevancy in Black America. That's how you defeat them. Relevance. Well, they'll be on their podcast complaining all day about how black people don't listen to them no more. And we can do that. We can Voltron up and do that, brothers and sisters. We can do it. Because they're not relevant. Because they don't have the pulse of Black America. But just want to make sure that we understand that. That don't let these Democrats play in your face with these midterms. Don't do it. Not at all.
Not in the least. Not in the least.
All right.
Warning, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
I'm about to play your video, Church, next. What are your thoughts about it?
Hey, man, cut the damn check, man. Reparations is not a handout. It is a debt that is owed. Repeat, owed. You say? It's a debt that is owed. You say? And then I'm up here arguing with these dumb bunnies here, you know, on Facebook. Oh, that happened so long ago. When are you people going to get over? We get over it when you cut the goddamn check. To quote you, Brother Check.
Right, exactly. So yeah, continue to make something tangible. Don't let these Democratic shills fear monger you, which we're gonna get into next.
Right.
Blame and explain to you why you need to get your booty to the polls if they ain't offering nothing tangible for your vote, including myself, because like I said, I am a candidate. I am on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for House District 8 once again. So even including myself, if I'm not offering nothing tangible, don't waste your time voting for me.
Well, see, that's just it, though, Brother Che. You are going to offer something and stay on the tangibles part. You see what I'm saying?
I'm just using me as an example, Shabaka.
I understand.
I'm saying any politician, including myself, if we're not offering nothing tangible for your vote, don't waste your time voting for us.
Exactly. You know? Exactly. And then the cold part about it is, but, you know, I get all this hate mail. Well, man, what about the Irish and all this old bullshit? Hey, Irish own black people on them damn plantations too. And then just to show you how they shadow banning us, Brother Che, our performance on my like page, content down 18%. We got 461 views and we're down 12%. See? Okay. So that tells us something right there. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And as Michael says, Dems don't want to lose corporate donations by cutting checks, you know, to black people. You say, and he's right about that. You see what I'm saying? And then, like when they got rid of DEI, the more reason for us to form our own corporations, or better yet, we'll do better forming LLCs.
Right.
Because you'll be in a cheaper tax bracket. You see what I'm saying? So once again, we'll still be paying taxes, you see? And this is what these selective amnesia bastards don't want to recognize.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
you know?
I'm going to play Brother Church's video, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Fear-mongering is fear-mongering nonetheless. So
right.
We already know it's election season now, the midterms, and these Democrats are going to pull out all the stops with the fear-mongering. Oh, we got to get the orange man out. Orange man bad. We gotta take over the House and the Senate and all of that. Right. We're like, are you offering us any tangibles? Otherwise, we're going to go on the couch.
Exactly. You see what I mean? See, and these repubs and Democrats, Brother Jay, are two sides of the same coin.
So Brother Church going to give us an update on that.
Okay.
Next, allowance is made for fair use.
Yes, he is. He is in the chat.
Okay.
Purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Within the new Blacc Media and within the Black grassroots, we take the position of being independent. We are not Republicans. We are not Democrats.
Right.
We are foundational Black Americans who have a foundational Black American interest. And if you ever hear anyone fear-mongering, it is fear-mongering nonetheless.
For both parties, including.
Let's get into it. What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button so you can pop, pop, Beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org. Put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as hitting the other link in the description, going to Telegram, joining the Telegram group to help circumvent some of the shadow banning that YouTube has been doing as of late. With that being said, family, we got to talk about this situation I've been seeing a lot lately. You know, I came across this video right here, and I'm going to use this video, but this isn't the only video. There's been several videos, but I want to use this video because I know this sister's heart, and I don't think that she is trying to push an agenda per se, but it is also very important to be able to look at situations to see when a person is falling into an agenda. Let me say this, and let me say this clearly. There are a lot of people running around here acting as if, well, if you don't vote Republican, the Democrats are going to get back in the office. And if they get back in the office, they're going to implement all these nasty bills and all this other stuff. Family, in the very same way that I've made it very clear that you can't be a Democrat doing that, I'm going to make it very clear you can't be a Republican doing that either. If Black Americans are so important to this election, then either party, Republican, Democrat, they should be able to come with us with a Black agenda.
That's right, church.
Period. There is nothing going to circumvent what we are doing right now, which is standing for Black interest, foundational Black American interest, to be more specific. So I'm going to play this video clip of the sister. And like I said, it ain't going to be no disrespecting, because I personally have, had conversations with, people who really rock with this sister, and they're like, yeah, I get where you coming from, but I don't believe that she is personally on that tip. However, I do see what you're saying. And yeah, that could be a possibility that she's getting pulled further and further in. So this is no disrespect to her. This is just a plain critique. This is an unbiased critique of what she has to say. With that being said, family, let's get into it.
Listen, folks, this is serious. I was just at the gym thinking, we cannot let these Democrats regain power in the midterms. Okay, this is an all hands on deck call to action. We cannot. We need everyone to get out and vote. Again, make it too big for them to rig. We already see they trying to get their illegal voters with no voter ID. They're trying to steal. Because once they regain power, if they get it in the midterms, they're going to try to make life hard for everyone that voted for President Trump. And I got a feeling they're going to do this. I mean, they're putting all their videos out now. They're already talking that noise. I don't know what they're going to do. I made a video earlier where I saw a lady saying that if they win the midterms, they're going to go door to door, asking if people voted for Trump, saying that there's going to be consequences like, jail time, they're going to be persecuted. We cannot allow them to get back. Now listen, I ain't scared of nobody, because Jesus is king and he controls everything all the way down to the ants. So humans ain't no problem for me. But this is how our nation is governed. We cannot have these maniacs in office ruining our children's lives. So this midterm, tell your mom, your dad, your aunts, uncles, cousins, everybody, we got to go red all down the ballot. We have to vote, okay? Our country is on the line. We already see what they're going to do. They proved themselves these last 4 years how they tore this country up. So if they get power again, they're gonna tear it up. They're not gonna have any limits. We have got to stop this, okay? Red all down the ballot. American.
All right, family. So I'm going to play this back, and we're going to take this piece by piece. We're going to slow roast this because it deserves its time in the spotlight. So let's start it over, and we're going to get into it, family. Let's go.
Listen, folks, this is serious. I was just at the gym thinking, we cannot let these Democrats regain power in the midterms.
My question to this sister right here is,
we? We.
When you say we, you can't be speaking about foundational Black Americans.
Right.
You're speaking about everybody within the Republican, world. So that includes MAGA. That includes your people who claim to be Democrat that actually vote Republican. That includes people who basically disrespect foundational Black Americans whenever they get a damn chance.
Yeah,
So
I'm
the
not
first
ruling
thing
out,
when you
Michael.
say we can't let them get back into office, how does that apply to foundational Black Americans when Republicans haven't done anything for foundational Black Americans? They continue to disrespect foundational Black Americans. Why should we, as independents, look at Republicans any different than we're looking at Democrats?
Right, good point, Church.
Let's let her continue.
Okay, this is an all hands on deck call to action. We cannot. We need everyone to get out and vote again.
We? We.
Well, if that's the case, then why haven't you went to the Republican Party and used your voice and said, hey, since we need everyone to get out and vote for the Republicans again so that we don't lose office, why don't we offer foundational Black Americans something that would benefit their communities, because we need their vote.
Right.
There's a lot of French happening here.
A lot.
But we, as foundational Black Americans, don't speak French, and the very little that do, we know that they don't speak it in the manner that you're speaking it in. You're not using the French that they use in the manner in which they are using the French that they use. They use French in a manner to do business or, to teach or to do whatever they're doing. You are using we as if foundational Black Americans are included in that we. But when you look at what the Republicans are doing and has done and continue to do, we as foundational Black Americans are not included in their agenda.
Right.
But continue.
Too big for them to rig. We already see they trying to get their illegal voters with no voter ID. They're trying to steal, because once they regain power, if they get it in the midterms, they're going to try to make life hard for everyone that voted for President Trump. And I got a feeling they're going to do this. I mean, they're putting all their videos out now. They're already talking that noise, talking about what they're going to do. I made a video earlier where I saw a lady saying that if they win the midterms, they're going to go door to door asking if people voted for Trump, saying that there's going to be consequences.
Yeah, I can see that, Michael. But then,
all right.
Then it seemed like she's trying to.
Let me be very clear.
Implantation too.
Most of Americans support to say that.
Interests.
Okay, cool. With that aside, that does not mean that foundational Black Americans need to jump off the couch to go and actually vote for Donald Trump or the Republicans or whatever the situation may have you, since it's the midterms. Of course, it's, the Republicans. I'm just saying, most people who are going to go vote, they're going to go vote because of Donald Trump for the Republicans. What makes you think that foundational Black Americans should do so?
Right.
And like I said, fear mongering is fear mongering nonetheless. She spoke about how, I've heard people talking about if they get back into office, they're going to go door to door, knocking on people's door, asking if you voted for Trump. And if so, then they're going to punish you. First and foremost, It ain't nobody's goddamn business who you voted for. So if you decide to tell them, that's on you.
Exactly.
Number two, ain't nobody going to be able to go door to door and cause any harm to anybody because it's against the law. It's against the law. So you can't beat nobody. You can't unalive nobody. You can't assault nobody. What are you going to do? You're going to what? Put signs up all around the person's house saying this person voted for Trump?
Right, church.
As Americans, we have the right to vote for who the hell we want to vote for. And we also have the right not to disclose who we voted for. That's nobody's business but our own. That is private property in the very same way that your medical records is private property. Yep. So anyone who's afraid of someone knocking on their door, you're not very politically savvy, are you?
Clearly.
But let's continue.
Jail time, they're gonna be persecuted. We cannot allow them to get back. Now listen, I ain't scared of nobody.
It sure sounds like you are.
Right.
But also, they can't give you no jail time for casting a vote that someone else didn't like. The only way that you can get jail time for voting is if you was not qualified to vote. If you was not qualified to vote and you're not a citizen, then yeah, you can absolutely be arrested for doing so.
Yep, and they already arrested illegal and
but by
for
acting as if, oh, if you voted for Trump, they could go door to door and they're going to be locking people up. They're going to be doing. You're just as bad as the Democratic Party and all of their shills.
Right.
Who uses the same exact tactic in order to fearmonger people into voting for their party. You see, when you are a foundational Black American who understands foundational Black American interests, you understand that neither party works in your interest. Right. And both parties need to work in your interest in order for you to cast the vote. Fear is not enough.
Right.
Anymore. You are dealing with a new breed.
That's right, church.
Of foundational Black Americans. This is the tangible generation. This is the reparations generation. This is the I don't give a fuck generation.
That's right.
If you are not bringing something to our community, well, shit, whatever happens within the election process.
You ain't bringing nothing to the community. You talking loud and saying nothing.
Let's continue.
Jesus is king, and he controls everything all the way down to the ants. So humans ain't no problem for me. But this is how our nation is governed. We cannot have these maniacs in office ruining our children's lives.
Ma'am, we have maniacs in office on both sides.
Right.
Ruining our children's lives. Look at Florida.
Yeah. The panties.
You can look at Florida, you can look at California. You can look at Texas, you can look at Colorado.
Yep.
You can look at Louisiana, you can look at goddamn Minneapolis.
Governor Bud.
You can go state for state in this situation. And the cold part is, all of these states are doing the same damn thing, targeting foundational Black American, targeting foundational Black American children, targeting our history, targeting what we can do, what we can say, how we're governed. Both sides of the aisle are doing the same thing in whatever state it is.
Facts.
But continue.
So this midterm, tell your mom, your dad, your aunts, uncles, cousins, everybody, we got to go red all down the ballot. We have to vote.
It's funny how you sound like Renell from the ADOS organization.
Yeah.
Talking about vote blue down ballot.
Yep. That Yvette Carnell shit. Yep.
Because Democratic policies are supposed to, benefit Black Americans more than Republican policies. So she was talking about not putting anything down for the president for the top of the seat, the commander in chief, but with everybody else just go Democratic down ballot. When you can actually look at what the Democrats do and what they support, and it has nothing to do with foundational Black Americans.
Nothing.
To many cases in many states, a lot of those laws that are passed are against foundational Black Americans. They target certain communities, which deprive foundational Black Americans of their resources. So no, there should be no down ballot anything. If nobody is giving you any resources for your community, your vote should stay in your pocket. If nobody is offering you anything specifically for your community, for your vote, which they're going to do for everyone else in their constituency, then no, they should not get your vote, no matter what side it is, Republican or Democrat.
Right.
Okay? Our country is on the line. We already see what they're going to do.
Well, if the country's on the line, then people shouldn't have a problem coming to foundational Black Americans telling us what they're going to do for our community to make sure that that doesn't happen. And by that, I mean the Democrats taking power again. If the Republicans were so worried in the very same way that I say about the Democratic Party all the time, if you want to fearmonger against the Republicans, that's fine. But if you're not bringing something to us that's of tangible benefit, then you're just doing the same thing over and over, and we're over that situation. That goes for both parties. That goes for Democrats. That goes for Republicans. Continue.
They proved themselves these last 4 years how they tore this country up. So if they get power again, they're gonna tear it up. They're not gonna have any limits. We have got to stop this. Okay, read all that about it.
Oh, it's weird.
Yeah, family. Like I said, damn all that, because if it was that important, the Republicans would bring some sort of tangible bill for foundational Black Americans. I'm not going to sit here and waver on that. We got the most done during Reconstruction because of the fact that foundational Black Americans wasn't rocking with any party.
If they're not offering us nothing,
the Republicans wanted us.
Exactly.
The Democrats started seeing how the Republicans wanted us, and then they started courting us. But neither one of them did anything after they nullified our reparations and then started working with the South again. So it is very important for everybody listening to me behind this microphone to understand what kind of power you actually wield.
Right.
We are not the lapdogs of either party. And just because we've been promoting the fact that people should leave the Democratic Party,
doesn't mean
get off that plantation, that does not mean that we are promoting people to run over to the Republican plantation, the Republican plantation. No. Foundational Black Americans, everyone who hear me, understand me, and understand that there should be no politician in your face that is refusing to do for your community. In the words of Dr. Claude Anderson, anybody who says I'm trying to do for everybody should not be running for office.
Right.
Anybody who understands what they're running for should know that they're running to represent their constituents. And if you are not doing so, then guess what? You are just in the way. And everybody that's caping for you, everybody that's shilling for you is just in the way too.
Exactly, church.
Whether this woman is well-meaning or not, it means me none. We are on code when it comes down to getting the tangibles that deserve it.
To another.
We deserve it.
Both of these parties have betrayed us. We don't owe loyalty to any of them.
And anybody that isn't speaking in the manner in which we speak, just know they're still on a plantation either way. But with that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please hit that like, share, and hype button.
Yes. Definitely subscribe to our brother Church of Black Power. And also make sure y'all subscribe to Frontline Black News. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with everything you said, Church, in this video. It's dead on. We can't jump from one party to another party. It's same plant. It's still a plantation. And neither one of them is doing anything for us. So we have to remain independent. And our vote is for sale to the highest bidder. So the Republicans, they're going to have to do something specifically for us. If the Democrats want our vote, they're going to have to do something specifically for us. And the independents as well. If they want our vote, they're going to have to do something specifically for us. The days are over. It's just voting just to be voting. What are your thoughts, Shabaka?
Yeah, man, you absolutely are correct, man, because these MFs have been taking us for granted, man, for well over 100 years. So I appreciate Church of Black Power, what he's saying and how he broke it down. And I've looked at this bullshit, man, for the last 60 years of my life, man, and you still get these Clyburns, you still get these John Lewises, you know, going up there sitting on the floor of the U.S. Congress, vote blue no matter who. Oh, Biden, well, if you don't vote for me or vote for the Democrats, you ain't black. Man, go take a flying leap through a rolling donut.
Right. Yeah, make sure Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced too on Facebook and Twitter.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Let me put Twitter up here. Thank you, Brother Trey. Okay. So therefore, people, is that you know, all we got is each other. Okay. You see what I'm saying? You know, that's all we got. You see, and then I really don't give a damn about what these other groups are saying. Okay, because you could best believe they're out there serving their own damn interests, man, but they don't want us to serve our own self-interest and then come over there and serve their interests, man. The day of the ass scratching the Yasa boss is over.
Yeah, I understand what Donovan is saying, Michael, but he's wanting us to go from one plantation to another. What are the Republicans from us? Where is their black agenda?
Exactly.
Plan either. But where is their black agenda? I have yet to see a black agenda from the Republicans.
Yeah. You see, and then keep in mind, not only that, Brother Che, but like I said all the while, man, the Repubs and the Democrats are two sides of the same coin. It was the damn Democrats that brought you the Ku Klux Klan. Right. You see what I'm saying? You know, but, you know, well, you mentioned that there, Shabaka, you're arrogant, black, racist bastard. Man, go take a flying leap through a rolling donut, man. The truth hurts.
Democrats that ruined Reconstruction. They want to.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to keep us on the damn plantation, but the Republicans ain't no better because they betrayed us.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then what did they sit up there and tell us, man? Well, you know, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. He freed the slaves. Lincoln did not free the slaves to be freeing us for humanitarian purposes. He freed us from slavery because the South was getting that free labor to help with their military industrial complex. You see what I mean? But that's the part that they don't want you to know. They want you to sit up and ball, you boss, zippity doo dah, zippity day. I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me. No, cat. No, it ain't happening. You see what I'm saying? And then too, Brother Che, they done so daggone much to strip our history of suffrage by the race soldiers, the slave patrollers, and what have you. You see what I'm saying? And we're supposed to forget about it. We're supposed to get over. We're supposed to forget about it. Yeah, so follow that like pages because I need some people to up there help me go back and forth with these Nabiscos. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you see? And then And the cold part about it is, you know, he once said, okay, Michael is saying, Shabaka, what is your response to Donovan Sadiq? Because he was raised as a Democrat for his entire life. Okay, just like me, Michael, pretty much. You know what I'm saying?
I was raised a Democrat too.
Yeah, and he wants everybody.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How many years ago now? 15?
Yeah.
Years?
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And then keep in mind, my family's originally from Chicago, so therefore that's Democratic heaven to them. You see what I'm saying? You know, and whatnot. But what it is, though, people, is that we got to control us some economical power. You see what I'm saying? And then we can go and pick and choose and buy these politicians.
That's what Dr. Claude Anderson been stressing for over 30 years.
Yeah, exactly. You see? Exactly. You see? And so then all this garbage I get up there on my Facebook pages, you're a black racist, Shabaka. Man, I don't control no police departments. I don't control no policy forces. I do not control no major manufacturing plants for goods, agricultural products, technology. So I'm in no position to be no racist.
It's just an insult. It's a projection. When they
Yeah,
say
exactly.
that, they're just projecting their racism onto you. They're the damn racists.
Then they tell me, well, Shabaka, we're all the same. Hey, come bring your Nabisco ass out here and sit in the sun with me in about 2.5 months.
Right.
You see?
Dr. Lalela Africa taught us that we are different. We are not the goddamn same.
Exactly. You see? And this is not hatred, people. And what it is that, yes, sir, Church of Black Power, and I'm really getting ready to emphasize it. This is not hatred. There's nothing wrong, man, for preserving yourself. You see what I'm saying? Right. There's nothing wrong with that. Then when you look at these sorry black-ass sellout politicians.
Self-preservation.
Exactly. You don't have to tell Amaru that. You know what I'm saying? Amaru already knows that. You see? And then the cold part, Maxine Waters, go ahead and retire, honey. You know what I'm saying? It's because you did what as best as you could with what you had to work with. Maxine Waters, your time is up, sister. You got 4 pensions from being an state assembly person, then your congressional pension. You see what I mean? And I forgot what she was doing, man. Wait a minute. California State Assembly, California State Senator. So that's 2 pens right there, plus her congressional pen.
She got 3 pens coming.
Yeah. So Maxine, you did what you could with what you had to work with, sister, okay? Because you're up there in age, you know what I mean? And go on and enjoy the rest of your life. Says you did what you could with what you had to work with, which was very, very little. You see what I mean? But you did what you could. You see, even if I see a dude get his ass whipped in a boxing ring,
torch to somebody else.
Exactly. It's time to pass the baton. You know what I'm saying? You know, and it wasn't easy what she tried to do. And then you got this orangutan up here. Yeah, there you go, Church of Black Power, plus her investment. And then you got the orangutan up here. Well, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. You know, I'm not guilty. So that's why I call Airplane One, Air Force One, or whatever. I call that motherfucker officially the jailbird.
The jailbird. Yep. All right. So now we're going to switch gears to the Republicans, as Church would call it.
Okay.
Melania Trump speaks out about Epstein. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
So to Lisa Cabrera.
Man, what age group is Lisa Cabrera in?
I think she's in your age group, Shabaka.
I heard she was in her 80s.
I don't think she's that old, but she's up.
Well, live long enough,
Shalom,
young
family.
man, you're
Good
gonna
to see
get
you all
old.
here. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
Man, I don't think I've seen this much Edomite division in my life. These people are really badly
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well.
Yes.
Man, I don't think I've seen this much Edomite division in my life. These people are really badly divided. And I got one that I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Do y'all know Donald Trump threatened violence on the Pope?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll talk about that one tomorrow. But
Yeah.
Donald Trump, because
I missed that one.
the Pope spoke out against Donald Trump
Now
in the
I
war,
see it now.
and he in turn threatened this man with violence. And the Pope was supposed to come to the U.S.
Church of
He
Black
canceled
Power.
his trip. He's not coming now. So I guess you Catholics out there aren't going to get your blessing from the Pope because he's not coming here.
She a little bit younger than you.
So Melania did something that Donald Trump did not expect. She spoke on the Epstein files. She claims that people are putting misinformation out there about her and that she didn't even know Jeffrey Epstein, but she's pictured with him.
Yeah.
Right?
That makes sense.
They brought over a bunch of women from Eastern Europe 30 years ago, and she was one of those women that came over to the country.
Yep.
Right.
Now, Donald Trump and Melania met at an Epstein party. But she said she don't know this man.
Yeah. But she said she don't know him.
And there are many that said when she came over here, she was an escort. And you didn't. You are pictured with these folks, but you claim you don't know them. Wow. And not to mention, y'all, Epstein was at their wedding.
Oh, wow.
Epstein was at Donald Trump and Melania's wedding, but Melania says she didn't know him. I said, you know, she would have been better off keeping her mouth closed, but now it's raising even more questions. And people are wondering why the hell, out of the blue, did she decide to go in front of the media to talk about this? And Donald Trump said he didn't even know she was going to do this. He didn't know that she was going to do this at all.
They just want to fight the
Democrats
so bad.
It's hard for me to listen to her talk. She got a horrible accent. Her accent is ugly.
What are the Republicans offering?
And then on top of that, you done been here for more than 30 years. And you still sound like that.
On a whole centerfold.
She sound like she just got off the plane. Okay. Well, let's listen to some more of this house divided stuff from Edom. I'm loving it.
I'm loving it too.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm loving it. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Didn't they try to call this Pope black?
Yeah,
that Pope ain't hardly black. Man, if y'all don't go somewhere and sat down already. Okay.
Lord.
All right, so I just got to do my little reminders. This will actually be over tomorrow.
My theory is that Shills are
Okay.
say 75.
There are still plenty of Batana oils left. And make sure you use the promo code Everything Batana 30 so that you can get your discount. The sale is over on the 11th. So make sure you get that in before the sale ends.
Sale has ended. Donovan wants his sisters to be home with us.
And
Wants to regain control over them. Yeah, Donovan is stuck in the 1950s.
today I announced a brand new product. This is creamy emu oil, homemade. And I got plenty of them right now. So I'm going to be making more over the weekend so that I will have more than enough to 6. So it's on all 3 stores now, Etsy, Shopify, and so y'all, let's get to it. Let's get to Melania.
Everybody's what now?
And what she took it upon herself to do.
Yeah.
That got
We gotta
Donald
get some
Trump
products.
furious. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa.
John L. 941, thank you so much for the super chat. I think she did it because Pam Bondi is about to drop a bomb on the Epstein files when she goes before Congress. Now, John, I don't know if she is. I was reading they were not going to ask her for a testimony since she got fired. Now, I don't know how true that is. She could testify. You know, it is just something that I heard in the media where they weren't going to have her back at all. But we shall see. You know how things change.
Yeah.
It changed faster than the wind. All right, y'all. Thank you for the ones.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know.
I never been friends with Epstein.
The First Lady forcefully pushed back on what she called fake images and statements, appearing to connect her to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today.
But it's unclear why she chose yesterday to speak out. Even President Trump said he did not know anything about what his wife was going to say.
To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
But the First Lady did confirm she corresponded with his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. In an email released by the Justice Department in January as part of the Epstein files, she asked, "How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you're back in New York."
My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence.
And despite photos from the early 2000s of the Trumps with Epstein and Maxwell, the First Lady said they only overlapped in social circles.
I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump.
The president's former Attorney General Pam Bondi is refusing to appear next week to testify on Capitol Hill about the Epstein investigation. In February, Bondi refused to face Epstein survivors at a hearing. Now, the First Lady says they should have a chance to tell their story to Congress.
Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public.
Now, the First Lady's office would not say whether this was in response to any particular allegation or an upcoming report. Instead, they pointed us to a statement from a senior advisor that said, "Enough is enough. The lies must stop."
Melania heard her name on the Epstein file. She said, "Oh, hell no. I'm finna go clear this shit up right now." I bet Trump told her, "Don't say nothing about me, babe." Melania got up on that stand. She said, "Good afternoon. The lies linking me to the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today." I know the fuck that's right. Melania said, "I ain't never even met Epstein until the year 2000. 2000 is what she said. And she said, when I met him that time, I was with Donald." Melania said, "God damn it, I ain't never been to Epstein Island." Melania said, "They're trying to put dirt on my good name." I wanted to stop her right there. I ain't saying your name dirty, Melania, but you do got some dirty photos of you out there. You took a lot of dirty photos back in your day. You see your insides on the photos. Melania said, "I ain't his victim. I ain't never seen him with no little girls." He did it, but I ain't never seen him with no little girl. You gonna have to talk to Donald about that. I ain't seen nothing. I ain't do nothing. She was talking about some serious stuff, but I couldn't do nothing but laugh. Because you know she ain't write the speech. She can't barely read, so her head was down the whole time. Me and Trump, I was like, "Damn, Melania, pull your head up. Just kind of look at it a little bit and then bring your head back up. You can't just be having your head down like this reading. That's how little kids read." Melania went on to say, "But now it's time to act, goddammit. Epstein wasn't alone. We need Congress to get their shit together and put these victims on the stand. That's the only way we're gonna get the truth. And I don't give a fuck who get in trouble. So Congress, y'all need to do y'all job and get my motherfucking name out y'all mouth." She about to set all this shit on fire.
A new book was published yesterday in the US and UK entitled The Rise and Fall of the House of York. It's by a British journalist by the name of Andrew Loney. And it's about the pathetic life of Prince Andrew, but it is also about his connection to Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and Melania Trump. And in fact, it contains a passage in which Epstein is quoted, and this is from an interview apparently in 2007, where he says that he had sex with Melania a full year before Donald Trump commenced his relationship with Melania.
She does know there are photos, right? She's trying to get ahead of something that is going to come out. You guessed it. Yesterday, my hypothesis was that she was doing it to protect her reputation. So I think we're both right on this one too. And her video yesterday was talking about her not being related to Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that has been confirmed. That is a lie. There were recordings of a conversation Jeffrey Epstein was having, and he was basically bragging about how much closer he is to Melania than Trump is.
Yep, that's what you said.
On the recording, he's bragging about how he had sex with Melania on his plane. And these recordings are from 2017 when Jeffrey Epstein was being interviewed by an author that was writing a book titled Fire and Fury. Also on tape, Donald Trump's lies about him not being close to Jeffrey Epstein have been debunked too. Jeffrey Epstein has mentioned that Donald Trump has been his closest friend for the last 10 years. So what does this bring me to? This confirms what I was saying yesterday as well about her being a narcissist. It's all about covering up her ass, despite the fact that this did not do that. This threw her underneath the bus and just makes her look way more guilty than she already did. Getting ahead of a negative story before it is released is textbook narcissism.
I don't know. I have to check.
Because again, the only thing that was valued was her reputation and ego. In her speech, she tries to distance herself from Jeffrey Epstein, saying that they had no connection. And then actually came out and said that she's an advocate for justice and wants things to get fixed. Okay, lady. Again, this is all about ego and her pride and protecting her reputation, I guess. Can someone tell her that she doesn't have a good one? I don't know where she gets this thought process that we love her or something, or the American people love her. I don't know. Her reputation is being married to a PDF file who is also a terrible person and does not like women. I say that because he has only fired women from his cabinet, and he's also been on tape degrading women and all this other stuff. He's not good to women. Anyway, guys, I will keep you guys posted as more news comes out. I will continue to follow the story.
I have to check his website.
Please continue to like, comment, share, and follow. Thank you.
I don't know what.
But I just have to start with something absolutely mind-blowingly bananas that happened today. I mean, you probably didn't know that Melania Trump was scheduled to deliver a rare public statement today. But even if you did know, you probably didn't guess she was going to single-handedly reignite the whole Epstein scandal in the process.
Okay.
And when she reached the podium today, in a very self-important way, she cut right to the chase.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today.
Well, good afternoon to you, Melania Trump. I mean, I was watching that in my office. First of all, it popped up on the screen. And I was like, what is happening here? And I was thinking, am I hallucinating? What the hell is going on? Whose idea was this? I had lots of questions. I mean, I guess one possibility is that it's a sign the war really is going that badly. Certainly going to talk to John Kerry about that. Another is that they are trying to get ahead of a story that a reporter is working on. I guess we'll learn if that's the case soon enough. Who knows? Now, during her remarks, the First Lady went on to denounce what she described as false smears against her, citing numerous fake images and statements on social media, and saying she said that she wanted to clear her good name. From what exactly? Because again, the unavoidable question on everyone's mind was, why now? Why at all? Why ever? I mean, most people hearing her remarks probably had never even heard any of the so-called lies she was responding to. According to MS Now, lots of White House staffers were caught off guard. And Trump himself claimed he knew nothing about her statement, though that seems a little hard to believe. especially when you consider that Melania's own spokesperson told the New York Times that the president knew beforehand that she was going to make a statement. But I mean, regardless of who knew what and when they knew it inside the White House, nobody on the outside was betting that the First Lady would give a surprise speech on Jeffrey Epstein. And when I say nobody was betting on, I mean literally nobody. Because ahead of the speech, the prediction market, Kalshi, took wagers on what Melania would say during her remarks. Now, the anticipated topics range from education to peace and security to AI. They must have seen the robot, who knows? But nobody put their money on a random denial of her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The few lucky gamblers did manage to make a few bucks betting that she would mention children or minors, so I guess there's that. The whole thing was even more bizarre, given that the First Lady seemed to formally stage her remarks to match the visuals of the president's primetime address to the nation on Iran last week. And having worked in multiple White Houses and been a part of preparing for many of these formal speeches, I can tell you where you give a speech is basically a signal of how important you think it is. And let me just tell you, Melania was exuding self-importance this afternoon. So now that Melania Trump has put Epstein back in the news, congratulations, Melania. Let's just take a look at how she described their relationship.
I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
Well, a relationship can be a flexible term, I suppose, but we do know, of course, that Melania Trump has been photographed with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell over a number of years. I mean, there's the picture of Melania with her future husband and the two of them at a February 2000 party, and another of her with her husband and Ghislaine at a fashion show in September of that year. You can see it right there on the screen. And the Epstein files include an email dated October 23rd, 2002, addressed to G. You can also see that email. The sender asked, "How is Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you're back in New York. Have a great time." And ends, "Love, Melania." Well, here's how Melania Trump described that email today.
My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence.
Reparations.
Casual correspondence, I suppose, maybe? Although in her response to Melania, Ghislaine addresses her as, quote, Sweet Pea, an apparent nickname that seems a little more intimate than the casual correspondence the First Lady described. And to be clear, Melania's initial email to Maxwell doesn't seem to be a reply at all, which is how she described it today. It looks like she initiated that outreach herself. And just about 2.5 weeks after that exchange, Melania and Maxwell appeared to have connected again at an event in New York, according to this photograph of them, accompanied by Donald Trump and supermodel Naomi Campbell. So it definitely looks like the two had something of a relationship. The files also offer another detail relating to some other things that the First Lady said earlier today.
Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter.
It appears that second part about Melania's name is decidedly not true. In fact, Melania's name does appear in at least one FBI interview with an unidentified witness, a witness who told the agents that, quote, Epstein introduced Melania Trump to Donald Trump. Of course, we don't know if or how that witness would know that, but it would appear to contradict what Melania and her former modeling agent have been saying about how she and Trump met for years. So the First Lady talked a lot about herself, and in her own la-la land, she also tried to present herself, the spouse of the man withholding the Epstein files, as some sort of a defender of survivors.
Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony.
Okay, first of all, I don't know if she's been living under a rock, But Democrats have tried to hold hearings. They have brought survivors to Congress to speak and tell their stories at high-profile events. But there have been no hearings because Republicans have not let that happen. And there's no way Melania's own husband has wanted them to happen either. After all, his Justice Department spent months defying a congressional subpoena for the Epstein files. So given all of that, it's not surprising that Melania Trump's bizarre, self-involved public statement also did not sit well with survivors. I mean, in response to the First Lady's remarks, a group of 15 survivors and family members of victims said in a statement, First Lady Melania Trump is now shifting the burden onto survivors under politicized conditions that protect those with power. The statement calls out the Justice Department, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the Trump administration, which has still not fully complied with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And they add that it also diverts attention from Pam Bondi, who must answer for withheld files and the exposure of survivors' identities. And they issued a call to action saying survivors have done their part. Now it's time for...
I was at the White House when First Lady Melania Trump gave her unexpected remarks on Jeffrey Epstein. And it's safe to say the subject surprised everyone who was covering it, as we weren't given any sort of advance notice about the theme of the statement. The First Lady denied close ties to the convicted sex offender and struck down claims that she was one of his victims.
I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation.
One particular moment stood out, and it pertained not only to Epstein, but her accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell.
To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
You're a lie.
My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a tribal note.
The email she's referring to reads, Dear G, how are you? Nice story about JE in New York Mag. You look great on the picture. I know you're very busy flying all over the world. How's Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you're back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania. MS Now called President Donald Trump after the presser, and he picked up.
Who said he was in the middle of a war meeting and that he couldn't talk for very long and had to go, but that actually he had no prior knowledge to the topic that Melania Trump, his wife, was going to be touching upon today.
Former Attorney General Pam Bondi was set to testify before the House Oversight Committee next week on the handling of the Epstein files, but the Department of Justice recently announced that she would no longer appear. Nevertheless, the committee is still seeking answers and will hear Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's testimony on May 6th. Reporting for Newsweek from Washington, I'm Leonardo Feldman.
A rare public address from the White House, First Lady Melania Trump today denied allegations she had a close relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and his associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Our White House correspondent Liz Landers joins us now with more. So Liz, what did the First Lady say?
This was an extraordinary statement from a First Lady that we rarely see have this kind of public statement. She spoke for just 6 minutes or so from the grand foyer there in the White House, and she distanced herself from Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell. Listen to some of what she said.
Never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims.
Yeah, I'm supporting.
I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island.
She pushed back on what she says are numerous fake images and statements about her relationship with Epstein. There is one real photograph of Melania and Donald Trump photographed together with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And also the Department of Justice released an email exchange between Melania Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell. She said that that email should not be considered anything more than a trivial note. And I should add, Jeff, that Melania Trump has never been accused of any wrongdoing in connection with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
What about the timing, though? Why is this happening now?
I reached out to the First Lady's office to ask them this. We did not hear back from them. President Trump himself was asked by a MS Now reporter if he knew about this. He said he didn't know anything about the statement prior to it happening, which is also rather extraordinary. We don't know what prompted the First Lady's statement today. However, the First Lady and the journalist Michael Wolff have been involved in a legal back and forth over some reporting that he has said about her and Epstein. Melania Trump's lawyer sent him a letter to demand that he retract and apologize for linking Melania to Epstein. In response, he sued her last year, saying that she was threatening to file a $1 billion lawsuit against him in an attempt to intimidate him.
Okay, Liz Landers, our thanks to you as always.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate
Support
now, or even
Frontline
better,
Black
start a
News.
monthly contribution
That's
today.
right. That's right. I guess that's
On a monthly contribution. And when you support Frontline Black News, we can expand our platform.
right.
Because we speak against the popular version of what is true.
That's right.
Say, and any time that you
Shit.
speak against
Melania
the
Trump
popular
just made a
version of what is
statement
true,
denying
you're gonna
any
get a
ties to
bunch of
Jeffrey
nonsense.
Epstein. Let's talk about it. For years, and mainly lately, claims have been circulating online about Melania's ties to Epstein. From she was a victim of Epstein, to she and Epstein were in a romantic relationship, to she met Trump through Epstein, to she was really close to Ghislaine Maxwell. In the Epstein files, there are some photos of them together and a 2002 email exchange with Ghislaine Maxwell, where Melania signed off, "Love Melania," which of course fueled speculation of a closer relationship. The truth is simple. Their social circles overlapped in New York and Palm Beach, and the Trumps attended some of the same parties as Epstein. Most of the images circulating around about Melania have already been proven fake, and none of it has been substantiated in court. However, you know those crazy Dems, they believe every negative headline and then repost the misinformation for all of their friends and family to read and repost. Well, Melania has had enough. She just delivered a rare, unscheduled statement with no advance notice and no topic announced. She stepped up to the podium like a boss and addressed the rumors head on. In her statement, Melania said, quote, "The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards. I have never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties from time to time. To be clear, I've never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply was casual correspondence only. I'm not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I've never had any knowledge of Epstein's abuse of his victims." The most shocking part was that she called on Congress to hold hearings so survivors can testify under oath. She wants all of their stories to be heard and is calling to give them a platform in order to do so. Shortly after, Rep. Robert Garcia, a top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, agreed with her call for Epstein survivor hearings and urged immediate scheduling. Other Democrats echoed in support. And GOP Rep. Tim Burchett said, quote, "Looking forward to working with the First Lady on this important issue." What did Trump have to say about it? He said he didn't know anything about her statement. Quote, "She didn't know him." No other comments were reported, and no, he didn't seem upset about it. I'm sorry, but if Trump was involved, why would she do that? Todd Blanche, who recently replaced Pam Bondi, already said that the Epstein saga is over and they're going to move on. Why would Trump's wife, of all people, bring it up again? And not only that, but give any victim the platform to tell their story. The Dems are saying Trump bombed Iran to distract from the Epstein files. If that's true, why is his own wife forcing the topic back into the spotlight? We've been telling you guys for years that Trump isn't involved. How do you explain this one? Follow for updates and let me know what you think in the
Iran
comments.
could be a diversion from that.
Believe is actually going on. And why do I say that? Because First Lady Melania Trump held a press conference today at the White House.
Okay.
And this press conference was all about things that she did not do with Jeffrey Epstein. This all took place at the White House. She held a press conference that was so random. Many people didn't even see it coming, and many people didn't even hear it. And once again, she discussed things that didn't happen with Jeffrey Epstein before she was with Donald Trump. So she basically told the entire nation that she did not know Jeffrey Epstein, did not do anything with Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell.
So this is a
She also
diversion.
added during this press conference that the DOJ needs to release all of the files. If you didn't get a chance to see it or hear it, take a look at this.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together.
Do you think that something is about to drop that we're not prepared to hear? Because why would you hold such a random press conference at the White House to address the nation if these things are all just allocations being made by people and they're false? Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments. And as always, I'd love to hear from you.
Baby, today Melania woke up and she said, I have had a goddamn enough. I have had a goddamn enough.
Linking me with the disgraceful
It's damage
Jeffrey
control.
need to end
Is
today.
what it is. It's damage control.
The individuals lying about me
Yes, he does.
are devoid of ethical standards. I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation.
What a reputation it is. What a reputation it is, baby. It's pristine, girl. It's pristine. Baron, is this your mama? Is this your mama, Baron?
Yep.
I never been friends with Epstein.
2 + 2 is 4, right? And 5 + 5 is 10.
You just so happen to be pictured.
Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time. Since overlap, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
You just happen to be pictured.
My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. I am not Epstein's victim.
You weren't a victim. Of course you were a victim. Some say your husband. Many are alleging that you too, that you're not me. I ain't saying, girl, I'm not lying on you, honey. But the people are saying, allegedly saying that maybe you were an accomplice, that you weren't a victim, but you were an accomplice. But people were victims, and those victims deserve justice. That's what this is all about. Those victims deserve justice. Thankfully, Melania, thankfully, you may help them get that, because it's really odd timing that you're coming out saying this now. Very odd timing. You are helping put this back at the forefront of the news exactly where it belongs. Because again, the victims deserve justice.
Crazy shit.
Yeah, it sounds like something is about to drop on her and she's trying to get ahead of it. That's what it sounds like to me. And I'm just finding it hard to believe that she didn't know Epstein, and there's so many photos of her with Epstein.
Yeah, he gave her some hush money.
And not to mention the fact
It's
Donald
damage
Trump,
control.
Yep.
they said for 10 straight years, was close with Jeffrey Epstein. And that was during the time that she was with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I don't think they were married that, during that whole time period, but part of the way they did get married. Now, how is your husband best friends with Epstein, but you don't know him?
Right.
So, I mean, something just seems really off about this whole thing. So that tells me something is about to drop, and she got
It's
tipped off
called
about
an
it.
insult
So she
to our
thought she would just
intelligence.
get ahead of it by doing this press conference.
Definitely that.
That's what it sounds like to me. But I don't believe her. I don't believe she did not know who he was. I don't believe that was a casual email with Maxwell. That sounds like an email. The way it sounds like y'all were corresponding with each other a lot.
A lot.
Not to mention the fact that Maxwell and Donald Trump's first wife, Ivana, were very good friends. They said they were seen all over town together. So I don't know. I'm just not buying what she's saying.
Right.
If Donald Trump and Epstein were best
Something
friends
not right.
Right.
for a 10-year period and you were with him, then how do you not know him? You know what I mean? I'm I'm just not fully there in believing this woman.
Me either.
I'm not. Okay.
At least gonna get to read.
Quantum Solace. Thank you for the super chat.
I'll stop it there. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on Melania Trump speaking out about her non-relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
It's damage control is what it is. Basically, as you always hear me say, they're trying to get their lies straight. And you got all these individuals in there. They probably been rehearsing this bullshit, man. I would say for every bit the last 6 months, so they could be in sync when it does come down there to it. You see?
Yeah.
They say, you know, they getting their lies straight. They probably sitting up right now, man, trying to figure some more of this bullshit out as we speak.
Right.
Because it's gonna hit the fan. That is gonna do. You see? And who knows? Dumpster is probably using this war situation, man, as a diversion from this. Because how many more idiots, how many more years this idiot got left in office?
3.
Yeah. 2026, half of it, 2027, 2020. Yeah. Yeah. You see? So what they're doing is damage control. You see what I'm saying? You know, it's like a preemptive strike. So we're doing pre-damage control. Then as the shit comes out more, they're going to sit up there and play chess with it. See, they playing chess, not checkers.
Right.
See?
Exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. And then they want you and I, the taxpayers, you know, to keep up here paying money, man, like we Willie Foo-Foo or somebody.
Yeah.
Come on, please. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Intelligence. You see? Really. It is an insult to our intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then who knows? Maybe Trump just might go ahead and cut the fucking check, Michael. You know what I'm saying? To take attention off of this. That'd be beautiful.
Trump does not care about Epstein files because she is more focused on pushing Trump's advance. Oh, yeah, this is the meeting.
Yeah, you see? And then the cool part about it is not only is this here going to be shaking stuff up here at the federal congressional level, Brother Che, you know it's going to affect a whole lot of these state assemblies is because you got a whole lot of people up for election, re-election, and a whole lot of state elections coming up. You see what I'm saying? So in short, it's a case of getting their lies straight. You see?
Yeah, because they probably knew he was full of shit. That's the one we had met with. And he kept saying he was going to put it on the website, and he never put it on the website. So he ain't getting our support either.
You see? And then they're going to come to appeal to us is because they're going to get a bunch of house niggas out there because as Professor Black Truth says, they always break their power tools. So I see a whole lot of Yasa Boston.
They always break their tools. The power tools are supposed to keep. White supremacy always breaks its tools when it's done with them.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, I stand corrected. Okay, so therefore, Black family, so what we need to be doing is focusing on why they tied up on this here is building up our economical basis. And we could do it. We can do it. And then and now this is in theorem now, if we was to get up our economical basis, then I bet you a whole lot of these damn politicians, man, coming up in 2026, but mainly 2028, well, okay, they're going to start, addressing our issue. And then they're going to get these pacifiers up here who's wearing out their existence, your Cory Bookers, your Hakeem Jeffries, them type of clowns. You see what I'm saying? And then they're going to look at, well, we can't have these colored folk, having too much of a power because, we really didn't treat them, the best way, because see, the thing is, you always got to remember, The thing that the descendants of the slave masters fears is black retribution. So therefore, that brain dead Negro Melvin out there on social media, yeah, Melvin, I'm talking to you wearing your dumpster hats and all this old type of stuff. You a pawn, man. You know what I'm saying? You're being used, but I support President Trump. You know, just like American Sad Ass that I showed you, Brother Che.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I mean? Yeah, American Sad Ass. Too bad we can't bring that up there because, man, I still laugh at that, looking at that drunk bastard.
Yeah, I don't have Facebook, Spucker.
Yeah, I know. But American Sad Ass, you know, he's up there. He ain't going to do shit. The only thing American Sad Ass is going to do is going to keep drinking his beer, get a pot gut, and his fat ass ain't going to be able to do nothing.
Yeah, but I ain't had a Facebook since Kamala Harris's last campaign.
Okay. You know. And then what is happening is then you're going to have to look at the influence of how artificial intelligence is going to come off into this crap.
Oh, it's already coming in. They're going to blame everything on AI.
Yeah, exactly, because AI is growing on its own. You see? That's the danger.
If they say some racist ass shit, they're going to blame it on AI.
Yeah, exactly. As opposed to taking accountability for it, you know? Okay, Church of Black Power says he has one, but don't use it. Okay, could you specify Church of Black Power?
You talking about Facebook?
Oh, yeah, exactly. You know, and it's getting more and more ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm glad they kicked me off when they did this. To hell with Facebook.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then mine is in jeopardy. You see what I mean? Because they got all these WS supremacists coming after me on it, you know, trying to trigger me, you know, to get it tore down. And what I do is delete and block. You know what I mean?
They don't even engage with them. Don't even reply to them, bro. As soon as they leave a stupid comment, just block them. Don't reply to them. Don't do none of that. Just block them. Immediately.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Yes, sir. That's what I've been doing.
And then blocking them. Don't even bother replying to them. Just block them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You say. So that's why I need, you know, more people, melanated people, you know, to follow the like page. Is because, see, once I build up the melanated people, you see what I'm saying? Then what I could do with those idiots out there, I'll just go on and kick them off the page. You see?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so moving along, another topic that you wanted to talk about, Sabaka, and that was Swalwell. What's his damn name? Starwell?
Oh, yeah, Swalwell in California, where he dropped out the race in California for a state office there. It was either state office or Congress, I forgot which, from California. But California politics is janky, is real janky, okay?
So now, another woman came out and accused him of sexual assault.
Right, okay, now, where's the police report on it? Yeah, okay, where's the police report on it, number one? Two is, where's the, what do they call that stuff right there? The physical evidence of it.
Right.
They say, because that's a hell of a thing to accuse a man of if he's innocent, but based on what he was saying is it was kind of like he's issuing all these apologies, you know, and she's sitting up there saying, oh, I was drunk and all this old type of stuff. See?
To accuse Congressman Eric Swalwell of sexual misconduct. She has her press conference starting right now. And this after Swalwell said he's stepping down from his seat after 13 years. This press conference just started. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I had contact with Eric Swalwell on 3 separate occasions after meeting him socially. He offered me connections to further my software company. And I also had an interest in local politics. He invited me to 2 public events. I knew he was married at the time and that his wife was pregnant. He was my friend. On the third occasion, I believe he drugged my drink. I only had one glass of wine.
Yep, exactly, sir.
We were supposed to go to a political event, and he said he needed to get paperwork from his hotel room. When I arrived at his hotel room, I was already incapacitated, and I couldn't move my arms or my body. He raped me, and he choked me.
Okay, where's
And
the
while he
police
was
report?
choking me, I lost consciousness.
Where's the police report?
And I thought I died.
Where's the physical evidence?
I did not consent to any sexual activity. Although I did not undergo a rape kit at the time, I disclosed the
Okay,
assault
see, now that blows your case
to
right
people
there,
closest to
lady.
me. I also recorded these events in my handwritten calendar.
California.
The assault and its impact were later documented during my therapy sessions at a sexual assault center in Connecticut. It had a profound impact on my mental health. I self-medicated in an unhealthy way.
Self-medicated in a healthy way, so you went on and got you some drugs, lady. Get that.
I cried all the time for years. At the time, I was in a dating relationship with a boyfriend I was fully committed to. I've never cheated in my life, and I would never have engaged in a consensual
What the
sexual
hell are you
encounter
doing
with
going up here having drinks with this trick?
Right.
Something not right.
That reality further underscores the non-consensual nature of what occurred. It was a politically unusual and intense time in Beverly Hills, and I was considering a run for city council, which placed me in proximity to political figures and events and added to the pressure to remain composed and silent.
Sir, you're right. You're right, sir.
Eric was aware I owned a software company, and he spoke repeatedly about his ability to make introductions in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, you're right, Church of Black Power, particularly in California. Look at the O.J. Simpson
political
case.
representation and influence there. I was not interested in him romantically, but I was interested in the business relationship and professional connections he offered to provide.
The world's oldest profession, people. You see this right here?
My delay in taking action against Eric was driven by fear, not doubt. Fear of his political power, his background as an attorney, and his family law enforcement ties. I have never doubted what happened. I stand with the other women who have come forward.
Okay, lady, if that was the case, all you had to do is take your ass to San Francisco and go see the California State Supreme Court. That's all she had to do. That's all she had to do was take her ass over there to the San Francisco, to that building north of Brooks Hall, which is City Hall of San Francisco, the California State Supreme Court.
Hello, my name is Eric Fudali. I'm a partner and I'm the managing attorney of the Bloom firm, and I'm very proud here to represent Lana. Mr. Swalwell and others have suggested that the allegations against him have or may have political motivations.
This is the second allegation.
Those on the other side of the aisle have already begun exploiting his accusers for political gain. I want to say very clearly that neither myself, Lisa, nor Lana care or concern ourselves with the political affiliation of the accused or how these allegations may or may not affect a political campaign or a career. This is about much more than politics. and belittling such serious allegations is offensive to Lana and the victims everywhere. This is not about Democrat versus Republican. This is about accountability versus silence.
Yeah, get your lies
This is not
straight.
about the pursuit of governor. This is
Right,
about the
get your
pursuit
lies
of
straight.
justice.
Right.
This is not about whether you're on the right side or the left side of the aisle. This is about whether you're on the right side or the left side of justice, truth, and
Wow,
accountability.
Goddess Navi.
This is not about the end of a
Okay.
campaign or congressional service. This is about the end of exploitation and the abuse of power, political or otherwise. Lisa and I have dedicated our careers to fighting the power in the name of justice, regardless of the politics of the perpetrator. My hope is that this message both encourages others who are suffering in silence to stand up and fight.
How would you wait 13 years?
And also, I hope this encourages the grossly politicized American public and politicians to put politics aside when it comes to allegations like these and stand up for what is right and not what is just politically convenient.
Money, money, money.
Thank you.
Yeah. Man, this dude sound like he's trying to bump somebody's head, man. He's ambulance chasing.
Hi, I am attorney Lisa Bloom, and I'm very proud to represent the very brave and strong woman sitting next to me today, Lana Drews. Lana deserves what all women deserve: autonomy over her own body. Every minute of every hour of every day of her life, her body is hers to control. And no man, no matter his position of power or station in life, ever has the right to make that decision for her.
Exactly, got it.
As her attorney, I have advised Lana of her legal rights. Immediately, we will be filing a police report with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, which is the law enforcement agency that has jurisdiction over incidents that happen in West Hollywood. Lana is committed to fully cooperating with law enforcement, and we will do everything possible to assist and support her in that.
No, she's right. I
We will be providing all of her evidence there, including text messages, journal entries, photograph, and witness information. We will encourage the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office to fully and promptly investigate her complaint. We will also cooperate with any other law enforcement agencies who are investigating Mr. Swalwell. For example, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which we understand has already opened an investigation, because Lana and our law firm are here not just for her, but for the other women, to be helpful in any way that we can.
Other women.
We will not rest until we get justice.
So they're going to go get
for
their
Lana.
lies straight.
I want to say something now directly to Mr. Swalwell.
They don't know
Your
what to
recent statement that you are just not perfect, you are not a saint, is just blather and spin. Stop it. Your statement that this is all just a matter between you and your wife is laughable, if not for the fact that it is a slap in the face to the victims.
That's what he said.
Your statement yesterday that you just made, quote, mistakes in judgment is defensive and minimizing. Stop it. Own your behavior.
Own your behavior.
To any other women out there
Her owning her behavior.
who want to talk to us.
After
and I
she
have-
finished talking, check out what I got to say on that.
She the one that want to have a drink with a married man. What about her?
Right. And indulge in the drinking. Indulge in the drinking. Now, ask yourself this here, black family. Suppose if this was a black woman making this accusation against the same individual. I'm going to
We
tell
wouldn't
you
even
what
be talking about this. It wouldn't even be making the news.
It wouldn't even be making the news, and then they'll produce all type of records of the sister having records of prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
I've received
Tell me I'm
messages
lying.
from other women.
No cap.
We are here to talk to you. To anyone else who is a witness who wants to talk to us, we are here and we want to talk to you. Of course, for free and confidentially. I am very easy to reach via my website, thebloomfirm.com.
Yes, the way to you there.
Supporting women like Lana, who stand with the other women
Exactly.
and who show such tremendous courage.
Exactly,
It's my
Goddess
absolute
Navi.
pleasure. Questions?
Could you please spell your client's name?
Yeah, when are they going to disbar your ass?
It happened in 2018, as she said. Her name is Lana, Lonna, Drews, Drews.
How many people have reached out to you that you just mentioned? And have you heard from Mr. Swalwell? He said he's going to fight these allegations.
3 other women have reached out to me just since I announced this press
Why am
conference
I
yesterday.
not surprised?
I have not
Why
heard
am
from
I
Mr.
not
Swalwell.
surprised?
has dropped out of the race for governor. He's resigned from Congress.
5
What's
women.
the next form of justice for you? Because those
How come they ain't said
that's the
nothing?
political motivation. What's justice now?
Justice now are the criminal investigations. So losing one's job is not a sufficient consequence for these types of allocations. We feel that the criminal investigations are the priority.
So Lisa, are you representing both civilly and criminally? And do you think that Eric Swalwell should face criminal charges for this incident?
We are making a report to
Well,
law
actually, that
enforcement. We're
chick don't look
encouraging them
too
to
hot
fully
to me.
investigate. That is the priority right now.
Will you be filing that today? Will you be going to?
We will be going immediately.
What's your message to Swalwell's wife and children, his family, who's going through this right now?
You know, I have nothing but sympathy for his wife and his children.
Well, it
I'm
seems
sure
to
this
me
is a
that
very
his
difficult
wife
time
ought to
for
be
them.
going to find this broad to put her foot in her ass. Exactly, Michael. Good cop, bad cop in
I'm
American
not
politics.
going to provide
That's
any
exactly
additional
what that
details or
is.
information about the 3.
Yeah,
who have
right,
already
lady,
reached
because you got to get your lies straight. Get your lies straight. Get your lies straight. Get your lies straight.
I mean, that'll
Get
be
your
up to
lies
the
straight.
law enforcement. Our priority at this point is just to make sure that Lana makes the complaint, makes the report to law enforcement, how they handle the investigation, their strategy, and what hurdles they may.
Okay,
You know, they
now,
may find.
has this dude been booked for this crime?
No, Rocky.
When
Uh-huh,
this news broke
uh-huh,
over the weekend, did this give your client the feeling
Got
that
turned
someone would
cracking up.
finally listen and it was time to come forward?
Yeah, Church of Black
thank
Power.
you,
I mean,
Jim.
I grew up in
I
Southern
think we've all
California, man.
learned enough
This
to know
bullshit,
now
man, is
that
like a
when it comes
Saturday
to
morning
sexual assault
cartoon
allegations,
show.
it takes time for women or any victim to process what happened, to
13 years later.
understand how to deal with the trauma, to work through it, and to get to a point where she is strong enough to come forward. It takes time. That's why the law has extended statutes of limitations, time deadlines to file, because
Okay. And
the
the
law
people in the
recognizes
California
that
State Assembly
sexual
that
assault
voted for
allegations
that
are different,
bullshit should be
and it just takes
recalled.
time.
Every
So for Lana,
fucking one of them.
now is the time. And even now, it's very difficult, but she's doing it.
Oh
Ms.
my
Druza,
God,
have
Lord
you
have mercy.
followed Eric Swalwell's political career and if you're comfortable talking a little bit about how that made you feel and you know, just kind of seeing his face?
She's not going to answer any questions. She had her statement. But
Can you answer
thank you.
that?
Thank you. Was she following his career? I don't know.
You don't know.
I guess some who know Mr. Swalwell have suggested that he was living a secret life, a double life, and they were absolutely gobsmacked at all the accusations that have come. Whether in this particular instance, or perhaps in your experience, is that usually the case that people who are around someone like him are just totally in the dark on this, or are there clues? Are there people who should have known something was wrong?
Well, it is very common when someone is multiply accused of sexual misconduct that the people around them don't know. That's very common. Or any kind of crimes. People on the street often say, I had no idea. So I think that's pretty common.
Do you have a message for the social media content creators who started publishing some of these allegations and helped these women to realize maybe for the first time that they were not alone in what happened?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the women on social media, to the women who have already come forward, to anyone who's been an advocate, anyone who has assisted. It's very hard to do this by yourself. And anyone who can support women, who can help them, who can advocate, who can speak out, it makes a tremendous difference. So thank you.
And I'll add to that, there's a phenomenon we see in our line of work. It's called collective empowerment, that when one woman comes forward or one victim comes forward against their abuser, it often empowers, like a domino effect, multiple other women to come forward. This is why Lisa and myself are always encouraging women to come forward, stop suffering in silence, because not only are you saving yourself, but you're also saving someone who you are empowering, you will probably never meet, to come forward and step up and start fighting against their abuser.
Lisa, you said that you're going to ask the sheriff's department to investigate the case.
Yeah, God, it's live. The victim looks so old. It reminds me of a fake liberal Karen.
Justice.
What do you want to see him?
Justice. That's the final objective. Justice for Lana. Yes.
Describe where that photo was from, and
yes.
Can you give us any more details about the text messages or any evidence?
So this is a photograph that we've enlarged, obviously. It was the opening of a restaurant called Avra, A-V-R-A, in 2018, and it's one of the times that Lana described where she met with Eric Swalwell.
Will the firm be releasing any additional supplemental material to the media?
Not to the media, to the sheriff's office. We will be providing all of our evidence to the sheriff's.
Okay, now where is the chief investigator investigating
so
this
was
case?
The opening of a restaurant called Avra, A-V-R-A, where this is Ms. Drews, this is Mr. Swalwell in 2018.
How many times have you seen each other?
It's
Right, so 3 times, as she said in her statement. There was no contact after the incident.
This is the first time law enforcement is contacted
By us? Yes.
By-
Yes.
Yeah, 8 years.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Could you react? We have 2 congressmen now resigning before expulsion, and just a reaction to that before let's move forward.
Enough is enough. Of course, anyone in a position of power who is credibly accused of abusing a woman or anyone should step down. Of course, it should never happen in the first place. I think the American public is sick and tired of these stories, and I'm sick and tired of women being victimized by men in power.
And I'm sick
Enough
and
is
tired
enough.
of false accusations, lady.
It's really appalling. I'm glad at least these 2 have stepped down. There are 2 more who are being investigated in Congress for misconduct and facing expulsion. I can say briefly about Mr. Swalwell resigning from Congress yesterday. I do not, in my opinion, see that as an act of accountability at all. I see it as an effort to avoid the expulsion hearing that was coming, because once he steps down, the ethics committee no longer has jurisdiction to impose consequences on him. So even though he made some kind of a statement about I made mistakes, etc., very vague, not really owning up to anything, certainly not apologizing to women. I believe that was the reason why he stepped down, to avoid that hearing. However, there are other consequences such as law enforcement, and that's what we're doing now.
What would you consider accountability?
Okay, has he been arrested for this
via the
crime?
criminal justice system.
Okay. I wonder
now
why
we're
they
focusing on the
delaying
criminal
an
justice
arrest
system.
on it, because this is an act wrong within itself. Now,
I'm not,
Black
because
family, let's
once you
ask
make a report
ourselves
to
all
law
the black
enforcement,
women
it is
who've
in their
been raped by
hands. We
white
can
men
control what we
who
can
they
control,
refuse
which
to
is
prosecute.
We will answer all
Yeah,
their
like
questions.
Daniel Holt
We will
law.
cooperate. We will provide.
Yeah,
all
let's
the
look at the
evidence.
case of
And then
Joanne
the
Little
County
in
Sheriff's Office and the
1973.
Los Angeles District Attorneys will make a decision that they feel is appropriate. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Even more recent than that, Daniel Holt law.
Yeah. And then, of course,
Good
Brother
morning.
Che, all
Once
the
again,
cases
you
that
have
went
been
unreported.
listening to a press conference from Lana Drews. And her attorneys there, she accused Eric Swalwell of sexual misconduct, which happened in 2018. She says, we did learn a lot today
10 years
from
ago.
that accuser, Lana Drews, once again. She says they met on 3 separate occasions, and he offered connections for her software company. She was also considering a run for city council, and she was interested in his connections. She says at that time he was married with a wife who was pregnant. And she says the third time that they met together that she believes he drugged her drink and she was incapacitated in his hotel room. She says she was raped and that Swalwell choked her as well.
Where's the physical evidence of her being drugged, lady?
And after that incident, she says she shared this information with a friend in therapy and in her calendar. We also heard from her lawyers today. They are saying that they're making a report to law enforcement, filing a police report with the LA Sheriff's Office. Her lawyers saying this is in pursuit of justice. This is not political. They're going to be submitting text messages, witness information, photographs, and journal entries. And we also learned today that her lawyer has received messages from other women, 3 women so far to be exact. So a lot coming out from this press conference from Lana Drews, the woman accusing Eric Swalwell of sexual misconduct. And as we now know, Swalwell said he is stepping down from his seat after 13 years.
Did they run this case by Gloria Allred's
announcement came
office
just
in
as
Los
the House
Angeles?
Ethics Committee launched an investigation into his actions. He also released a statement yesterday. I'm just going to read that to you. It says, I am deeply sorry to my family, staff, and constituents for mistakes in judgment I've made in my past. And he wrote that on social media saying, I will fight the serious false allegation made against me. However, I must take responsibility and ownership for the mistakes I did make. A lot coming out of this press conference, and we are working to get other new information as well from our reporters who continue to follow this breaking news story in the fallout of these accusations now made by multiple women against former Congressman Eric Swalwell. So we will continue to follow this for you as we get new information. We will bring that to you, of course, on our
Now, where's Gloria Allred at?
You know she's on the case.
Yeah, okay. If Gloria Allred ain't on this case is tainted to high hell. It's because Gloria Allred, oh yeah, she's out to clip some nuts. She's so vicious, boy. When she goes after them, these dudes settle real quick. I just want to hear what Gloria Allred has to say about this. And I'm not saying I'm a fan of Gloria Allred, but I just want to know, what has she got to say about this, and why was her firm not contacted on this case? And she is a legal licensed attorney in the great state of California.
How do you say it? Oh, man, there she is. Red. Docs. Star Wars.
Yeah, where's Gloria Allred at on this case? If Gloria Allred was on the case, I would halfway believe it, because Gloria Allred, boy, she's a barracuda on these type of dudes. She's dangerous.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, that's Gloria Allred.
That's from 8 years ago, though. That's not the same thing.
Oh, okay. There she is again.
That's a year ago.
Okay.
And unless she said anything yet, Shabbat.
Yeah, Michael, yeah, this is a scandal, man. It's worse than the Clinton case, you see, because the Clinton case, there was a case that belonged in divorce court, not in the U.S. Senate, you see.
Nope,
it's Gloria Allred again.
Nothing yet.
Now, Is Swalwell, did he resign because he's guilty, or did he resign because he didn't have the resources to fight the case?
I think he resigned because he's guilty.
Okay, now I'd like to check out this software company that he was working with her on.
Yeah.
Okay, did it fold? Did it crash out? Did it bomb? Yeah, something is very wrong here. Something is very, very wrong here.
Yep, nothing from her yet about this case.
Okay, they probably getting their lies straight. Okay, all righty. Okay. Give it a few more days. Okay. Sex allegations. Lord, man, this crap, man. I'm telling you.
All right, Shabak, is that your final thoughts on this?
Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's my final thoughts on this, man, because I think it's a bunch of bullshit.
All right, so moving along, we go on to the so-called Middle East. Sanctioned Chinese oil tanker passes through the Strait of Hormuz.
I wonder why. Who got paid?
Unchallenged by the U.S. Navy blockade.
Okay, somebody got paid. There was a deal made. And I bet you the orange orangutan got his hand in it.
So Lisa gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Well, Donald Trump claimed they got the blockade up. From what I was reading, there are 13
So I'm trying to close.
Yeah, Michael. Yeah, you're right.
U.S. naval ships that are supposed to be blocking the entry and exit from the Strait of Hormuz. Well, it's already full of crap and falling apart. China sent one of their oil vessels up there, and China said, bunk that, we going through. You know, they made it through unchallenged, and I thought Donald Trump said they were going to stop every ship.
I noticed that too.
Well, they didn't stop China. And on top of that, China said they got contracts and agreements with Iran, and they are going to meet those agreements. They don't care what the U.S. say, and they're not asking to get in. They're going in. Now, Donald Trump is very delusional. After everybody on earth witnessed you getting your ass whipped by Iran, nobody's going to respect your threats. They're not. They are not going to. And if China did this, you think other countries aren't going to do the same thing? Of course they are. All right. So you already told the world nobody was going to get in or out of there because the U.S. set up a blockade, and you're making sure y'all trying to cut Iran off from the money because y'all want that money. Donald Trump wants that money.
Exactly.
And you're trying to mess up their money and everything. And no, it's going to be more ships coming and saying, F you, we're going in there. China's not the only one. So already, y'all, this alleged blockade is falling apart. It's just like every other threat Donald Trump makes. It amounts to nothing. A bunch of nothing.
Shout out to the viewers.
So let me go ahead and share my screens. And don't forget to pick up your 12 Tribes on Earth hair products. This is probably rare for me to be fully stocked, but I am.
But again, it's on the platform.
Let me share my screen here. There we go. All right, y'all. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yeah, he's all over the place, Michael. I don't. He's a walking contradiction. I don't believe nothing that he's saying.
Exactly.
Thank you. But I don't blame China. You know, you up here getting in the middle of everything. These countries need their gas and oil and fertilizer or whatever they get up in there. And
Well,
who are
keep
you
in
to
mind,
block
Lisa, honey,
everybody from
they
getting
building the
anything?
Trans-African Highway.
You
The Chinese
didn't even win the war. I mean, Donald Trump keep acting like he done won something. He didn't win anything. Wow. For real? Thank you, everybody.
This is huge breaking news coming in. The U.S. sanctioned Chinese tanker has just passes the Strait of Hormuz despite the U.S. blockade. The Chinese tanker Rich Starry, which was sanctioned by the United States on March 2nd in 2023, successfully passed through the Strait of Hormuz. According to Bloomberg, the Chinese tanker is testing President Trump's naval blockade. This comes after a serious warning from Chinese Defense Minister Dong Jun. He said that we have trade and energy agreements with Iran. We expect others not to interfere in our affairs, and the Strait of Hormuz is open to us. This is being seen as a direct message to the United States. Right now, the U.S. blockade is under action, and the situation is tense, but still Chinese tankers are passing freely through the strait. Right now, the U.S. is trying to control shipping routes, Iran is refusing to give up control, and China is stepping in to protect its interests.
Yeah.
China depends on Iranian oil, so blocking the strait directly affects it. By making this statement, China is clearly pushing back against U.S. actions. It is now turning into a direct standoff between the U.S. and China. Make sure to follow for latest updates.
We have some big news right now. A Chinese oil tanker that's sanctioned by the United States of America has successfully passed through the Strait of Hormuz despite Donald Trump's naval blockade. And now Iran is mocking the United States of America for allowing a ship, a sanctioned Chinese tanker, to pass through. It comes as Vice President J.D. Vance accused Iran of economic terrorism and says, quote, two can play at that game, essentially admitting that the United States will too engage in economic terrorism. Reuters confirmed that the sanctioned oil tanker was able to pass through, and now you have an Iranian embassy in Ghana saying, quote, Rich Starry, a Chinese oil tanker sanctioned for shipping Iranian oil, flying the flag of Malawi, a country with no coastline, sailed through America's blockade. The Navy, with its many big, beautiful ships, issued repeated warnings. Reportedly, the tanker's captain upgraded to premium to skip the ads. Edit, we're being told that the blockade only applies to countries the United States isn't afraid of. It now fits on Donald Trump's McDonald's receipt delivered by DoorDash. This is where we are right now. I'll have more updates for you soon. Spread the word, follow along for more.
On that US blockade, we are monitoring as well a sanctioned tanker linked to China that is currently defying that newly implemented US naval blockade by sailing through the Straits of Hormuz. Just as the blockade came into effect, the ship, which is called the Rich Starry, made its way into the narrow waterway between Iran's Qasem Island and turned back, only to restart at exit just hours later. So a bit of hesitation, it's restarted. The transit is testing Trump's resolve, of course, and has put global energy markets on edge as traders wait to see if the US will intercept the vessel. So far, it has managed to sail at least partly through the Straits of Hormuz. We continue to monitor, as do markets, and we'll see again if there is US naval intervention when it comes to that Chinese flagged vessels.
Reported U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz shipping data shows that at least one U.S. sanctioned tanker has successfully passed through the critical waterway. The vessel, identified as Rich Starry, is the first reported ship to transit and exit the Gulf since the restrictions began. According to maritime tracking data, the Chinese-owned medium-range tanker was carrying around 250,000 barrels of methanol and had loaded its cargo in the United Arab Emirates before entering the strait. The company that owns the vessel has previously been sanctioned by the United States for trading with Iran. A second sanctioned tanker, Murilik Sean, also reportedly entered the strait. It plans to load fuel oil in Iraq. The developments highlight ongoing challenges in enforcing maritime restrictions in one of the world's most strategically sensitive shipping routes.
It's very inconsistent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sure is. Somebody's getting paid, man.
What is this?
Yeah. Somebody's getting paid.
Just went right through. The tanker just went right through.
No, this went right through.
Blockade. Somebody said blockade? What's that?
Yeah. Yeah. Boy, I tell you, boy, that orangutan man is something else. He's a piece of work.
Trying to say what blockade?
You know what that sounds like? You remember when Bush was bombing Iraq and they had old Baghdad, we're killing dead Americans, bombs with bombs.
Hey everybody, this is Joshua Lloyd Fox.
Yeah.
Just breaking news just now, China has warned the United States not to get in the way of their unilateral and bilateral trade agreements with Iran, meaning the blockade of the Strait. China came out and said that Iran had already allowed Chinese oil ships through, and the U.S. will not block Chinese ships. Remember yesterday, Donald Trump came out on Truth Social, basically threatening China for arming Iran.
Oh, God.
And now China has countered back with a shot across the bow. Shot across the bow. Ongoing story here, folks. So everything we've been talking about, all of the signs and symptoms leading towards war, it seems to be heating up. Stay here for more. Till next time, Joshua Lloyd Fox. Over now.
Church of Black
And while Trump hails his blockade of all ships heading to or from Iranian ports, China says its vessels are still safely passing through Hormuz as part of its existing agreements with Tehran.
Yeah, this part is propaganda.
Chinese ships continue to move in and out of the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. We have trade and energy agreements with Iran, which we will respect and abide by. We expect others not to interfere in our affairs. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and has opened it to us.
Now, to get more on this, we're joined live by RT contributor Carl Jha right now. Carl, I'm glad to have you join me. So, we've just heard the Chinese Defense Ministry statement about the U.S. blockade of Hormuz. What do you read into that response?
Well, I think they're being very diplomatic. You know, when United States announced a blockade of a blockade, it shows the world that we're not working with the brightest tool in the tool shed here in Washington. And what the Chinese defense minister is reminding them is that Iran has a de facto control of the Strait of Hormuz. And in fact, most of the, despite Trump's empty threat, the U.S. Navy has to stay well away from the Iranian coastline for the fear of being inside the Iranian missile range. And beyond that, there are Chinese warships patrolling the Indian Ocean as part of the routine anti-piracy exercise. So unless United States want to start a war with China, we cannot even handle a war with Iran, that's the choice for them to make. But I don't even think the Donald Trump administration would be even that foolish.
Now, the Strait of Hormuz is a crucial waterway for China, with approximately 40% of its oil and at least 30% of its liquefied natural gas passing through it. Now, how will this new U.S. blockade impact not just China's economy, but the global one as well?
Well, if U.S. does put into practice a blockade, this is an act of war. You know, this is the equivalent of choking off China's energy supply. I mean, again, the question Washington needs to ask is, does it want its empire in East Asia as well as in West Asia getting smashed to pieces? Because that will happen 30 minutes after the war starts with China.
Now, what do you make of Trump's strategy as a whole? Do you think the blockade will help him to achieve his goals in Iran?
Well, I don't think Trump even know what his goals is at this point? This is a person who did not even bother to fill up the United States Strategic Petroleum Reserve before he started the war against Iran because he expected to be a quick victory. He thought he could do a quick decapitation strike against top Iranian leadership and the Iranian government will quickly fold. That did not happen. We're more than a month into the war right now. Right now, the strategy from the White House seems to be throw feces on the wall and to see what sticks. And a lot of the Trump's negotiation tactic involves making outrageous statement, like when he said he will end a civilization, meaning the Iranian civilization, and then quickly to back down within 24 hours of that tweet. So by now, people know this is how Trump acts. He will bluff, but in the end, we can always count on Taco Tuesday.
Yeah. All right. Now we have to leave it here. Now, Carl Jean, RT contributor, thank you for your time.
Anytime.
Reuters reported that a Chinese oil tanker previously sanctioned by Washington successfully passed through the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz, despite an ongoing U.S. naval blockade. According to the report, the tanker's passage challenges the authority of the United States, which had earlier announced strict measures to halt all maritime traffic linked to Iran. The blockade, introduced amid rising hostilities, was meant to cut off key oil shipments and increase economic pressure on Tehran. However, the tanker's movement signals possible cracks in enforcement and could mark a turning point. Analysts warn that China's willingness to push through the blockade may escalate the situation, raising the risk of direct confrontation between major global powers. The United States has not yet officially responded to the reported breach, but officials have previously warned that any vessel violating the blockade could face serious consequences, including interception or sanctions. Meanwhile, China has consistently criticized unilateral sanctions. As the situation develops, the world waits to see whether this bold move will trigger retaliation or force a rethink of the blockade strategy.
A Chinese tanker has just boldly crossed the Strait of Hormuz, directly defying Trump's so-called illegal blockade. This single moment has exposed the truth to the entire world. Trump is nothing but a paper tiger. He talks tough, boasts about sinking ships, issues empty threats, but when a real power like China tests him, he does absolutely nothing. This is the ultimate humiliation for Trump and his crumbling administration. His so-called blockade is already collapsing in front of the entire international community. Russia is watching this spectacle with complete contempt and disgust. Trump's empty threats have been revealed as pure bluff and hollow propaganda. He is a weak, frightened leader who only knows how to bully small and weak nations, but trembles and hides the moment he faces a real opponent. The courageous Chinese tanker has shown the whole planet that Trump's blockade is nothing more than hot air coming from a failing clown in the White House. Russia congratulates the courage of all nations that refuse to bow down to American piracy on the high seas. Trump's policy lies in ruins, his ego is completely shattered, and the world is no longer afraid of his childish threats because they have seen how empty and pathetic they truly are. Trump, you are not the strong man you pretend to be. You are a pathetic pretender whose bluff has been publicly called and exposed for all to see. Russia will continue to stand firmly with all nations that dare to resist your illegal and aggressive actions in international waters.
China is sending a strong and direct warning to the United States over U.S. blockade tensions in the Strait of Hormuz. According to China's defense ministry, Chinese ships will continue to move freely through the region despite growing military pressure. The statement makes it clear China has active trade and energy agreements with Iran, and it fully intends to honor them. Officials emphasize that these shipments are critical to China's energy security, and any attempt to intercept or disrupt them would be seen as interference in its affairs. The message didn't stop there. China also pointed out that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and has allowed Chinese vessels to pass, reinforcing what it calls a legitimate and lawful partnership. This comes at a time when tensions in the region are already at a boiling point, with the possibility of naval blockades and military escalation raising global concerns. Now, the big question is, will the United States respond, or will this warning push both sides closer to confrontation? Stay tuned, because this situation is developing fast.
Yep.
Okay, Lisa.
Okay, so therefore on that, I know JD Vance is doing a whole lot of overtime.
As you can see, the whole world is laughing at the U.S. He did all that talking about blocking it, and nobody was going to get in there. Nobody. They were going to keep the whole world out. And I'm like, I told y'all yesterday, I didn't see this thing going nowhere. Right. I told you yesterday when we were live, I did not think this blockade was going to amount to anything.
Anything.
And look at what happened. Not even 24 hours after they just put the thing up on Monday.
Exactly.
This is Tuesday, so not even a full 24 hours. China breached it, went in there, got their shit and left. Okay.
Pretty much.
China heavily depends on the oil from that region. And they get other things, you know, fertilizer, oil, gas, they get all that stuff. So they're like, you ain't gonna block us from nothing.
Right.
And we're not asking to go in, we're going in. And so much for that.
Right.
So much for that. So, like I said, after the world have seen how China handled this whole thing, they're gonna do the same thing. They need oil and gas and whatever else because they said they get quite a few goods over there. Right. They're not gonna let Donald Trump deprive them from what they're entitled to. All of these countries got deals with Iran. Okay, so why would Donald Trump try to get in the way? Right. They're gonna push his ass out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Donald Trump
has been working out.
Once again,
yep.
The world is showing they are not scared of you. Nobody is scared of the U.S. anymore, even if they were before the war. But after watching how Iran single-handedly kicked your ass and Netanyahu's ass, I don't think anybody's afraid of either one of y'all now.
Right.
Yeah,
I really don't.
Big ears.
I don't think the world is afraid of any of you anymore. But see, that's how you got to do people like Donald Trump. You got to humiliate him publicly. You know, you can't do it. Oh, we'll just try to work it out. You can't work nothing out with somebody like Donald Trump.
Wants to make a deal with Lil' Kim.
You can't. Mankind 777, thank you so much for the super sticker and your support for my channel. So y'all see now the blockade is a bunch of nothing. It's a bunch of nothing. So yeah, Esau is really at the, if you didn't believe it before, believe it now. Esau is at the end of the road. There is nowhere for him to go. He was going to send ground troops in there. That didn't happen.
Right.
I remember that. That was a big deal. Oh, he was going to take out the whole civilization. How is one man going to take out a whole civilization? Go somewhere and sit down, Donald Trump. Go somewhere. And they were already kicking your butt when you said that. And now he was going to block the world from going in to the Strait of Hormuz, and China got in there and pretty much gave them the finger and went right through. So much for U.S. threats. So much for that.
They need to do something, Michael.
Yeah, you know,
yeah.
When the ceasefire happened, they should have got some of those troops out of there.
Right.
That's one of the things that Iran have on their list. They want the U.S. completely out of that region.
They should have put our.
They want them completely gone. Close the bases and get the hell up on out of here. And as time goes on, y'all, they're going to get their wish. They are. The U.S. is not going to have a...
They should have put our reparations on them demands since they're making Lego videos.
Exactly.
Choice but to get out of there. Because nobody wants them there anymore. And even the other countries where they had bases, the whole point was for them to protect those countries. And as you can see, the U.S. can't even protect herself. So if you can't even defend all these other nations against Iran, then what's the purpose in them allowing you to just stay on them bases? You need to leave. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much.
Now I gotta play the part about the damn Pope, Shabaka, since you missed it.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to play Lisa's version of it or Professor Black Truth. Which one you want to hear it from, Lisa or Professor Black Truth?
Okay, let's hear from the professor.
Okay.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. Is it safe to open our eyes yet? In what can only be called the 14th sign of the apocalypse, Donald Trump and the Pope are having a social media spat. Pope Leo, who was born in the United States, has been critical of the war in Iran, among other things that Trump doesn't like. When that happened, Trump did, well, what he always does. He immediately ran to social media, let his Twitter fingers run wild, and unleashed a torrent of vitriol and insults against the Pope. I guess the problem for Donald Trump is he's used to all of these politicians and presidents and princes around the world who understand that their job is mostly to be a politician. And to be sure, that's exactly what the papacy is. The Vatican is its own government. But apparently Pope Leo, on this issue, I should say, is trying to talk a little bit differently, and obviously that rubs Trump the wrong way. And when your church has 1 billion adherents around the world, and when the Papa himself comes from the U.S., that complicates your own presidential foreign misadventures. But for all the folks sitting at home, imagine that. The two most powerful men on the planet bickering like a couple of schoolgirls on Instagram. And this is what passes for leadership under white supremacy. But Donald Trump wasn't done by a long shot. In the same vein that he mocked the Iranians by saying, "Open the effing Strait, praise be to Allah," he also decided that he was going to irk the Pope by reposting an AI-generated image of Trump portraying himself as Jesus. Now, in this AI-generated image of Trump, it shows him as healing some man lying in a sick bed. That's kind of interesting, though, because the way that Trump's been under siege, you would think the image of Christ he would identify with would be the crucifixion. But hey, we already know Donald Trump, as far as he's concerned, he's always winning, so there's no way that hanging on a cross would appeal to him under any circumstances. But the question that a lot of people have had is, why in the world is he doing this in particular? Of all the things that he could attack, why attack one of the sacred cows of the white right, especially the religious right? Well, that's because Donald Trump understands these guys at the base level too. All of these wild and combative social media posts, all of this endless lashing out viciously at everybody from the Pope to Tucker Carlson. Is it a genuine mental disorder that this man suffers from, or is the Orange Man doing whatever he can to try to get the media to talk about something else? Because he understands that, as Richard Nixon once said, this game isn't played by the rules, it's played by the headlines. Too many people talking about the fact that the Iran war didn't go the way that Trump and Netanyahu wanted. That's okay. Go ahead and get into a spitball fight with the Pope, and that'll be enough to get everybody talking about, well, something else. And the Orange Man doesn't have to wonder about alienating his base due to his blatantly sacrilegious behavior. The MAGA crowd knowingly voted for him and boldly supported him and ignored the fact that he's a serial womanizer and adulterer, a guy who bragged about grabbing women by their genitals. He's as holy as a dog. But that doesn't matter because, as at least one MAGA voter said, I'm voting for president, not for my pastor. It's like I've always told you, when it comes to these white supremacists, they don't have any core principles. The only thing they believe in is moral relativism and situational ethics, whatever serves their interest in the moment. That's what they actually hold up as holy writ, because it's not just the average MAGA on the street who ignores Trump's immorality. You got all of these right-wing preachers who have praised this racist chump as if he was the risen Christ. The son of Billy Graham was in the White House not too long ago, and he was praying for Trump as if he didn't know what a moral wretch he is, and praising this guy and talking about him as if he's somehow anointed by God, as if God smiles upon the lurid, pathetic, perverted life that the Orange Man has led. This is what the son of Billy Graham said, and he wasn't alone. You got all these right-wing pulpit pimps, as far as they're concerned, as long as they get caked off, as long as they keep their political access, forget about...
Let me show y'all what he did.
Damn.
Continue to speak out loud against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states, to look for just solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
Thank you very much.
People are.
That's the AI generated image.
Damn.
Getting back to the federal.
Boy, this I'm speechless.
Right here on Earth. So the religious right has been exposed as having no real morals or religious principles. Donald Trump is breaking them and they don't even know it. But I, for one, find it to be particularly amusing that you got all of these pundits, especially on the right left, with just the pundits.
Yeah. And that's supposed to be Epstein, right? And the sad part about it is, Brother Che, you got people who believes this bullshit. Damn.
Hell nah.
Himself to Christ. But I don't see why this would make them upset, because it's not new, certainly not for white America, because a lot of them have a God complex. And this is definitely not new for American presidents.
For the last poets, the white man has a God complex.
Yep.
Oh, this is the full one right here. This is the one somebody did in response to it.
Damn.
Your reckoning has come. What is this?
Wow.
That was the one somebody did in response to it. Is that Epstein?
Is that Epstein? Yeah, I think it is Epstein, Michael.
Oh, shit. All right, getting back to Professor.
All right.
I've told you for many years now about how fascism is embedded into American society from the country's founding, and that the fascist, the symbol of ancient Rome and where Benito Mussolini got the word fascist from, is seen all over Washington, D.C. And this image includes places like the Dome of the Capitol, where if you look up at the ceiling, there's a mural that's an imitation of the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Except that for the Capitol Dome, they made it where George Washington was sitting in the place of God. George Washington, a slave owner. Hell, let's be honest, for the white men who were venerating him, his being a slave owner was a plus. That's the reason why they put him on a pedestal, literally. But this is how white men in power chose to portray America's first president. In the years before AI images existed, they had a whole painting on the ceiling of the Dome of the Capitol showing George Washington in the place of God, because this is supposed to be a stand-in for themselves. George Washington is supposed to be their own personal white racial avatar. And that's the reason why they have no problem putting this guy in the position of God, because they're looking to go, well, you know what? That's the position that we are in. We see ourselves in that position. All Donald Trump is doing is continuing this exact same perverted tradition. People, mostly left-leaning pundits, are saying that Donald Trump is drunk on his own power. Well, power is like money. It doesn't change you. It merely makes you more of what you already are. And in the case of the white supremacist, power only makes them more crazy. Democrats are not exactly sure how to exploit this latest wild outburst from Trump. After all, the Democrats are one of the main folks who are talking about how there's a separation between church and state. They don't want to be sounding as if they're in the same boat or that they have any sort of truck with the religious right, especially not during an election year. But as far as they're concerned, how do they work this angle? Well, it's hard for them to figure that one out. They don't want to be making too much hay out of, hey, Trump is an impious heathen. So for the Democrats, even pointing out Trump's blatant, I dare not call it hypocrisy, because he was never a card-carrying, pious Christian to begin with, but pointing out the clear contradiction between how the white right wants to say Trump is, and then what the man actually goes and does. But you don't see the Democrats getting too worked up about the fact that Donald Trump's mind seems to be coming apart at the seams. You don't see them coming to the Black community saying it's time to make a deal. You don't see them doing that with any of their constituencies. Instead, what they're doing is they're pointing and going, oh my God, how sad this is, how sad, how dangerous and how sad and how dangerous. They just keep saying that over and over and over again. As if Donald Trump's wild and bizarre behavior is supposed to be enough to make people say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and put the Democrats back in power simply because. Well, I don't operate like that.
Exactly.
If you want my vote, you're going to actually have to put policies on the table. But the Democrats' constant fear talk about Trump is going to start World War III. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of 23 years ago, back when W was the one screwing up America. I remember in the run-up to the Iraq War, how you had members of the Bush administration who were constantly on TV or at the UN doing nonstop fear talk that Saddam Hussein was going to be unleashing chemical weapons or biological weapons or even nuclear weapons against the United States. And I saw day after day after day of the Bush administration flunkies assuring the world that Armageddon was just around the corner. And of course, it was clear to me that these guys were sitting here just day after day, sitting there talking about doom and gloom. If they were really so convinced that Saddam Hussein was actually going to attack the United States with WMDs, they should have already gone ahead and attacked out of hand. You see, this has happened before. In fact, most presidents have done that. If they claim to actually think that there's a substantive threat, they don't even wait for Congress to sign off on it. They just say, go ahead and drop some bombs and missiles on so-and-so and then be done with it. But in the case of the Bush administration, they were fixated on trying to convince people to agree that the United States was under some sort of threat. Because once you get the people to sign on to that, later on, when it all blows up in your face and turns out to be a pack of lies, you can point to them and say, well, you had the same information that we had, and you signed off on it, so you saw it too. Nobody twisted your arm. You agreed with it. That's the political switcheroo that they were doing 23 years ago, and you see the Democrats doing a variation on the same theme. They keep talking all the gloom and doom about Donald Trump's entire political strategy for the midterms is going to be nullifying the elections, canceling everybody's votes.
Yeah, that's what they keep
and I'm sitting here going, well, the Democrats' entire midterm electoral strategy is to say that Donald Trump is going to be doing all this nefarious stuff on election day. Now, again, there are Democrats who are trying to make political hay out of this Trump-Pope beef that's going on, but they're not doing it to change anything. Is just trying to get people to feel panicked or to feel political schadenfreude and to think that they need to vote Democrat in November in order to own the right-wing nuts. Now, I don't have a problem with either one of those motivations except for one small issue. Even now, with the world allegedly hanging in the balance, on the brink, teetering over the edge, we still don't see any Democrats who are promising to do anything that their base has been demanding on any issue. Forget about Iran. You can't name any Democrats who are telling you how foreign policy is going to change once they get back the gavel to the House of Representatives. And for the folks who are quaking in their boots because somebody went on MS Now and told them to, how is domestic policy going to change for the better for them? All that's going to change is that Trump and his boorish pals won't be in power, but Hakeem Empty Suit Jeffries will be. And what the hell is he going to do with that power? People can claim that the Democrats put the nuclear deal with Iran in place that contained Iran without needing to resort to war. Okay, we can all agree that that's true. But we should also be able to agree that it was Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu who decided that that Iran nuclear deal wasn't good enough, and that the Israelis wanted regime change no matter what agreement the U.S. had put in place, and they could care less about what the cost would be to the American people or the U.S. government. Not one Democrat has declared that Israel has brought the U.S. to ruin and that it's finally time to gut the Israel lobby and to break the backs of their U.S. agents and surrogates. In fact, the Democrats don't even want to say that Israel's government is a problem for the U.S. So again, where's the change at? They sound like Donald Trump, only they don't use his profane language or sit there spewing insults at the Pope. Problem is, from a policy perspective, that's a distinction without a difference. You've got the Democratic base talking about changing policy, and the only thing the Democratic leadership is talking about is changing the tone. Changing the tone? When you look at the dire straits that so many of the American people are in, you understand that tone policing isn't the issue. And yes, every time I talk about this, I also make sure to bring into consideration that the Democrats are not actually offering anything. Why? Because if you're going to be serious about getting what it is that you need, you have to be consistent about demanding it.
Right.
No excuses.
That's right.
Now, there is something else that also needs to be reiterated. Donald Trump more than likely isn't necessarily barking at the moon crazy. In my opinion, there may be a secondary and far more important reason why the Orange Man is doing all of this crazy behavior. It's because he knows that when he has to finally leave the White House, the lawfare campaign that the Democrats have been pushing against him is going to resume. And that's the reason why he's trying to stack up as many of his chips while he can as president, to the tune of billions of dollars. He's going to be needing that to defend himself in court against the lawsuits that are inevitably going to start coming back at him. And that being the case, I don't think that it's entirely out of the realm of possibility that Donald Trump is trying to put forward what he hopes will be some sort of half-hearted insanity defense. That basically, no matter what you think about Donald Trump, he's never really been responsible for his behavior. He didn't know if he was coming or going. Look at all this crazy stuff. The man, he's practically barking at the moon. Well, and that doesn't make him crazy. That makes him a crook who's trying to find a way to convince people he's not responsible for his behavior. Yeah. Now, on the other hand, if the Democrats and the white left truly believe that Donald Trump is genuinely insane, or at the very least, he's losing it, then why aren't they acting like it? Because while Trump is desperate, from a political standpoint, it's the Democrats who are acting crazy.
Right.
Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Rahman Mohammed, James Green, Kenneth Johnson, Morris Bodden, and Darren Nooks. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Okay, so that's what's happening with the Pope and the dump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just made a video.
Yeah, and the cold part about it is, man, is that these cats are supposed to do the 25th Amendment, things of that nature right there. Okay, so they're going to go through the impeachment process. They're going to lose it again. You see what I mean? Okay, now, to show you of how the impeachment does not work, you got this individual convicted of multiple felonies, and he hasn't walked no concrete.
Right.
Don't you think something's wrong with that, people? 34 count convicted felonies, man. That dude is supposed to be struck out.
Yeah, they weren't criminal though, they were civil.
Wow. Okay. So what fines did he pay? Who did he pay?
Remember he gave that money to Stormy Daniels.
Oh, Lord. Well, to me, man, I think he got beat out of his money, man, because I'm not going to say, you know what I'm saying? and then, man, dude was talking about grabbing women inappropriately. Man, that's a sexual assault.
Yep. Grab them by and kiss them.
Yeah, and then if he's saying shit like this, and then you got this this California politician, man, getting hit with this case right here, man, because
Church said that's because they're impeachment, and then there's removal.
Right, they didn't have enough votes for removal. Okay, Church of Black Power, you're right.
That's what I've been saying, Shabaki. They don't have enough votes.
Yeah. You all is right on that. You see, it's because, like I said, with him getting impeached, it's just like you getting hit with a parking ticket to appear in court. Okay, he shows up for the trial like they did Clinton, right? And then it's the Senate who decides if he is convicted. You see, they act as the jury. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, as we all know, the Chief Justice presides over these functions, okay? But a president being removed from office due to the impeachment process has never occurred.
Right.
Yeah, tell me one president that got removed from office due to impeachment.
This is for the first impeachment. When they had
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, this bastard was impeached twice. Yeah, I forgot that already. Yeah, thank you, Church of Black Power. And then you remember when Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House and he was about to address the nation and he handed her speech and she just sat there and tore that shit up.
Yes.
That was funny as hell. That was funny as hell. You know, and then he's got Captain Binghamton up there, and old JD. You know, old Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, looking like Captain Binghamton off of McHale's Navy, man. They turned the damn Congress into a damn Saturday morning cartoon show. Man, I'd much rather look at Wile E. Coyote. Super genius. But you notice that none of Coyote's, man, inventions ever work?
Yep. He can never catch the roll runner.
Yeah, and he came up with some ingenious shit. I have to give it to him. You know what I'm saying? You know. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then you got a dumpster up here, you know what I'm saying, who belongs in jail. And then you got old Melvin up there. I said what I said. President Trump, the greatest president going. Come on, man, with that Amos and Andy Rochester bullshit.
Right. All right, so switching gears. Our brother.
Okay, and I'm going to have to call it a night in about 20 minutes, Brother Che.
All right, you got enough time for this then. So Afroman was Mexican rapper Lefty Gunplay counselor.
Okay.
They don't know they're the original man, God.
So our brother Water God TV out of Florida gonna give us an update on that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've heard this brother before. Okay.
Created. They don't know they invented the pyramid. They don't know the Moors took knowledge to the Greeks and the Egyptians took, and the Moors brought knowledge to Spain and Europe. They don't know they're these intellectual people. And then the black people that give other races the green light to disrespect us.
That when you ask a lot of these Mexican fools and white fools, and you tell them, hey, why are you using that word so much? And they're like, oh, well, I grew up around the black homies, blah, blah, blah. And they like,
might have to drop a dime on this.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
Yeah, they had O'Reilly up there, Ida B. Wells, Malcolm, Billie Holiday, Little Richard.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health wealth and a better understanding. So on this video, y'all, we're going over Afroman. He goes into a deep dive of some problems we have here on the land with people, you know, using our derogatory terms, getting in our spaces, you know, mimicking us. And it's time for us to start gatekeeping our culture.
Right.
So Afroman brought up an excellent point on how on the West Coast, how he got so uncomfortable there that he had to move because he felt like he was going to have to take somebody out because of the disrespect. Can't make this stuff up, but check this out. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Let's get it.
And another thing I wanted to talk about too is I saw you don't say the N-word in your music. What kind of prompted that choice?
Well, first of all, the N-word is the most, I'm trying to find that word that's said in the dictionary. It's the most offensive word in the English language. I don't like being greeted with it. I don't address my brothers and sisters with it. Like, if you're on the Lakers, you're not going to say, fuck the Lakers. Or if you're an Englishman, you're not going to walk around saying, hey, what's up, Limey? You know what I'm saying? If you're a Mexican, you're not going to walk around going, hey, Beaner, what's happening? You know what I'm saying? I don't feel black people should disrespect the home team. You know, I know in America, they hear it so much. Like if I had a bunch of white, give me a bunch of white kids.
All right,
they're all
here.
Yeah, they're all my, give them to me as babies.
Here you go.
Right, all right. And when I see it, I say, hunky, 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 hunky. I separate them from the older white people that love them. The older white people that's going to give them dignity and pride and say, hey, we're Americans. We're white people. I separate them from them people. And I got them over here in my little chicken coop. And I'm like, you're a honky, 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 honky. What are those little white kids going to grow up saying?
Cracker, honky.
And then they're gonna shake, they're gonna be like, what's up, my honky? They're gonna have pride when they say it. Hey, what's up, honky? Innocent and uninformed, because I done separated them from the people that will give them the dignity and pride not to say that. So I'm thinking hundreds of years ago, the black people that couldn't speak English, nigga, 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 nigga. Sometimes I watch a movie, the slave would be like, whose nigga is you? You know, they don't know no better. They don't know they're the original man God created. They don't know they invented the pyramid. They don't know the Moors.
Norton and Mandingo.
To the Greeks and the Egyptians took, and the Moors brought knowledge to Spain and Europe. They don't know they're these intellectual people. All they know is what this guy that don't like them told them. That's my reason why I don't like the N-word. I don't think black people should call themselves that. I guess that's it in a nutshell.
I guess growing up, I grew up in what they call a diverse environment where it was used a lot. And I was always told that it was a way of reappropriating a word that was used to dehumanize the community. So it's like by using it ourselves, we're taking that power away.
Okay. All right. I'm going to piss on you. And I'm going to tell you it's raining. Is that rain?
Exactly.
Just 'cause I say it's rain? No, that's piss. I salute the brothers that tried that. And I understand, ain't nothing wrong. You know, like, if I stick you with a pin, it's typical if you jump. I got to salute a brother that don't let the N-word hurt him. He use it. He get with him. Like, you can't hurt him like that. I salute that. At the same time, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, how they using it nowadays, it's like you're going to basically have to crash out. It's not, you know, back in the days, I guess it was a little different, but how they using it, so many cultures is using this word. I'm with Afroman on this. It's like, why do they do it? But I'm gonna show y'all exactly Mexican giving his take on it, and y'all can see why they actually really love doing it so much. Check it out.
At what point in your life did you come to that conclusion?
I think when a Mexican walked up to me and said it, I didn't like it no more.
You've been back to LA in a while?
No, I left LA because of it. I didn't want to go to prison because it was too many people using the N-word that wasn't black, and I couldn't kill them all. So I knew I better leave before, you know.
Well, Mexicans and...
Dang, so he said somebody came up to him and probably was just... Well, yeah, I mean, it's disrespectful. It's not your culture to be saying that. And we don't do that in nobody else's culture. So I'm with people on that, on having a boundaries on words that people can use. Cause, I mean, just because you come to America, that don't mean you can use the word. But the real reason why they use it is because they hear it in the songs and so much that, you know, they want to emulate. So it's like, they want to talk like everybody else.
East LA don't typically say that.
A real Mexican don't say it. You got the, you know, like, I don't know, whatever, you know, like.
You right.
They just call you Mexican.
They ain't gonna say it. They got the own
They just call you a fucking miate.
It's just like in my neighborhood, we got a certain words we use that's distinct for our neighborhood that we use. You know? So it's like, you're not trying to talk like a whole nother neighborhood, you know? You're trying to really, you know, everybody do their own thing, have their own culture. So
people hate us, but they imitate us. I'm gonna say that again. People hate us, but they imitate us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? My dad said black people invented low riding. He said it was like in the 50s, and he said black people used to wear zoot suits. He said black people, the black jazz musicians, used to wear zoot suits. Yep. And he said that, you know, Mexicans that play the oldies, Motown, they play them now. They play them, like if I dig up Smokey Robinson, it won't be a picture of Smokey Robinson on YouTube. It'll be like 5 cholos standing there, and I'm trying to, you know, when I pull up a Smokey Robinson video, that's how much they didn't like embraced and intercepted Motown and all of the classic soul oldies that black Americans made. You know what I'm saying? You know, people hate us, but they imitate us. You know what I'm saying? So, and then the black people that give other races the green light to disrespect us, like, you know, California, you know, like,
dang, the way you talk about Cali.
Like, you know, I love my hometown, but it's a lot of stuff there, you know, that I don't like. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go back, but like I gotta live out in the desert. I need a whole lot of space, and I gotta drive around to my love. I just can't just be out with like random people drinking and just saying whatever, and you know, whatever.
But you feel like the popularity of the music is the driving force behind the appropriation of black forms.
It's crazy because in the South, we don't, it's not that, I mean, the West Coast is probably where more aggressive we hear them being. I don't even hear them being like that in Texas. It's like only in New York we do hear them saying the N-word a lot. But check out this guy who explaining exactly how he feels about how like real Mexicans feel about Mexicans that constantly say the N-word and want to rap and want to do all this stuff in our culture. Check this out.
It's 100% correct. See, Mexicans, when we grew up, we adored our own culture. We loved our tradition. We loved our culture. But sometime after Tupac, sometime after DMX, sometime when Young Thug and all that came around, black rap culture had a real big influence on the young Mexican kids coming up. They had an influence on us, but we didn't allow it to take over us, right? We didn't try to be that. Like if some of the homies, some of the black homies were like, hey, what's up, nigga this? I'll say the word nigga that, whatever, right? We didn't adopt that word. My generation didn't adopt it. When we were younger, if somebody used that word, whether it was the A on the end or it was the ER on the end, and you weren't black, it called for an automatic ass whooping. Right. You would see somebody getting socked the fuck up. Right?
That's the difference. They're not doing that no more in where y'all at. Because it's just still, I mean, not even that they're not doing it anymore.
Line Blacc.
Times has changed, but
I've been saying that when we was on Blog Talk.
It's a word, I'm gonna use it, whatever, but people still know, you know, you use that word in the wrong way. You better be ready.
And then they wouldn't do it anymore. But see, the thing is, when you ask some of these younger Mexican folks, the younger Mexican dudes that are constantly with the nun, every other word is the N-word. That's ridiculous, bro. Why you always saying the N-word, bro? Oh, I grew up with the black homies. I grew up around the black homies. And then you find out they just went to school with them. If they were ever around black folks, they just went to school with them. Like they never hung out with them. They never went to their house to play video games or for a cookout. They don't know their mom. They don't know their dad. They don't know their brothers or sisters. They just know them from school or maybe playing sports with them. That's not growing up with the black folks. Because if you did grow up with the black folks, then you would understand one thing. Most black folks won't use the N-word unless they're angry. Unless you've pissed them off or they're having a good time, but it ain't every other word. N. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Triple jab, right, crossed overhand, right.
And that's how you know that when you ask a lot of these Mexican fools and white fools, and you tell them, hey, why are you using that word so much? And they're like, oh, well, I grew up around the black homies, blah, blah, blah. And they like,
that's so weird. Can you imagine somebody, you know, let's say we black, we grew up around a lot of Spanish, and we, you know, use their slang words that they use. It's like, that just seems weird to me. Like you have your own culture.
Right.
You know, so why wouldn't you just, they want to participate in our culture, but still be racist. It's crazy that, you know, they saying in the prison they be going at it, but you still want to participate in someone's culture and you want to say how much you don't like them. It's so weird. That's a weird kind of relationship to have with a group, you know, with a group of people.
You know, whatever. You can tell that they really haven't. They just want to be them. You see, they want to be them. no matter how you slice it, no matter how you try to hammer it out, they want to be Young Thug, right? They want to be all these young black rappers that they saw on TV with the tight pants, the weird colored hair, the grills in their mouth, the stupid sunglasses, the dumbass Gucci belts. The black homies look at them and like, damn, you guys want to be us so bad.
Okay, well, see, Asada Shakur had talked about that too.
Yeah.
Like that Texas rapper who Mexican. I mean, not even that you want to be so bad. It's just like the culture is being diluted. It's like, you know, you once wanted to hear this culture.
No, the culture's been sabotaged, homie.
To not be from this culture and want to get into it and think that the people of the culture want to hear it is just crazy. But let me know what y'all think about this in the comment section, man. Do you think it needs to be, you know, they need to start putting their foot down over there on the West Coast with this N-word? Or do you think, you know, everybody need to get up out of California, man, and come back out, man? Let me know what y'all think in the comment section.
I think we can do both.
Yeah, we're not a stronghold in California. You see, we're not a stronghold in Los Angeles, brother Check. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of it too, when that crack shit came through there, man, you see, that's what really had broke down our culture.
Yeah.
You see, it really did. You know what I'm saying? It really did. Is because Reagan, you know, he was responsible for that. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of it as well, too, you see, that's why they kept us so divided amongst ourselves. This is why these motherfuckers got so bold to go up there, man, into our black households, man, and literally run us out of our own homes. Our elders, too. You see what I'm saying?
That was the Democrats that passed legislation to do that, too, Shabaki.
Yeah, Bill Clinton.
Yeah. Biden.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course, Biden. Yeah, because he was in the Senate, man, for how many years, man?
50-something years. 40.
Yeah. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, Hollywood goes up here and perpetuate this bullshit, man, with the black exploitation films that saved Hollywood. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You know.
As far as I can remember, I've been checking these months about this shit. I started using it about the early 2000s when I was in high school.
And I used to tell them, man, hey, man, I ain't nobody's nigga.
I tell them,
you know,
you ain't black, you ain't no nigga. I don't know why you trying to be like us.
Yeah, you see. Man, it's so cool, man, and no, it ain't cool. See, because our story is not yours.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You know, look at the imitation of life. That's why I cannot emphasize that enough, brother Chad, particularly to your generation and what have you. You see, and then when I try to pull it up,
I have the patience to talk to them. Usually, I just deck them in the mouth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly, man. That's what happens. You know what I'm saying? Is that's what you have to do, and that will get their minds right. You see, because you prove to them that what we're having here is a failure to communicate.
I tell them these ones that is so-called gang affiliated or whatever, they really think they could say it.
Right.
How many black friends you think you got? How much black family? They ain't my homies. They ain't my family. My family don't tolerate this shit, you know.
Exactly.
Well, my friend, I'm not your motherfucking friend.
Right. And I was speaking to a homie, man, when I was at the grocery store, man, you know, a G younger than me, man, about 20 years, man. So I'm talking to him about various things, you know, because he was like on his break, you know what I mean? And he said, hey, old G, boy, you talking about that you lived it. And I'm saying, hey, Cap, I did. See? That's my point of reference, you know, of what I've lived through. You know, and I ain't the sharpest tool in the daggone shed, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't the most brilliantest person that it is, but I do know what I'm talking about when I talk about what I've lived through, you see. And just like, and I'm saying this here, you know, for our listeners, Brother Che, I already told you this here before, when Cicely Tyson was auditioning for the movie Sounder, and the white producer's going to come up there about the beginning of the black exploitation era. Well, you know, niggas love sex and violence, and we're going to make sure we give them plenty of it. And she said that damn producer said it like she wasn't even standing there. But then she stated in her autobiography, Just As I Am, then she put her heart and soul into, I forgot what they call that, when they go off into character. They say when she was playing Rebecca. Yeah. And then, yeah, her craft, right. And then, and like I said, and if anybody ever saw Sounder, the movie Sounder, the most touching part of it is at the end when Paul Winfield came home. And then, of course, you know, Sounder had got shot by the sheriff, and Sounder went off into the woods. And then when Paul Winfield came home, you know, and I'm not going to say he was broken so much mentally or spiritually, but he was broken physically. And then, of course, she saw Sounder come out, you know, of the bushes to greet him. They say, then, too, you got to look at another film I was made around that time called Buck and the Preacher with Sidney Poitier and Harry Belafonte, you know what I'm saying? You know, and then there was another movie that they made with O.J. Simpson called The Klansman with Lee Marvin, Lola Falana, because Lee Marvin was the Klansman sheriff, right? So what had happened is that O.J. Simpson had went on a rampage. Unfortunately, Mr. Simpson was not like that in real life, but in the movie he did. You see what I'm saying? And whatnot, you see. And what it is, Black family, is up to us to take care of us, you see. So, hey, keep yourselves in shape, you know, because we are hated by these other cultures because they cannot be us.
Yeah, we are the most hated, most emulated people on the planet, not just Black people, but FBA. We are the most hated, most emulated people on the planet. Everybody want to dress like us, talk like us, walk like us, dress like us.
Yeah. And then too, another thing too, when Muhammad Ali was in his heyday, and you know, and Ali would get up there and told him, "Hey, I ain't nobody's nigga." You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And the thing is, the irony about Mr. Ali.
That's because they're coming out of Jim Crow and it.
Right.
But for our generation, it was different. It was like, okay, this is a term of endearment, like Pac was saying, like never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Like,
yeah,
we really embraced it. Well, the Gen X and millennials, we really embraced it. Like, okay, this is camaraderie amongst brothers and sisters. But then these other groups caught wind of that shit and they start using it too, and it's like, oh hell no. And now because they use that shit way more than we do, I rarely hear us say nigga anything. It'd be these other damn groups, and I have to check them like, what did you say?
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? You know
what? A beaner said what? A wetback said what?
Yeah.
Oh no, man, I mean it like that. I said it with the A. I don't give a fuck what you said it with. You shouldn't be in it at all.
Yeah, you shouldn't be using that. You see what I'm saying? And then you have, well, man, you all see it first, cat, but your experience is not the Black experience, and I don't give a damn how many Black prostitutes you went out and paid.
Right, because when you go to jail, when you go to prison, you claiming white on everything. Like we
exactly.
Here, what was his name? FBP Mo. He was saying nigga, nigga, nigga in all of his songs. Jail, all everything said white, white, white. And he ended up switching sides.
Right.
He ended up dropping his whole flag and joining a whole different set.
And it's usually the WAB.
Yeah. Ended up joining the North Side Mafia. He's supposed to be a West Sider. supposed to be a West Side, you know, joining them Nathaniels.
Yeah, because you have the Norteños and you have the Serranos.
Yeah, Serranos, yep.
Yeah, Serranos, yeah, okay, which are the south, and then of course the Norteños are the north.
Yep.
You see what I mean? Okay, Brother Che, I'm going to bid you a good night, brother.
Okay, Shabaka, thank you for staying up late.
Yeah, and put them ponies in the barn.
The Broncos at the top of the AFC West and keep them at the bottom of the whole of the ship where they belong.
Well, I told them to get out of town or change their name, man. It's ridiculous. And the cold part about it is I was in the store the other day, man, and I saw a dude with a Raiders shirt on. I said, yeah, man, I told the Raiders on social media, man, change their name or leave town. And dude says, you know what, man, that's a good saying. I'm going to start telling them the same thing. You know what I mean? But they're pirates, you know, and then, of course, there are those who do remember the Rocky movies. Yeah. And Carl Weathers, who played Apollo Creed in the movie, he used to play for the Raiders. I think he was third string, just like Terry Crews used to play for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to bid everybody a good night. I got to save some data for the next podcast. And then on top of that, you know, I'm on a mad mission, Brother Che, as I told you about off air. So, you know, I got to get some rest for that. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
things of that nature right there. Okay, so we definitely appreciate, you know, the Church of Black Power, you know, coming on in. Appreciate,
make sure
you know.
I might be on his show tomorrow or today.
Okay. And if there's a slot for me, I might come up there and rap with him a little bit. You know what I mean? Okay. And so then, of course, definitely a shout out there to Goddess Navi. You know what I mean? And what have you. And then to those. And most definitely to Michael, who's been putting in a lot of work. And yes, Michael, giving you recognition, man, you know, for all the efforts that you've been putting off into our podcast. And I did get your email, Michael, so I'll probably do that tomorrow, study that, because that did some very, very serious work. And then also, too, to the doctor that we spoke about, Brother Che, of coming up in the future, right? You know, I got a text from him saying that he was in the hospital, so hopefully, you know, he's okay. It says, so I'm still, you know, I'm on that to make it work. And we're also, too, are reaching out to high-profile individuals to come up there and help this platform grow. And we'll be more than happy to allow you to have your own episodes on here, the market of what you're doing, because, you know, we appreciate, you know, recognizing us and what have you, you see. But here at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancing Frontline Black News, there ain't never a dull moment here. Boy, I tell you, this world is insane, you know. Yeah, and get with us, Church of Black Power, man. I think you could Google some of our past episodes, but I do know, man, that a lot of our past episodes are on Podbean that I found out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then I got their address. Yeah, and Spotify. And I got Podbean's address here in Las Vegas, so I might go pay those guys a visit in the next couple of days, Brother Che, to find out with it, because hopefully, you know, they got some money for us. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay.
Yep.
All right, have a good night.
Okay, you too, and thank you for having me, and all our listeners out there. Please share our episodes far and wide. We got a little bit of a momentum going on, okay, but we're trying to get that snow.
Like MC Hammer. We're gaining momentum like MC Hammer.
Yes, sir, and then let's get this snowball rolling so we can start doing this here full time and get fully monetized, and then what we'll be selling some advertisement space. You see what I mean?
Yep.
You know, and so shout out there to Lisa Cabrera, you know, who comes up here with us, and definitely shout out there to the Church of Black Power, brother. Enjoyed your work. Please get with us, man. Subscribe to us, man. Let's go on in this here and grow it all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast to the South to the North. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And a shout out there to the great state of Texas, Governor Rolais, Governor Bud, your U.S. Senator there. Ted Cruz, man after my own heart. When they pissed him off one day, he popped the corona and told everybody to kiss his ass. Boy. Now that's dynamism. Pure dynamism. Okay, I'm out, folks. Okay, have a nice night. Okay.
All right, so switching gears, we got DRUSKI. Shout out to our brother DRUSKI. DRUSKI finally gets revenge on Jake Paul for doing this after he did blackface. So Street Media TV gonna give us an update on that.
I just made a video saying that I cannot wait for DRUSKI to clap back at Jake Paul for trying to do the blackface in retaliation for what DRUSKI did with Erica Kirk. Because I knew for a fact that DRUSKI was going to parody Jake Paul's fight with Anthony Joshua. And DRUSKI just posted this today. I cannot wait, bro. I've never in my life, bro, waited for a piece of content to be released more than I have Jake Paul's blackface parody and now DRUSKI's, right? Because I knew DRUSKI was going to respond. Like, you never know. They know each other. Maybe perhaps this is planned and coordinated. Who cares? I don't care. The one thing that I do know is that Jake Paul is doing this out of retaliation, and when you do things in life for the bad reasons, it never works out. So I would be shocked if his kid actually hits. It would not shock me if only people on the right actually be like, yeah, this is funny. But they probably just gonna say that because like, yeah, we got them back, right? But this right here, let me remind ya what it looked like when Jake Paul got in the ring with Anthony Joshua. That right there is the smile that I want to see in this kid.
Oh yeah, that was hilarious.
And that right there is the face that I want to see Jake Paul make. So yeah, shout out to Jake Paul for inspiring DRUSKI, man, to do a Paul brother parody. And I hope he involves the brother, man. That would be the icing on the cake. Crazy.
Man, those radical W conservatives are upset. Ever since DRUSKI made that skit where he had Eric, he was making fun of Eric Kirk. Now we know that he didn't say no names, but DRUSKI is known for making a lot of skits. We know that he did the Black Church. You know, he does a lot of skits on a lot of people, right? And you know, for the most part, people just laugh it off. That's just DRUSKI being DRUSKI. But when he did this skit on Erica Kirk, man, everybody got upset. Even the president of the United States was upset.
A thing called Happy Easter. Do we have that? Everyone happy? Anybody that doesn't want, hello, darling. Wow, this is a good table. I like that table. You're doing well, right? Okay. I think you should sue him, but you know, I told her, you ought to sue somebody. They're so jealous of Erica. I said, you ought to sue their I can say you're not allowed to say this. You have to be nicer. Sue their ass off.
Donald Trump was saying that, you know, she should sue him, right? You know, she should sue DRUSKI, but he never said her name, right? He was upset, he was butthurt, he was coming out after he was coming out after DRUSKI as well, right? And you know, right after that, a whole lot of conservatives was voicing their opinions. Matt Rife said the DRUSKI skit situation is funny to me. The skit is hilarious. People being offended need to grow up. But everyone defending the skit also needs to keep that same energy about all comedy. Don't go crying next time a bit upsets you personally. If jokes shakes you to your soul so deeply, consider that you may be an emotionally underdeveloped human, not fit for this life. The world needs comedy, right? So with that being said, everybody was coming out and saying that some people saying this was insensitive. A lot of women was making fun of the comedy. They thought it was funny because they don't like Erica Kirk. They don't like the way Erica Kirk handled herself after the unaliving of her husband on that Utah college campus, right? You know, Charles. They didn't like that. And so Jake Paul, he came out and said, you know, made some statements, said that he was going to do blackface. How can I do blackface to make it funny? Y'all remember when he did this?
I want to ask you something because I've been over the last couple of days calling makeup artists and I was gonna do a response to this and like go and do like the full on darker. Yeah. And do it and just do it back because why not?
Yeah.
Like, are we on the same playing field? Like,
I think if there's a way to do it, singing in well, even this sentence. But if there's a way to do it, I've been here many times. If there's a way to do it, I think there needs to be some black support for the character. I think, like I'm saying, like say if DRUSKI or I'm trying to think of somebody else.
Charles Barkley.
If you got one of those guys to be like, hey, Theo, I want you to do this skit with me. Let's do this.
But still, that's pussying out.
You think it is?
Yeah.
To me, there's a level of like,
doesn't that make us more like prejudice?
Like more prejudice?
That makes us, if we have to partner with someone. DRUSKI just dropped this,
and he's done it a couple of times.
Exactly. I love it. This is great. This is how humans should be.
I agree.
We should make fun of each other, and I don't see in color. I see in truth and comedy. So, like, what are we talking about?
So you're saying
what era are we living in?
Dude, Justin Trudeau did, and he's freaking dating Katy Perry. You see that, Justin Trudeau, the mayor of freaking Canada?
I was just with them. I was just with them.
No, you were not.
Yeah, at the JP Morgan summit.
He was B-facing. Look at him right there in the middle. Look at the one in the hat in the middle.
He got caught for this before?
Yeah, look how dark he went. I mean, he went.
But to be fair, that picture's in black and white.
Now, Jake Paul was telling the world that, hey, I'm coming out with blackface. And everybody was saying, well, after that skit, be careful. They're coming out with blackface. And the whole community was saying, yo, we're not going to pay this no mind. We don't care nothing about that. He can come out with whatever he want to come out with. Why would you even want to wear blackface? There's a lot of things you can come out and be unique and create a skit. We know that W's doing blackface, we know what that was about. We all know what it was about. And there wasn't nothing funny connected to it, right? But even academics, who's a lot of times, he likes to sambo and raccoon it out. He even disagreed with Jake Paul. I couldn't believe it. I almost fell out my chair, right? He even disagreed with Jake Paul, right? And said this.
First and foremost, by the way, I do like Jake Paul. But I do feel like Jake Paul is coming across in being one of those people from the conservative community that gets really triggered by anytime they're the butt of the joke. I will say that DRUSKI's comedy, he makes fun of white people really well. I cannot lie. Now, I rock with Theo Von too. I think Theo Von's hilarious. But I kind of got to look at these dudes. I'm like, here's the difference between DRUSKI doing whiteface and them thinking about doing blackface or whatever. I think DRUSKI is doing it just to kind of like make light and make joke of people. I think if these niggas do blackface, it's gonna be straight just racial jokes. Like even the Erica Kirk shit wasn't just like, oh, she's white. It was, like, it has some stereotypes, but it wasn't like, oh, let's make white people look bad. These dudes, they have some type of attitude. They want to do some blackface, make African Americans just look crazy. And also, I think they're trying to like. It's hard to criticize because I do rock with him, but yo, Theo Von, man, anybody trying to see with blackface, bro? Like I've never seen Theo Von nail a impression.
Last week, Jake Paul came out and he did a skit where it didn't really get a lot of attention, but he did the skit nonetheless. And he did the blackface skit, and he came out. It was corny. Like, you know how they do stuff. It don't have no season of salt on it. Like a lot of them, when they try to be funny, they miss the mark. It's never funny. Yeah. Like it's never funny, right?
Never.
He took the social media, and like I said, nobody cared, right? And he came out. Y'all remember if you saw it when he did this?
I was gonna do a response to this and like go and do like the full on
darker.
Yeah. And do it and just do it back because why not?
Yeah.
Like, are we on the same playing field? Like,
I feel like I had to do it because nobody else will.
Who's Jake Paul? I am DRUSKI now.
I'm DRUSKI now.
And again, he was imitating DRUSKI, but it was corny. I would tell him, man, listen, stick to, fighting boxing MMA guys and washed up fighters, man. and just being like I guess a gamer or a YouTube, whatever it is that you do that made you all your money. Stay out of the comedy sector. That ain't your thing, right? You know, like I don't even understand what was the point in that, right? You got your chain on, you got the R&B music going. You're just looking weird, man. It's just looking weird, right? But DRUSKI saw this, and everybody was waiting for DRUSKI's comeback.
Yeah.
And DRUSKI's comeback, he imitated him, right? The same way he imitated DRUSKI gave it back, imitated Paul, right? But his imitation of him was spot on, and it was funny, man. It was funny.
Politics in America getting crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Congress and them ain't playing no more. Yeah, nice to meet you too.
So to me, DRUSKI's skit was even though these skits were short, they was funny, man. They was spot on, man. Like, who you think was funnier, man? DRUSKI's skit or the dude Paul, man? I don't know. Like these conservatives is crazy, man. Like they're in charge right now. You know, they got Trump in office right now. They're emboldened. A lot of the so-called racists is coming out from under their manholes. They coming out from out the bushes. They peeking out everywhere, right? They putting their sheets back on, right? They you know, they're feeling emboldened to do and say whatever they want. Even though the ship is leaking oil right now and it's sinking like the Titanic, they still feel emboldened right now to do whatever they want. So he was it Jake Paul, whatever? Yeah, he felt like he had to come out. Felt like he had to just come out and do this, man. But like I said, the dude is a cornball, man. Dude is a cornball, and I don't think that I don't think that old boy is finished with his his imitations of people, man. Because what he just did to I think it's Jake Paul. What he just did to him was funny as hell, man. What he just did was funny. That was funny. But y'all gotta let me know what y'all think, man. What's your opinion on this video? Do you think that that W went too far, right? Or do you just think he was corny? We shouldn't even care. Let me know what y'all think, man. Because DRUSKI on the mission. He getting everybody. Let me know what.
I think Jake Paul was corny as hell, and DRUSKI killed him. All right, so moving along, we got Denver's top soul food and Black-owned restaurants. Denver's hitting soul food. Oh, you ain't know we had soul food out here? Oh, we about to show you.
This is another video as part of our BE Discover Guide series, where we highlight Black-owned restaurants and establishments that help us celebrate fabulous food, flavors, and culinary ingenuity. This guide invites you on a flavorful journey through Denver, Colorado, highlighting restaurants in no particular order that serve not only delicious cuisine, but also reflect the creativity and rich cultural heritage of their owners. From soulful Southern comfort food to bold barbecue flavors, each featured spot tells a unique story through its menu. So if you're looking for a list of Black-owned restaurants in the Mile High City to add to your rotation, or if you're visiting and want to enjoy some really good local cuisine, then this video is just for you. Located in Denver's historic Five Points district, long recognized as the cultural heart of the city's Black community, Welton Street Cafe is a family-owned institution founded by the Dickersons and rooted in preserving authentic Southern soul food traditions. Drawing on generations of home-cooked recipes and the legacy of 5 Points as a hub for Black business and culture, the restaurant serves dishes grounded in heritage, flavor, and community connection. The smothered pork chops, slow-cooked and covered in rich gravy, deliver deep, savory flavor that reflects true Southern technique. The fried chicken, crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside, remains a cornerstone of the menu and a consistent customer favorite. Classic sides such as collard greens, mac and cheese, candied yams, and cornbread round out the soul food plate. while desserts like peach cobbler and sweet potato pie offer a comforting traditional finish. While it does not emphasize upscale amenities, its strength lies in authenticity, cultural significance, and its role as a long-standing gathering place within 5 Points. Located along the Welton Street corridor in Denver's historic 5 Points district, Mimosas is a Black-owned brunch concept designed to bring high-energy daytime dining to one of the city's most culturally significant neighborhoods. Inspired by the rise of brunch culture and the social experience surrounding it, the restaurant blends Southern-inspired breakfast staples with a strong focus on cocktails and group-friendly dining. The chicken and waffles, featuring crispy fried chicken paired with soft waffles and sweet syrup, deliver a classic sweet and savory brunch staple. The shrimp and grits, combining seasoned shrimp with creamy grits, offer a rich and flavorful dish rooted in Southern tradition. Sides such as breakfast potatoes, eggs, and toast complement the main dishes, while the beverage program plays a central role with a variety of mimosa flavors, brunch cocktails, and specialty drinks that enhance the social experience. Sweet offerings like French toast and pancakes round out the menu, reinforcing its brunch identity. The ambience is lively and energetic, with music-driven brunch service, a full bar, and a crowd that leans social and celebratory. Mimosas stands as a modern addition to Denver's Black-owned restaurant scene, bringing a vibrant brunch culture to the historic 5 Points neighborhood. Le French, located in Denver's Bellevue Station near the Denver Tech Center, was founded by Senegalese French sisters Aminata and Rougui Dia, who bring together classical French culinary training and the flavors of their Senegalese heritage. The restaurant blends modern Parisian cafe culture with subtle African influences, creating a refined yet approachable dining experience rooted in global Black culinary traditions. The croque madame, layered with ham, cheese, bechamel, and a perfectly cooked egg, reflects the restaurant's grounding in French technique. The lamb dibi, inspired by Senegalese street grilling traditions, showcases the sisters' West African roots through bold seasoning and aromatic preparation. Classic sides such as pommes frites, fresh salads, and light cafe accompaniments complement the entrees, while desserts, including macarons, crepes, and house-made pastries, reinforce the Parisian cafe identity. Coffee and espresso drinks play a central role, aligning with the bistro's daytime-friendly atmosphere. The French stands out within Denver's Black-owned restaurant landscape by offering a globally influenced concept that merges French sophistication with Senegalese heritage. Located along South University Boulevard in Denver, Saucy's Southern Barbecue and Cuisine was founded by Christian Matthews and Kiere Dawkins with a mission to bring authentic Southern barbecue flavors to the city in a more permanent setting. Inspired by traditional Southern cooking and the cultural role of barbecue as a communal experience, the concept emphasizes slow-smoked meats, bold seasoning, and a welcoming, neighborhood-driven atmosphere. The smoked ribs, cooked low and slow and finished with their signature sauce, deliver tender meat with a rich, smoky flavor profile. The pulled pork, seasoned and shredded to perfection, offers a juicy, savory staple that highlights classic barbecue technique. Sides such as mac and cheese, baked beans, coleslaw, and cornbread complement the meats, providing traditional barbecue pairings that round out each plate. Desserts may rotate, often featuring Southern-inspired sweets that reinforce the comfort food experience. The space encourages gathering, whether for a quick meal or a relaxed social visit, and reflects the brand's roots in pop-up culture while embracing a more established presence. Saucy's Southern Barbecue and Cuisine stands as a growing force in Denver's Black-owned restaurant scene. Located along Bruce Randolph Avenue near Denver's historic 5 Points district, Nola Voodoo Tavern and Perks was founded by Henry Batiste with a vision to bring the bold, soulful flavors of New Orleans to the mile-high city. Drawing from Louisiana's deep culinary traditions, where food, music, and community intersect, the restaurant introduces Denver to authentic Creole and Cajun cooking while creating a neighborhood gathering space rooted in Southern hospitality. The gumbo, built on a rich, slow-developed roux and layered with smoked meats and seafood, delivers depth and authenticity true to Louisiana tradition. The shrimp po' boy, served on classic French bread with crisp toppings and bold seasoning, provides a balanced, flavorful sandwich that captures the essence of New Orleans street cuisine. Sides such as red beans and rice, Cajun fries, and dirty rice round out the menu, offering classic accompaniments that enhance the overall meal. Desserts like beignets, light, airy, and dusted with powdered sugar, deliver a traditional New Orleans finish that complements the savory profile of the main dishes. The ambience is relaxed and culturally expressive, reflecting the spirit of a New Orleans neighborhood tavern. Positioned within one of Denver's most historically significant black corridors, Nola Voodoo Tavern and Perks adds a vibrant diaspora-driven layer to the city's evolving black-owned culinary scene. TK's Surf and Turf Kitchen is a black-owned seafood and comfort food destination located in southeast Denver. Founded by Chef Tyler Canway, the restaurant blends Southern-influenced cooking with bold, indulgent surf and turf combinations designed for both flavor and visual impact. Known for its generous portions and signature secret sauce, the concept has built a strong following through social media and word of mouth. Signature offerings include lobster rolls, crab rolls, lamb chop lollipops, and TK's signature plate, The Works, a loaded seafood platter that showcases the restaurant's maximalist approach. Combos featuring shrimp, crab, lobster, and salmon are served with seasoned sides and rich sauces, emphasizing indulgence and bold seasoning. Desserts such as banana pudding and strawberry-based sweets add a comforting finish, while the overall experience remains casual, energetic, and takeout-driven. TK's Surf and Turf Kitchen represents a modern wave of black-owned culinary creativity in Denver, where Southern comfort, seafood, and street gourmet presentation meet. Located in Denver's Park Hill area, Mississippi Boy Catfish was founded by Ty Allen, a Mississippi native who built the concept around bringing authentic Delta-style seafood to the mile-high city. Inspired by his Southern upbringing and the cultural significance of catfish in Mississippi cuisine, Allen's vision centers on delivering bold, straightforward flavors rooted in tradition. The fried catfish, seasoned with a Southern-style cornmeal coating and cooked to a crisp golden finish, stands as the centerpiece of the menu. The catfish nuggets, offering smaller bite-sized portions with the same bold flavor and texture, provide a popular and accessible alternative. Sides such as hush puppies, fries, coleslaw, and mac and cheese round out the plates, delivering traditional pairings that complement the seafood focus. Desserts are limited, keeping the emphasis on savory comfort food and quick, satisfying meals that reflect the restaurant's no-frills approach. The ambiance is casual and community-driven, with a strong emphasis on takeout and neighborhood accessibility. Mississippi Boy Catfish stands as a key representation of Southern seafood traditions in Denver, with Ty Allen's vision bringing a distinct Mississippi influence to the city's black-owned culinary scene. Located along East Colfax Avenue in Denver, Konjo Ethiopian Food was founded by Fetien Gebra Michael and Yosef Asefa with a mission to introduce authentic Ethiopian cuisine to a broader audience through a modern, accessible format. Inspired by traditional recipes and the communal nature of Ethiopian dining, the concept blends cultural heritage with a streamlined, fast casual experience. Their vision centers on sharing East African flavors in a way that feels both approachable and true to its roots. The Doro Wat, a slow-simmered chicken stew rich with Berber spices, delivers deep, layered flavor and stands as one of Ethiopia's most iconic dishes. The chicken tibs, sautéed with spices and vegetables, offer a bold, savory profile that highlights the vibrancy of Ethiopian seasoning.
Heck yeah.
Sides and accompaniments center around injera, the spongy sourdough flatbread that serves as both base and utensil, alongside lentils, collard greens, cabbage, and split peas that create a well-rounded plant-forward plate. Desserts are minimal, keeping the emphasis on savory dishes, though light sweets and traditional beverages may complement the meal. With multiple locations and an efficient ordering system, Konjo offers convenience without sacrificing cultural identity. Through the vision of Gebre Michael and Asifa, the restaurant plays a key role in bringing East African cuisine into Denver's mainstream while adding depth and diversity to the city's Black-owned culinary landscape. Blazing Chicken Shack 2 is a well-known soul food destination in Denver's Northeast Park Hill neighborhood, offering bold, generously seasoned comfort dishes in a relaxed, fast casual setting. The restaurant is recognized for its crispy fried chicken, hearty southern entrees, and approachable, community-oriented atmosphere. Signature offerings include fried chicken wings with a crisp, well-seasoned crust, smothered chicken, fried or grilled catfish, and oxtail served with classic sides. Gumbo, hot links, and shrimp dinners round out a menu rooted in Southern technique. Sides such as mac and cheese, collard greens, rice, and fries complement the mains, creating satisfying, comfort-driven plates. The ambience is simple and inviting, with a focus on takeout and quick service rather than dine-in amenities. Known for friendly staff and hearty portions, Blazing Chicken Shack 2 remains a reliable stop for soul food lovers seeking flavorful, straightforward meals in Denver's Northeast Corridor. African Grill and Bar, located in Lakewood just west of Denver, was founded by husband and wife team Sylvester and Theodora Osei Fordwell. Rooted in their Ghanaian heritage, the restaurant has grown into a celebrated Pan-African destination, offering dishes from across the continent. Since 2004, the Osei Fordwell family has focused on authenticity, hospitality, and cultural education, introducing Denver diners to the breadth of African cuisine. Signature dishes include jollof rice, a richly seasoned West African staple often paired with chicken, fish, or goat, and egusi soup, a hearty melon seed stew served with fufu. The menu extends far beyond West Africa, featuring items such as South African papi and chakalaka, East African samosas and chapati, North African couscous, and Central African cassava and plantain dishes. This pan-continental approach reflects the restaurant's mission to showcase Africa's culinary diversity. Sides such as fried plantains, waki, and rice-based dishes complement the entrees, while the focus remains on savory, traditional offerings rather than desserts. The ambience is warm, welcoming, and culturally expressive, with decor, music, and hospitality that encourage guests to explore African culture through food. And we want to offer a bonus to our list of impeccable Black-owned restaurants in Denver. Tribal African Speakeasy is an immersive dining and nightlife destination in downtown Denver, founded by Cameroonian entrepreneurs Jeff Sankyu and Colentine and Kaum. Marketed as the first African speakeasy in the United States, Tribal blends authentic African cuisine, native cocktails, Afro beats, and curated cultural experiences in a refined, intimate setting. The beef suya, one of West Africa's most iconic street foods, is reimagined here as tender grilled skewers coated in a deeply aromatic peanut-based spice blend, bold, smoky, and layered with heat. Their jollof rice, simmered in a rich tomato pepper base and finished with signature African spices, offers a refined take on a beloved West African staple, often paired with grilled meats or seafood for added depth. Cocktails like the Jua Smoke and Ayo Twist highlight African spirits and flavor profiles. The ambience is intentionally immersive. Warm lighting, art, music, and storytelling create a space that feels both luxurious and culturally grounded. Entry is part of the experience. Guests must complete a knowledge-based QR pass, learning a fact about African culture before receiving access. Tribal stands out in Denver's Black-owned culinary landscape as a high-end, culturally driven concept that merges African heritage with modern hospitality.
We appreciate the fact that you stayed until the end. Thank you for spending time with us, and don't forget to like this video. Also, make sure you subscribe so that you never miss a video. Bye for now. We will see you tomorrow.
Alright, so yep, there you have it. Top 10 soul food and black-owned restaurants in Denver. I've been to about 5 of them. Since you just woke up, Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
Well, what?
The top 5 soul food restaurants in Denver.
Somebody try to make that.
Yeah.
We did a couple. That's not really safe.
Yeah.
We did a couple. I don't go to restaurants like that no more. But if I did, I pick one of those.
Right.
I like the second to the last one, or the last one, where it makes you ask you a question before you can get in, so you know your facts.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty tight. I think that's good for to get everybody the education. I think that's a good thing. Go ahead.
All right, so now we're down to the last 3 topics or 2 topics. That's our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver and Aurora news. So somebody decided to do a documentary on the dregs of the city of Denver. Are you seeing it already? I don't know if you've seen it. I'm gonna play it. So I recognize a lot of people in this. No, not at all. You can't spawn your queue.
Don't come down here at the Devil's Playground. Carry bear mace.
If you want the street life, it'll take you in, I promise you. They'll suck you in until you're either dead, arrested for life, or worse.
People keep on learning. Soldiers keep on warring. World keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be too long.
Yeah.
So it's just like that all the time.
All the time. It just gets worse. I've been here, like I said, almost 9 years. Every year it's worse and worse and worse.
And what are the calls they're going to? Is that like an overdose?
I'm thinking overdose, assault, chaos.
Yeah, that's what it's bad.
When was the last crime here?
I don't know. Recently, last night, probably. Maybe 30 seconds ago.
So there's a lot of theft happening.
A lot, yeah. I mean, you can't control it. It's out of control.
And what do they steal for the most part?
They steal ice cream, anything that's most expensive.
Ice cream?
Candy. The candy houses are always empty. We don't remember selling that much candy to anybody, you know?
No shit, she was right.
People just don't care. Everybody has that shit apple on the streets there, you know? I mean, it used to be you had to take a crap, you don't just rip the pants down. Everybody gets a show.
You can change so much over time that you're never the person you were. That doesn't necessarily make you evil, but in my opinion, yes.
No.
Evil will overcome you one day because it falls in between the cracks. And if you never seek reconciliation, you're going to become evil.
So I'm Jesse. Some nickname me as Bam Bam.
Bam Bam?
Like Flintstones.
Oh, we got to pose. Look at this. Do you want to join in?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Nice to throw us in cameras.
Hey, yeah, I'm chilling, dude. Appreciate
What
it.
you asking?
Oh, we're doing a documentary on Denver.
Went downtown. I had a free ticket to go to the Rockies, and just didn't want to be there around those people. So I went to a spot in Denver I've never been to before, and in the midst of all the skulls and crossbones and 666 pentagram symbols, I seen in ink real small. I had to get up close to see it. And it says, "I have come to a very weird and shitty place that you should never ever trust." Denver International looks like a bunch of circus tents for Satan's ass clowns.
Satan works under the guise of God here.
Is there a bunch of satanic elites that live here that like are eating children?
I
and then
don't
you
know about that. But the Denver airport definitely has its lore.
I mean, there's too many people, so I guess if they eat some children, that's fine,
You know about Lucifer, right?
We have breaking news this morning. Lucifer, the iconic blue Mustang at Denver International Airport, has been vandalized.
I came across a scalp of somebody's head in a trash can. I came across body parts. I came across a dead dog, like fresh dead dog, which really, it was just sadder to find the dog than the other stuff, though. It was really weird.
So is there like a lot of like Satanist stuff in Denver?
I've never encountered that.
Yeah, I know I got invited to join a Pentecostal church the other day when I was at King Soopers, and I'm just like walking. I'm like, look at all my piercings, and I'm gay, and I'm like, what about this screams like, come to my Pentecostal church? But I like, again, the invitingness.
So if we're nuclear war, we're gonna get nuked first here. So
Yeah. Denver is sunny. Denver is friendly.
There's people that are evil as fuck.
It's cool to visit, but it's probably not somewhere to live at.
People see, they see marijuana or they see the mountains, but they don't see the pain that Colorado goes through. Love is gone from Colorado.
Everything's fake. Nothing matters. Trust no one. Oh no. Time isn't real.
And time does not fucking matter. I fell asleep and woke up in like Jurassic Park, dude.
A bandos. Can you? What's
Abandoned
that?
building.
Is there a lot of that in Denver?
Quite a few.
What are squatter rights? Squatters, or unauthorized occupants, are usually a person or a group of people that are residing in a property that do not own or pay rent on that property.
If I wanted to like hang out with somebody that was in an abandoned house, how would I go? Can I just knock on the door and be like, hey, what's up?
I would call out. Chances are, there's a chance you might get shot or something worse. I mean, it's just a camp safety rule, pretty much. That anybody going in a spot they don't know, call out.
Hello. Do you know if these houses have any squatters or you've had any problems?
The first orange house, there was some there.
Dang, really?
That used to be my mom's house. The only people that ever owned it were just like bums and
Yeah.
kids, and people would come by busting the windows out of their cars and stuff. Like,
Gosh.
park the car over here. I'll park that piece of shit over here and take that back over there.
Did you ever talk to the people that were?
No.
in
Yeah, I never talked to people like that.
the- It must have been a pain seeing it after it was in your family, you know?
My mom would spit it in the urn, you know?
What is the story with this one right now? Do you know?
That house, the people who rented it were running some sort of trafficking operation out of it, and actually SWAT raided that house twice.
My abandoned just got hit the other day, or today. I
Oh.
was sleeping, like 4 o'clock said, come out if you want to not go to jail. I said, oh shit.
I didn't get put my bag and started going out, went real fast out the door, smack dead into a car. He said, "That's a good way to get shot right there." I was like, "Whoa!"
But those squatters won't leave.
Only KRDO News Channel 13's Emily Allen confronted the squatters.
James and Heather, the squatters were supposed to clear out by noon today, but they made it very clear they do plan to stay. Ask you a few questions. They park in the garage, they play in the backyard, and they even get packages delivered.
They're like cockroaches. They've got into this house and they're not going to get out.
It becomes a bando once the bank takes it over with no payments. Or let's say it's a ran down place and it's a health issue at some point. In the middle, there's another bando.
We'd like to ask you a few questions. Are you guys going to be out by noon today?
I don't think that's really any of your concern.
So why do you guys feel privileged to stay at this house?
Renovations are a good example, especially with hotels and apartments and stuff. Nobody's ever there past 10 o'clock at night. As long as you're out before 6, you're good.
How many people do you think are squatting in abandoned buildings in Denver?
Quite a few. If you're smart, back where I'm from, you don't go out in the open like that. You go to a bando.
How could we know better when we would never even think of such a thing?
A lot of our sheds get broken into. People are looking for housing. People are looking for shelter.
Because if you're living in an abandoned structure, then you're not paying rent or mortgage or whatever. So
what's a rent price right now for like a 1-bedroom?
I pay $1,500.
Yeah. Some of the houses on our street are going for what seems like outrageous amounts of money.
What's it cost for a house on the street?
The one a couple houses down was almost, I want to say it was around 600,000. Yeah, I know. I'm like right across from the SWAT house. I mean, but that's Denver. Like, you're paying for the location.
And search for meaning in the pavement. My baby got me down, so I drag my feet the long way down. Stop pretending like I'm over you.
We have the second highest auto theft rate in the country.
Colorado leads the country when it comes to stolen vehicles.
The theft is so bad right now, some drivers have had both a stolen vehicle and a stolen catalytic converter in a matter of hours.
Real shit. And did you know that there's an app on your phone, if you go to Google Play, that I can override any one of the car's alarms, locks, and anything else, 2003 and up? It's called Digital Car Key, and it's under Find My Car. Literally, so all the alarm stuff people do, it's pointless. I can take it from locked, alarmed, and literally parked to unalarmed, unlocked, and driving off.
My guess is it was either a Kia or a Hyundai.
Commander Mike Greenwell says it's one of the top 5 cars targeted.
Car theft and catalytic converter theft is happening, and it's on the rise, and there's nothing we can do about it. As a normal citizen, it's frustrating.
If your car gets stolen in Denver, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
Yeah, my buddy had his car stolen and called the police, and they ended up showing up on barefoot.
It's one thing or the next. I mean, it's usually all over the feeding of drugs and whatever else.
Kids are being high on drugs, and really?
Well, I think it's fentanyl, to be honest. I think that's the main one.
I see a lot of people fall into things that shouldn't be falling to.
Like what?
Fentanyl, temptation, you name it.
Yes, number 67. I just bit right on the highway.
Is this for like fentanyl?
Yeah, well, this is fentanyl. They do it on foils, and everybody's doing it because they put it in everything that's tripped to. About 9 years ago, they gave us fentanyl. They told us it was China White. It was fentanyl. We didn't know that, so we sat out on the block. It lasts like 15, 20 minutes. You need some more.
Yeah.
Great for snails, not great for life.
And all these people are just kind of dookie doing, walking by.
They're dookie doing or rooting it on. or encouraging it. Why can't I make it busted for shit no more? Then my idea, as long as we don't go too much, fuck around, it's church friends, you're good.
Real easy to get stuck. Don't get on the drugs because they'll stick you even harder. Yep. In the drug scene, don't trust it for shit. If you think you want to get high, make sure you know exactly what you want because it'll stick you in that vortex when you're not ready to come out.
I'm still struggling with drugs and stuff like that, kind of, because I have like an upper addiction. And
like meth or something?
Yeah.
I worked for UPS when I first got out in February. My boss did methamphetamines. It was fucking hilarious.
I feel like some people don't recognize that they're coming across a little strong sometimes, and then it comes off weird.
I'm telling you, firsthand, I've been dealing drugs in the trade and dealing illicit substances and whatnot. Because you know, I like to. It's fun. I'm addicted. I got issues. So I was 12 years old, bro. It's my most expensive habit now.
What's your least expensive habit right now?
Meth and pussy. I don't know.
He said there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay. I got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free. I know I can't slow down. I can't hold back, though. You know I wish I could. I know there ain't no rest for the wicked until we close our eyes for good. Well, now a couple hours passed and I was sitting in my house. The day was winding down and coming to an end. And so I turned to the TV and flipped it over to the news. And what I saw, I almost couldn't comprehend. I saw a preacher man in cuffs, he taking money from the church. He stuffed his bank account with righteous dollar bills. But even still, I can't say much because I know we're all the same. Oh yes, we all seek out to satisfy the Strait.
Shit, you see it, you know what's happening, you know, give it insight, you know, look into it. You'll pretty much survive, and you should survive, or at least, you know, knowledge at it, you know, right on to it.
Piles of gold, dude. Piles of gold, platinum, every single type of freaking sapphire and ruby, every single type of gem you can find is right below us, like 4 or 5 feet down below us.
Under Denver.
Like you could go to one of these vents. Specifically, there's a one, oh, I don't want to say that one. I don't want to put that on blast because then it'll never be there.
You'd be surprised how many people find diamond rings on the ground. Once found $7 grand in a bag on the ground. Just not even like a normal backpack, but like a painter's bag, unattended with tar keys and everything else. What the fuck?
So you're telling me if people are watching this from around the country, they can come to Denver to find mystery boxes of cash and diamonds?
Shit, literally, especially towards like 2, 3 in the morning.
That's crazy.
Found a box in there one time. Fucking had it was an ammo box, a pistol, and an extra mag in it. It's called looking down, don't look up.
So I'm feeling like, I don't really call it malice anymore. It'd be more like venom. I would call it venom because I'm around a bunch of creatures, but it's malice.
We don't want to get harmed. We don't want to, you know, harass them or, you know, talk to them in the wrong way, or we don't know what we're dealing with.
This would be the 10th bag that I've had to replace.
Dang, 10th?
Yep.
How much stuff was inside of those bags?
One of those bags had about $34,000 worth of jewelry. Where I'm from, we ain't got none of this stealing shit. You know,
Just going to a skate park, like there'll be sometimes people smoking meth. There'll be sometimes people are trying to jump other people.
Evil is just the complete inability to care about anyone but yourself and what you need physically. Fear doesn't exist to an evil person. The only thing that exists is hunger, pain, and relief. My penance was to bind 4 of the most vile demons to my flesh in order to serve as reconciliation. Because they use my body as a sacrament in the Mason temples and stuff like that. Because
how so as a sacrament?
Huh?
How would they use your body as a sacrament?
They just do prayers and stuff like that and ask for it to happen. And it happens. These people that did this, they're evil as fuck. They're not even people, dude. They're stretched out skins of the people that once were, that are hollows, that are filled with thousands of demons inside their flesh. They're like a bunch of different creatures mushed together with less human flesh. Because they try to get human flesh to stick, it doesn't.
Is that why demons try to possess people? Because they want a body?
They just want to do stuff. They just want to have stuff, do stuff, and get hot.
I see violence. Kids can come for free, but demons are invited. Creepy sing to me, you're making me excited. Tie into the tree, they'll be sitting out the edge. You pull the cells, I learned speech, I've heard the tales. I see violence. Still look back to see, it must be that the tide's in. Gypsy queen to be just holding me in silence. Tie into the tree, they'll be sitting out.
They don't understand it, and they're like, you're evil, you're evil. No, I'm a beast of revelation.
Yeah, that's Denver. That's definitely Denver. I got dreadful society all over. That's what Denver's is. So, in other unhoused related news, HUD is allocated 1.1
A black person comes here from Nigeria
for affordable housing in 600 tribal communities. So, Brother Water God TV gonna give us an update on that.
or Jamaica or Brazil, they're not owed a penny from America. They chose to come here. We are talking about the people who are freedmen, the descendants of people emancipated by this country. We still know those people.
I'm honored to announce the allocation of over $1.1 billion in Indian housing block grant funding to nearly 600 tribal communities across the nation. This announcement comes at a very special time, as this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act.
Might have to drop a dime on them niggas.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So in this video, y'all, we're going over reparations, to talk about reparations and the $1.1 billion that's going to Native Americans. Scott Turner, who is the House Secretary of Urban Development, showing how he's giving $1.1 billion to Native Americans. And it's just very strange that, you know, we don't have the policies about Black Americans. If you look at the statistics on us in this country, is crazy. So that we're still, you know, paying the $5 Indian, which I showed on my channel. All of those treaties that they did with the tribes was all illegal treaties.
Yep.
You know, they put people in position. And I'm standing on that. And we also going over Marcel, he running for Congress. We also got somebody in my Discord that's running for Congress. And we're gonna be pushing them to pushing the policies and the reparations that we want. I'm gonna show y'all a video here of how you're gonna speak, you know, when you get into Congress. Now, without further ado, y'all check this out.
Reparations is not based on race. It's based on status. A black person who comes here from Nigeria or Jamaica or Brazil, they're not owed a penny from America. They chose to come here. We are talking about the people who are freedmen, the descendants of people emancipated by this country. We still know those people because you are one of those people. I am one of those people. A lot of those people here in the audience, I just told you I could break down my genealogy, my dear Nana. was 101 when she died. My great-grandfather just died 3 weeks ago. He was 100. He remembers fighting alongside white veterans in World War II. He remembers coming back and seeing his white veterans get homes and lands and pensions and the door being slammed in his face. And we are going to say that America that says liberty and justice for all, that's okay, get over it, keep it moving, while we have to hear never forget for everyone else's tragedy. And as far as from where reparations will come, I need people to stop thinking it's going to come from their tax dollars. Look at all the trillions that America spends right now. We talk about inflation, the invisible tax. We have something called the PPP loans. Do we remember the PPP loans? America spent $6 trillion on PPP loans. You know what they just did? They canceled all of it. And we didn't even know. America gave the corporations, the banks alone, $29 trillion. You know what they did with that? They canceled all of it. So let's stop acting as if America is as hamstrung by debt as they want to pretend. Because when America wants to pay for something, they find a way to do it. And truth be told, the corporations, again, aren't hurting. The defense manufacturers aren't hurting. It's only Americans who are hurting. And that is a choice. We all know it's a choice. That's why we're running for office, because we know this country can do better. So I refuse to accept that this country can't do right by a people they've wronged for centuries, and I refuse to accept that any justice-minded person thinks that's the right thing to do.
As Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, I'm honored to announce the allocation of over $1.1 billion in Indian housing block grant funding to nearly 600 tribal communities across the nation. This announcement comes at a very special time, as this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. 3 decades ago, Unhoused reshaped how the federal government partners with tribal communities to address their housing needs. It recognized the power of self-determination and provided tribal nations with a flexible solution to identify their own housing needs and implement solutions tailored to fit their community. That vision has stood the test of time. Since its passage, Unhoused has helped tribes build, acquire, and rehabilitate more than 160,000 homes across Indian country. These homes are more than bricks and mortar. There are places where families thrive, where traditions are honored, and where communities grow stronger. I have seen some of these units firsthand during my travels. Unhoused replaced heavy-handed mandates from Washington, D.C. with the flexible block grant that have allowed tribes to meet the needs of their local communities. As sovereign nations, tribes are in the best position to know what their tribal members need. And Unhoused recognizes that by upholding tribal sovereignty and tribal self-determination, this milestone is also a tribute to the extraordinary leadership of tribal governments and the dedication of tribal housing professionals. Their hard work has ensured that Unhoused continues to deliver on its promise generation after generation. I hope you will join with us this year in celebrating the important milestone and in acknowledging the tireless efforts of those who have made Unhoused a success. Visit www.HUD.gov/NAHASDA30 to explore our Anniversary Communications Toolkit. Together, we honor the past, and we look forward to building a future where every Native family has access to safe, affordable, and culturally grounded housing. Thank you, and I look forward to visiting tribal communities around the country this year to see more outstanding Unhoused projects in action.
Had a meeting and they were voting on reparations. The first question was, do you think slavery was the greatest crime against humanity? The second question was, do you think descendants of enslaved peoples deserve reparations? The UN voted yes, but 52 countries abstained, and 3 said fuck no. I'm gonna run down the list of all of the countries because I have it written down, but I just want to let you know that all of the EU abstained, all of it. You know how, like, I hate France. Do you know how disgusting of an individual that you have to be to force a country to pay you because you are allowing them to be free, pay them because you don't have slaves anymore, and now you're talking about legal fucking framework while you're in the same room as the ambassador? They just need to fight, because fuck the French, always and forever. Honestly, I think Iran can come after all of y'all. Portugal, Portugal transported over 6 million enslaved peoples. They don't think they was wrong. This is the thing about the West. The West don't think they're wrong. Netherlands, crazy PR team, because they're the Dutch West Indies Company, meaning they enslaved Indonesians, they enslaved Caribbeans. They still have, like, modern day Dutch pensions still hold money from slavery. The Amsterdam was built with slavery. Spain, need I see more? Mexico, what they did in Mexico to the indigenous tribes, the Aztecs. I don't know if it was Aztecs actually. I'm not even gonna say all that. Columbus, Christopher fucking Columbus, San Junipero Serra in fucking California. Yeah, fucking disgusting. Settler colonialists. So if you were like Canada, New Zealand, Chile, Uruguay, they abstained because they are settler colonies. People came there that didn't live there and they killed the indigenous community or they assimilated them. Shout out to Canada, shout out to New Zealand. Switzerland abstained, which is so like surprising, low-key, because like they never were involved in slavery. But you know what? They hold all the money and they probably got money from slavery still in their banks. Oman in the Middle East, I think that was the only Middle Eastern country that abstained. They have slaves currently. Aussie, Australia. Need I say any more? Fucking Britain sent a prison nation and they killed all their aboriginals and all those white people there are descendants of prisoners. Yeah, cool. Japan colonized South Korea. What is that? Unit 731. They're not good people in Japan. We need to stop fucking going to Japan. I better not see a nigga in Japan this summer. I'm not playing. And then the last three, the other settler colonies, Argentina, Israel, and US. Now, everybody's like, why did Argentina do that? Why did Argentina do that? Because Argentina killed a lot of its indigenous people, indigenous brown and black people during the Dirty War. They killed a lot of those people. Like they threw them out of the back of the planes. And they killed a lot of leftists too while they were at it. And then they restructured their racial system and gave like free visas out to Europe and like kind of incentivized white people to come live in Argentina. And so they pride themselves on being the most like lightest country in South America. Yeah, I know, crazy, right? Like literally mentally ill. Israel, so crazy that you voted against reparations when your whole shit is built on crimes against humanity need to have restitutions. I hate a bitch, man. I hate a bitch. Because you know what's crazy? The whole world, everybody, even Russia and China agreed with us. Even though it's like, don't let Russia and China fool you because they're trying to hide that they're also imperialists. This is the thing. They're just trying to position themselves in a place where they are siding with the global south no matter what, and that they're always going to be against Western hegemony. Doesn't mean they're not going to be imperialists because Russia is in Sudan trying to get that gold. Don't let them play. To Ukraine and Armenia, I hope whatever crisis you're going through keeps continuing. And then to Georgia and Monaco, countries that nobody even fucking knew existed, the West doesn't give a fuck about you. You don't have a resource to give. And it's so crazy because these countries have built cathedrals, castles, buildings, cobblestone roads, all of these markets on top of enslaved money. And then you look at Britain, they just finished paying that fucking loan back to buy slaves. Like they took a loan out from a bank to buy slaves, and they just finished paying it back in 2015. But now you need legal framework, right? Now you need legal framework. Yeah, this is my thing, right? We better not visit any of these countries I just named. I'm never going to fucking Belgium. France stinks. Portugal, I heard it was pretty, but it's boring. Netherlands, fuck them. They stink too. And fuck Spain. Fuck New Zealand. Fuck Chile. Fuck. You know what, bitch? I wish y'all got stuck in that fucking mine cave. I hope y'all dead. Y'all remember that Chile mine crisis? I hope they got stuck in that bitch. Uruguay, fucking gay. Fuck you. Canada. You're fucking Canadian. I knew fucking Drake was weird. And Israel, bitch, fuck you. And fuck Argentina. And I hope Argentina has a horrible day. Honestly.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All right. Now we're going to the...
But, you know, life is full of choices and decisions. So It's the choice and decision that I made to be out here in the streets, and I got to make my mind up to get up out the street.
Heroin been sitting over there for since I was a little boy now. Since the white kids are buying it now, it's a big thing now. You know, it is. So, you know, as long as we doing it, it's okay. And so, but they're gonna put us right directly where that next door neighbor got it. Then the bootleg man downstairs. So it's hard to beat it, man.
Well, it's hard because there's a lot of rats and ants. And we lost our place. Okay, we had somewhere to live, and he lost his job. So we ended up out here. The people say they're going to get us somewhere to stay at, so we ended up out here.
Welcome, Homeless Life Stories.
If you believe these stories need to be heard, please stand with me by clicking subscribe. Your support through the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description is a vital resource for me to continue venturing into these hidden corners, giving a voice to lives that are being forgotten. Remember, a city will not be remembered for the buildings it raises, but for the people it refused to leave behind. In Atlanta, the morning begins not with the sound of an alarm clock, but with the fear of displacement for a woman huddled by the roadside, clutching a frayed backpack as if holding on to the last remaining fragment of her life. Directly above her head, giant electronic billboards glow brilliantly, counting down the days to the FIFA World Cup 2026, creating a harsh contrast with the damp blanket and a few crumpled papers at her feet, the only assets she possesses, with no locks and no address to return to. While the entire city is in a rush to apply makeup, building billion-dollar stadiums, and clearing streets to welcome millions of international tourists, for her, every passing minute is a bated breath. She understands that a bulldozer could arrive at any moment, erasing this final refuge to restore a perfect appearance for the world to see. The most terrifying thing is not the disappearance of a tent, but how a human being can be swept out of the city's frame so quickly. It raises a haunting question. Is Atlanta truly resolving the crisis? Or is it merely trying to push vulnerable people out of sight so that the darkness of poverty does not dim the radiance of the world-class matches? The Atlanta of 2026 emerges with pride. Part 1. Atlanta grows wealthier, but who is being left behind? Its glass-clad skyscrapers reflecting the southern sky. This is the symbol of a radiant New South, a tech hub, a film capital, and a destination for billion-dollar capital flows. But right beneath the shadows of the luxury high-rises in Midtown or downtown, another reality exists quietly, an Atlanta of the invisible. The city's prosperity is like a rising tide, but instead of lifting all boats, it drowns those without oars. While real estate prices soar to anticipate the 2026 World Cup wave, thousands of longtime residents are being pushed to the margins. As luxury apartment complexes rise around the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the working poor do not disappear. They simply move from old apartments to sleeping in cars, then from cars to beneath bridges, and finally to the hidden corners of the sidewalk where the neon lights of development do not reach. The heartbreaking paradox is this. The more feverishly Atlanta prepares for the global football festival, the wider the gap between housing and humanity becomes. Urban upgrade projects to create bustling fan zones have inadvertently wiped out the last remaining low-cost housing units. Listen to the words of a man who has lived here for 40 years, now lying on a cardboard sheet opposite a 5-star hotel construction site, being rushed to completion for FIFA officials. I didn't leave this city. It's growing too fast to get ready for the World Cup. And gradually, there's no room left for people like me anymore. Homelessness in Atlanta does not exist outside of development. It lies directly within its shadow. It is the consequence of a race where the speed of beautifying for international guests has far outpaced the ability to protect the vulnerable. Atlanta is shining before billions of global viewers, but what will that beauty mean if it is built upon the forgetting of those who once called this place home? When passing by a cluttered encampment, Part 2, from the economic slide to the fentanyl spiral. Beneath a highway overpass, people often hurry away with a prejudiced question. Why did they choose this life? But the truth is, no one wakes up and chooses the sidewalk as their home. For the vast majority of the homeless in Atlanta, the path to the curb is not a sudden leap, but a long, slow, and helpless slide. It often begins with the smallest cracks in the financial foundation, a landlord announcing a rent increase of $300 to anticipate the real estate fever around the 2026 World Cup venues, a sudden medical bill from a workplace accident, or simply a week of unpaid leave. In a city where the cost of living is skyrocketing, like Atlanta, just one misstep can cause your entire life to collapse. From crashing on a relative's sofa, they move into their car, and when the car is repossessed due to debt, the sidewalk becomes the final stop. When the pockets are empty, self-esteem begins to shatter as well. And that is precisely when fentanyl, the chemical monster, finds the gap to seep in. Make no mistake, fentanyl is often not the initial cause, but a lethal painkiller for overwhelming psychological trauma. Amidst the bone-chilling cold of an Atlanta winter night, or the humiliation of being chased away during the day, fentanyl brings a temporary numbness. It helps them forget the hunger, the longing for family, and the cold indifference of passers-by. For someone sleeping on cardboard, fentanyl is a false, warm blanket and a way to escape the harsh reality when the hope of a home has become an unaffordable luxury. But the price of that peace is a spiral with no exit. Fentanyl does not just devastate the body, it breaks every link a human being has with the support system. Once entangled in addiction, appointments with social workers are missed due to the high. Crucial identification documents are lost during sweeps, and the will to return to a normal life is eroded until it vanishes. When you are hungry and in pain, you don't think about rebuilding your life. You only think about how to feel nothing for the next 4 hours. A bitter monologue from downtown. Paradoxically, while the city spends tens of millions of dollars to tighten security and clean up drug hotspots in preparation for the global football festival, those struggling with addiction are pushed even deeper into a more dangerous darkness. Atlanta can use bulldozers to clear encampments overnight, but they cannot bulldoze away the pain and chemical dependency surrounding these individuals. The shadow of fentanyl begins in the economic fractures that society has inadvertently ignored, creating a dual crisis: the exhaustion of the wallet and the collapse of the soul, which no brilliant lights of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium can ever conceal. When seeing cluttered encampments. Part 3. Why shelters and support systems fail to save everyone. The first question many ask, with a hint of judgment, is, why don't they just go to a shelter? In theory, Atlanta possesses a substantial support system, ranging from outreach programs and paperwork assistance to addiction treatment centers and mental health counseling. But the bitter reality is that between available services and people actually reaching those services, there lies a vast chasm, sometimes wider than the distance from the sidewalk to a building's front door. The first issue lies within the very nature of shelters themselves. For many people, a bed in a room shared with 50 strangers is not a safe haven, but a source of intense panic. Many shelters enforce extremely rigid regulations, strict curfews, no pets allowed, their only loyal companions, and often the separation of couples or families. For someone who has endured immense trauma, giving up their last bit of privacy or parting with their only emotional anchor in exchange for a short-term bed is a price too high to pay. The system sometimes operates mechanically and remains indifferent to shattered lives. To receive long-term support, you need identification documents, a social security number, a phone with battery to receive calls, and a mind clear enough to track complex appointments. But how can a person struggling with hunger, chronic sleep deprivation and the constant fear of losing everything in sweeps keep a scrap of paper dry or a phone from being stolen. Look at the story of Maria, a woman we met at a street corner near 5 Points. She stood before the entrance of a large shelter downtown, but ultimately turned away. Maria did not feel calm enough to step into that cramped space filled with noise and strangers' gazes. To her, a hidden corner beneath a bridge, though freezing, at least gave her a sense of control over her own space. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, makes the walls of the support system feel as suffocating as a prison. In the context of Atlanta hurriedly adding hundreds of temporary beds to clean up the streets ahead of the 2026 World Cup, we must face the truth. A bed for the night is merely a bandage placed over a necrotic wound. It may help the city look cleaner in the eyes of international tourists, but it does not save a human being from crisis. If the system focuses only on managing head counts instead of understanding psychological barriers and the fractures in the soul, then shelter doors will forever remain slammed shut for people like Maria, no matter how wide they may appear to be open. The message here is clear. Shelters can address the need for sleep, but to truly bring a human being back to life, Atlanta needs more than just bunk beds. It needs the patience and compassion to heal lives that have lost all faith in every system.
Seasonal shelters open temporarily during the winter months, providing a warm and a safe place for people experiencing homelessness.
Last year, we told you about the challenges caused by a lack of seasonal shelters across the community. Even this year, News 5's Nadine Abasada is following through after a local organization found a more permanent solution.
Something alarming is happening across America right now. Millions of families are working every day, yet they no longer have a place to live. Instead of returning to homes or apartments, many are sleeping inside cars, vans, and parking lots just to survive. Today, we are uncovering the growing crisis of car homelessness in America and the shocking numbers behind it. Across the United States, a growing number of people are being forced to live in cars, vans, and RVs because they can no longer afford traditional housing. This trend is often called vehicle homelessness or car homelessness, and it has quietly become one of the fastest growing forms of homelessness in the country. Unlike the homelessness many people picture, these individuals are not sleeping on sidewalks or in tents. Instead, they survive by sleeping inside their vehicles in parking lots, side streets, rest areas, or near their workplaces, trying to blend into everyday life as much as possible. Housing researchers and homelessness organizations estimate that hundreds of thousands of Americans are now living in vehicles for at least part of the year. In cities like Los Angeles, Seattle, San Jose, and Portland, people living in vehicles make up a significant portion of the homeless population. In Los Angeles County alone, thousands of people are believed to be sleeping in cars, vans, and RVs every single night. One reason this trend has grown so quickly is that a vehicle offers a temporary form of shelter and mobility. People can lock their doors, store their belongings, and move to a new location if needed. For many families, a car has become the last barrier standing between them and sleeping completely outdoors with no protection at all. However, living in a vehicle creates serious daily challenges. People struggle to find safe places to park overnight, access bathrooms, find shower facilities, or charge their devices. Extreme weather makes the situation even more dangerous, especially during intense heat waves or freezing winter temperatures. Experts consistently say that vehicle homelessness is growing because housing costs are rising far faster than wages, leaving many people with no affordable place to live. For thousands of families across America, a vehicle has become the final safety net in a housing system that many believe is breaking down at a rapid pace. One of the most striking aspects of America's homelessness crisis is that many of the people living in vehicles actually hold steady jobs. These individuals are often referred to as the working homeless. They wake up early, report to work, and earn a paycheck just like millions of other Americans. The critical difference is that when their shift ends, they return not to an apartment or house, but to a car, van, or RV parked somewhere nearby. Economic data shows that wages for many workers have simply not kept pace with rising housing costs. Over the past decade, rents in many cities have climbed dramatically, while income growth has remained much slower by comparison. As a result, many workers now spend over 50% of their monthly income on rent alone, leaving almost nothing left over for food, transportation, healthcare, or savings of any kind. According to housing experts, nearly 40% of renters in the United States are considered cost-burdened, meaning they spend a very large portion of their earnings just to maintain a roof over their heads. When rent increases again, or a financial emergency strikes, many families fall behind quickly. For some workers, a single unexpected event is all it takes to trigger homelessness. Losing a job, dealing with a medical emergency, going through a divorce, or facing a sudden car repair can push a household into serious crisis. One of the primary forces driving car homelessness in America is the deepening housing affordability crisis that has been building for years. Across much of the country, the cost of renting or buying a home has increased sharply over the past decade. In some major cities, rents have jumped by 30 to 40% or more, placing enormous financial pressure on working families who are already stretched thin. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in many urban areas now exceeds $1,500 to $2,000 per month, while wages for many workers have not grown at the same pace. Housing economists often refer to a standard guideline known as the 30% rule, which suggests that people should spend no more than 30% of their income on housing costs. However, millions of Americans today are spending far more than that every month just to stay housed. In many cities, renters must now earn over $25 per hour just to afford a modest apartment without becoming financially strained. For workers earning minimum wage or slightly above it, this creates an almost impossible financial situation with no clear path forward. A critical part of the problem is the ongoing shortage of affordable housing units across the country. Studies from housing organizations consistently show that the United States is missing millions of affordable rental homes for low-income households. As the population grows and housing construction struggles to keep pace, the supply of genuinely affordable units continues to shrink year after year. When affordable housing becomes scarce, landlords raise rents because demand remains extremely high. This pushes many renters out of the market entirely. For families living paycheck to paycheck, even a modest rent increase of $100 to $200 per month can be enough to cause eviction. Once someone loses their home, finding another affordable apartment quickly becomes a serious challenge that many are unable to overcome. One of the main reasons the vehicle homelessness crisis so often goes unnoticed is that many people living in cars and RVs are largely invisible to the public and to official statistics. The traditional image of homelessness typically involves tents on sidewalks or people sleeping in doorways. Vehicle dwellers, however, blend into everyday life far more easily, making their struggles harder to see and harder to count. Many people living in cars park overnight in store parking lots, quiet residential streets, industrial areas, or highway rest stops. During the day, they may go to work, visit libraries, stop at gyms, or sit in coffee shops to access restrooms and electrical outlets. Because of this daily movement and routine, their housing situation becomes extremely difficult to detect without looking closely. Government homelessness counts typically rely on a method called the point-in-time count, which attempts to measure the number of homeless individuals on a single night each year. While this approach provides some useful data, experts widely believe it misses a large portion of vehicle dwellers, especially those who move frequently to avoid attracting attention from authorities or property owners. As a result, the true number of Americans living in vehicles could be significantly higher than official estimates suggest. Some advocacy organizations believe the number may reach hundreds of thousands nationwide, particularly in areas where housing costs have surged the most dramatically. Another important reason vehicle homelessness stays hidden is the deep stigma attached to it. Many individuals feel embarrassed or ashamed about their situation and go to great lengths to keep it secret from coworkers, friends, or family members. Some parents drop their children off at school every morning without anyone realizing the family slept in a nearby car the night before. Because these families remain largely invisible, their struggles receive far less political attention than they deserve. Perhaps the most heartbreaking dimension of the car homelessness crisis is the growing number of families with young children who are forced to live in vehicles. Across the United States, school districts are reporting increasing numbers of students who do not have stable housing, a trend that educators and child welfare experts find deeply alarming. Under federal education guidelines, students who live in cars, motels, shelters, or other forms of temporary housing are officially classified as homeless students. Many school systems track these numbers carefully to ensure that children still have consistent access to education despite their unstable living situations. Recent estimates suggest that over 1 million students in the United States experience some form of homelessness each year, and a significant portion of them spend time living in vehicles with their families. For many parents, a car becomes the only place where the entire family can stay together while they work to rebuild their lives and finances. Living in a vehicle creates significant challenges for children on a daily basis. Sleep can be difficult because of cramped conditions, outside noise, or anxiety about being told to move by police or security. Without access to a kitchen, preparing healthy and nutritious meals also becomes a constant struggle. Maintaining personal hygiene presents another serious challenge. Families must rely on public restrooms, gym facilities, or community centers to wash and keep themselves clean each day. Despite these obstacles, many parents work incredibly hard to keep their children's lives as normal and stable as possible. Some wake up before dawn each morning to drive to a safe location so their children can change clothes before school. Experts warn that prolonged housing instability can affect children's education, mental health, and long-term development in ways that are difficult to reverse. Many people assume that individuals experiencing homelessness can simply walk into a shelter and find help. But the reality across much of America is far more complicated. Homeless shelters in many cities operate at or beyond full capacity, especially in areas where housing costs have climbed the highest. In some regions, people must wait weeks or even months before a shelter bed becomes available, leaving them with few immediate options. Even when shelter space exists, the rules that come with it can make the situation very difficult for families. Many shelters require residents to leave early each morning and return only at a set time in the evening. This schedule can be impossible for people working night shifts or those with unpredictable work hours. Some shelters also separate men from women, meaning a family could be forced to sleep apart from one another. Safety is another serious concern. Many individuals report that shelters can be crowded, stressful, and sometimes unsafe environments, particularly for women and children. Theft, conflict between residents, and a complete lack of privacy are common complaints from people who have stayed in them. For people who own a vehicle, living in it often feels like the safer and more dignified choice. A car or RV allows a family to stay together, lock their doors, maintain some personal independence, and remain close to their jobs, children's schools, and support networks. Shelters also frequently impose time limits on how long residents can stay, sometimes allowing only a few weeks of housing before asking people to leave. Once that period ends, families may find themselves back in the same desperate situation. Because of all these factors, many people who lose their housing never enter the shelter system at all, turning instead to their vehicles as their last available refuge. Vehicle homelessness has increased dramatically in several major American cities, particularly in areas where housing costs have risen the fastest and most relentlessly over the past decade. Cities along the West Coast have been especially hard hit, including Los Angeles, San Diego, San Jose, and Seattle, where the gap between wages and housing costs has grown to a critical level. In Los Angeles County, homelessness counts have revealed that tens of thousands of people are living without stable housing, and thousands of them are sleeping in vehicles every night. Entire streets have become lined with parked RVs and vans as people search for any safe place to rest. The scale of the problem is visible to anyone who drives through many parts of the city. San Diego has also seen a significant increase in vehicle dwellers. Local reports have estimated that thousands of people are living in cars, vans, and RVs throughout the city, often moving from one parking spot to another to avoid receiving fines or being forced to relocate by authorities. Seattle and Portland have experienced similar troubling trends. Rising housing costs combined with strong job markets that continue to attract new residents have created intense pressure on the housing supply. When rents increase faster than wages, more people are pushed out of traditional housing and into their vehicles. This crisis is not limited to the West Coast. Cities like Phoenix, Denver, Las Vegas, and Austin have also reported increases in vehicle homelessness as housing costs rise sharply in fast-growing regions across the country. In many of these cities, local governments are struggling to balance enforcement with compassion. Some neighborhoods raise concerns about parked vehicles, sanitation, and safety, while advocacy groups argue these individuals simply have nowhere else to go. Inflation has become another powerful force driving the increase in vehicle homelessness across the United States in recent years. The cost of everyday necessities, including food, fuel, healthcare, and utilities, has risen significantly, placing additional strain on households that were already struggling to make ends meet each month. For families already having difficulty affording rent, even modest increases in everyday living expenses can push their budgets completely over the edge. When grocery prices rise or gasoline becomes more expensive, families may suddenly find themselves unable to keep up with their housing payments alongside everything else. Inflation also affects housing costs in very direct ways. Higher construction costs, rising property taxes, and increased maintenance expenses often lead landlords to raise rents for their tenants. In competitive housing markets where demand remains strong, these price increases can happen rapidly and without much warning. A further challenge is that wage growth has not kept up with inflation for many workers across the country. While some industries have seen meaningful salary increases, millions of Americans employed in service jobs, retail, and hospitality continue to earn wages that fall far short of what housing in their communities actually costs. As a result, families that once managed to cover their rent each month may now find themselves living paycheck to paycheck with no financial cushion to absorb unexpected expenses or emergencies of any kind. When an unexpected cost arises, such as a sudden medical bill, a job loss, or a car repair that cannot be postponed, some households fall behind on rent almost immediately. Once the possibility of eviction becomes real, options narrow quickly. For some people, moving into a vehicle becomes the only way to avoid sleeping completely outdoors while they try to stabilize their finances. Economists warn that as long as inflation remains elevated and housing costs continue climbing, more Americans will face serious housing insecurity in the years ahead. Living in a vehicle is not only physically challenging, but also emotionally and psychologically exhausting in ways that are difficult for most people to fully imagine. For many families, the constant uncertainty of not having a stable, secure home creates a state of chronic stress and anxiety that does not let up from day to day. One of the greatest daily challenges is the complete lack of privacy. Cars and vans are extremely small spaces, often shared by multiple people who have no personal space to retreat to at any point. Parents and children must sleep, eat, and spend most of their waking hours in a cramped environment with almost no room to move or decompress. Sleep itself can be deeply disrupted for vehicle dwellers. Many worry constantly about being told to move by police, security guards, or property owners, which means they often sleep very lightly or wake up multiple times throughout the night, never fully resting. The ongoing fear of being noticed or confronted creates another layer of constant tension. Many people park in a different location every night to avoid drawing attention, leading to a daily lifestyle built around uncertainty and constant movement with no sense of permanence. For parents, the emotional burden can feel crushing. Many carry intense guilt and worry about their children's well-being, wondering how the experience is shaping their development and what long-term effects it may have. Children living in vehicles may experience visible stress, embarrassment at school, and real difficulty concentrating on their studies, especially if classmates or teachers discover their situation. Mental health professionals warn that prolonged housing instability significantly increases the risk of depression, anxiety, and trauma. While some families eventually recover and find stable housing, others can become trapped in a cycle where the emotional toll makes rebuilding feel nearly impossible. Although living in a vehicle can offer a basic form of temporary shelter during a housing crisis, it also exposes people to a wide range of serious safety risks that many people on the outside rarely consider. One of the most immediate dangers is crime. Individuals sleeping alone or with their families in parked cars can become easy targets for theft, harassment, or physical violence, particularly when parked in unfamiliar or isolated areas. Many vehicle dwellers try to park in well-lit areas or near other people to feel safer, but even these locations can attract unwanted attention from authorities, property owners, or individuals looking to take advantage of vulnerable people. Extreme weather represents another very real and potentially life-threatening danger. During summer heat waves, the inside of a parked car can reach dangerously high temperatures within minutes, especially without proper ventilation. In winter, freezing temperatures can make sleeping in a vehicle not just uncomfortable, but genuinely life-threatening without adequate blankets or heating sources. The lack of access to proper sanitation creates additional health risks over time. Without regular access to clean bathrooms, showers, and running water, maintaining basic hygiene becomes extremely difficult. Many vehicle dwellers depend on public restrooms, gas stations, or gym memberships whenever they are available and affordable. Vehicle dwellers also face significant legal risks in many cities. Sleeping in a car is illegal in some areas, and people can receive parking tickets, large fines, or have their vehicle towed away entirely. Losing a vehicle can be absolutely devastating because it often serves as the person's only form of shelter. Access to healthcare and social services also becomes much harder without a stable mailing address. These compounding risks make clear that vehicle living is not a solution, but a dangerous temporary survival strategy that demands urgent public attention. As vehicle homelessness continues to grow across the United States, many cities have responded by passing laws that restrict or outright ban sleeping in cars, vans, and RVs. These ordinances are often introduced in response to complaints from nearby residents about sanitation issues, safety concerns, or the formation of large vehicle encampments on public streets. However, critics and housing advocates strongly argue that these policies frequently push vulnerable people into even more desperate and dangerous situations. In several major cities, local governments have introduced overnight parking restrictions, anti-sleeping ordinances, and bans on vehicle dwelling in specific areas. These rules can make it illegal for someone to sleep in their vehicle during certain hours or in designated neighborhoods. In many cases, individuals caught violating these rules can receive fines ranging from $50 to several $100 depending on the city and the nature of the violation. For people already struggling to cover basic living expenses, these fines can quickly become overwhelming and impossible to pay off. If tickets go unpaid, a vehicle can be booted or towed, and the fees required to recover it can reach hundreds of dollars. For someone whose vehicle is also their only shelter, losing it entirely can be absolutely catastrophic. Cities including Los Angeles, San Diego, Honolulu, and Seattle have debated or implemented various regulations aimed at limiting or eliminating vehicle dwelling in their communities. In Los Angeles, certain streets prohibit overnight parking for oversized vehicles like RVs in order to reduce the concentration of large encampments in residential neighborhoods. Supporters of these laws argue they are necessary to maintain public safety and neighborhood quality. However, housing advocates counter that enforcement without providing real alternative housing simply relocates the problem rather than solving it in any meaningful way. In many American cities, the growing number of people living in vehicles has led to the formation of what are often called vehicle encampments. These are areas where dozens or sometimes hundreds of cars, vans, and RVs gather together in the same location because residents have found a spot where they can temporarily stay without being immediately forced to move. These clusters of vehicles have become an increasingly visible part of the landscape in cities where housing costs have surged. Vehicle encampments tend to appear in industrial districts, near highway overpasses, in large commercial parking lots, or along quieter residential streets where enforcement is less frequent. Over time, they can develop into informal communities where residents share important information about safe parking locations, nearby services, or places to find food and water. In cities like Los Angeles, some streets have become well known for long rows of RVs parked bumper to bumper stretching for blocks at a time. Similar scenes have been reported in San Jose, Oakland, San Diego, and Seattle, where vehicle homelessness has grown rapidly over the course of the past decade as housing costs have continued to outpace wages. While these communities sometimes provide residents with a sense of mutual support and shared experience, they also raise legitimate concerns about living conditions. Without access to proper sanitation, regular garbage collection, or restroom facilities, conditions in these areas can deteriorate significantly over time. Local governments often respond by ordering encampment cleanups that require all vehicles to relocate so that streets can be cleared. However, these actions almost never solve the deeper problem. Most residents simply move to another nearby street or parking area and begin the cycle again. Advocates argue that vehicle encampments are a visible symptom of a housing system that is failing millions of Americans, and that sweeping them away without offering real solutions helps no one. One of the harshest realities that vehicle dwellers face is that poverty itself tends to create additional financial burdens, trapping people in a cycle that becomes increasingly difficult to escape. Many people who live in cars and RVs quickly find themselves dealing with a steady stream of fines, fees, and unexpected penalties that make rebuilding their finances feel nearly impossible. For example, individuals sleeping in their vehicles may receive parking tickets if they stay in one location too long or park in an area with restrictions. These tickets can cost anywhere from $50 to $100 or more depending on the city. For someone already unable to cover basic necessities, paying those fines is often simply out of the question. If tickets pile up and go unpaid, vehicles can be booted or towed by city authorities, with recovery fees that can easily reach several $100s. For someone whose car or RV is also their only shelter, losing it is not just a transportation problem, but a complete loss of housing in an instant. Maintaining the vehicle itself creates another ongoing financial challenge. Repairs, fuel, insurance premiums, and registration renewals all add up quickly. A single mechanical breakdown or flat tire can leave someone stranded without both transportation and shelter simultaneously. Many vehicle dwellers also face serious difficulties accessing basic banking services or receiving mail, since they lack a stable address. Without these things, it becomes harder to manage bills, maintain a credit history, or successfully apply for assistance programs that might actually help. These barriers illustrate what economists call the cost of being poor. Without a financial foundation to stand on, even small, unexpected expenses can rapidly snowball into larger crises. This is why so many vehicle dwellers remain stuck in a cycle where escaping homelessness becomes harder with every passing month. For a significant number of Americans, the path to vehicle homelessness begins not with years of financial mismanagement, but with a single devastating crisis. Two of the most common triggers are sudden job loss and overwhelming medical debt. Even households that previously considered themselves financially stable can fall into housing insecurity with alarming speed when unexpected economic shocks arrive. Layoffs can quickly destabilize any family that depends on a steady income to cover rent or mortgage payments each month. Without meaningful savings stored away, even a few months of unemployment can make it almost impossible to keep up with housing costs. Landlords cannot wait indefinitely, and once payments fall behind, eviction proceedings can begin relatively quickly. Medical emergencies represent another major pathway into homelessness. In the United States, healthcare expenses can be extraordinarily high, and unexpected medical bills can reach thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars in a short period. Families without adequate insurance coverage may suddenly find themselves drowning in debt with no clear way out. When medical bills begin piling up, some families are forced to make an impossible choice between paying for healthcare and paying rent. Over time, prioritizing medical care can lead to missed housing payments and eventual eviction from their homes. Divorce or family separation adds another layer of financial strain. When one household splits into two, both individuals must independently afford housing at the same time, which becomes extremely difficult in cities where rents are already very high. Economic downturns, natural disasters, and rising living costs can push already vulnerable households even further toward the edge. Once someone loses their housing, finding another affordable place to live becomes far harder than it was before. For many families, a vehicle becomes the only available bridge while they attempt to recover from whatever crisis brought them there. In response to the rising number of people living in vehicles, a growing number of cities and nonprofit organizations across the country have begun developing programs specifically designed to offer safer living conditions and essential support services to vehicle dwellers. While these efforts are still limited in scale, they represent an important acknowledgement that people living in cars and RVs deserve real help rather than simply enforcement. One of the most well-known approaches is the Safe Parking Program. These initiatives allow individuals and families living in cars or RVs to park overnight in designated monitored areas where they can sleep without fear of receiving fines or being harassed or forced to move. These locations are often staffed or watched over, and many provide access to portable restrooms, trash collection, and basic security measures. Cities including San Diego, Santa Barbara, and Los Angeles have experimented with safe parking programs as a way to offer temporary relief to vehicle dwellers while they search for permanent housing solutions. The programs aim to provide a stable base from which people can begin to stabilize their lives. Many of these programs also connect participants with on-site or visiting social workers who can help them navigate job placement services, housing assistance applications, healthcare options, and mental health support resources. Nonprofit organizations often play a central role in these efforts by supplying food assistance, hygiene facilities, mobile showers, and short-term financial aid to help cover emergencies. In some communities, churches and local charities allow vehicle dwellers to park in their lots overnight as part of volunteer outreach efforts. While these programs can make a meaningful difference in individual lives, they consistently operate at a scale far smaller than the need that exists. Advocates emphasize that safe parking initiatives are not a permanent fix, but rather a critical safety measure that helps stabilize people while longer-term housing solutions are developed and expanded. The growing phenomenon of vehicle homelessness is widely seen by researchers, economists, and housing experts as a warning signal pointing to deeper and more systemic problems within the American economy. When significant numbers of people are forced to sleep in cars and RVs despite working or actively searching for jobs, it suggests that fundamental systems meant to support working families are under serious strain. Housing affordability sits at the center of this issue. Over the past decade, housing costs in many cities have increased far faster than wages, creating a widening gap that millions of Americans cannot bridge no matter how hard they work. At the same time, the supply of genuinely affordable housing has failed to keep pace with population growth and rising demand. Economic inequality plays a significant role as well. While some households have benefited from rising incomes and growing investment portfolios, many others continue to face stagnant wages while the cost of basic necessities climbs steadily higher each year. For millions of Americans, this combination means living paycheck to paycheck with essentially no financial cushion to absorb unexpected expenses. A single emergency, whether a job loss, a medical bill, or a family crisis, can quickly lead to eviction and housing instability for people who never imagined finding themselves in that position. The expansion of vehicle homelessness also reveals how fragile middle-class stability has become for many households. People who once considered themselves financially secure may suddenly find themselves without stable housing after 1 or 2 bad months. Experts broadly agree that solving this crisis will require a combination of real solutions working together: expanding affordable housing supply, raising wages to match living costs, improving healthcare access, and strengthening the social safety net. Until these underlying issues are meaningfully addressed, vehicle homelessness is likely to remain a growing and visible feature of the American housing crisis for years to come. This growing crisis shows that something deeper is happening inside the American housing system, and millions of families are now feeling the consequences. We want to hear your thoughts about this situation, so share your opinion or experience in the comments below. And if you want to understand how rising rent and housing shortages are pushing more Americans toward homelessness, make sure to watch our next video.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed back on over to Minnesota. It's been a while, but we have to fly back on over there. Why is that? Because in Minnesota, the Somali fraudsters engaged in the Feeding Our Future scheme are getting away with millions. And if they are getting jail time, they're getting little to no time. I kid you not. And for those who are even found guilty, their guilty verdicts are being overturned. I want to start here first because what better way to start the video off than this? I broke this story a few weeks back, but I'd just like to reintroduce it to you now very quickly before we get into the meat of this video. And look at this. Minnesota judge slammed for overturning conviction of pair involved in Medicaid fraud. How many of you guys remember when I covered this? This is completely ludicrous. These judges are letting these guys get away with millions. A judge in Minnesota is currently facing backlash for overturning a conviction of over $7 million of a couple who were found guilty of misusing Medicaid funds to fund their rich lifestyle. And now let me try to pronounce this name. Abdi Fattah Youssef, 44, was charged last year and found guilty in August of 2025 after he and his wife faced allegations of stealing millions of dollars from the Medicaid program and Minnesota, according to the New York Post. While Yusuf and his wife were stealing from the program, they were also operating a healthcare business in their house. While Yusuf operated Promise, the agency stole over $7 million, the Attorney General's office said in a press release. And as we scroll down here, Judge Sarah West overturned Yusuf's conviction last month, according to local media. Jurors who were chosen for the case were shocked by West's decision. If you remember when I covered this story, I believe it was about a month or so ago, the reason that the judge overturned this verdict, I kid you not, is because she stated all means were not explored concerning the reasons in which he could have not have stolen the money. Do you follow what I'm saying? We didn't explore all avenues. I kid you not. Even though the evidence was damning enough for the jury to find him guilty, the judge stated there could have been other reasons for him having and accumulating this money. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was theft, and all means weren't explored as to why he had this money outside of it being theft. So she overturned it. I kid you not. That's why, okay? But it gets worse. Let's get into this story here. Check this out. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Gosh, Minnesota fraud suspect skips court, forfeits bond, throwing 11 million Medicaid case into doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, this man fled the country. It's already being reported that he fled the country. But let's get into this here before we get into that report. Look at this. A man accused of orchestrating an $11 million Medicaid fraud scheme in Minnesota skipped a scheduled court appearance this week, prompting a warrant for his arrest, authorities said. Now, let me try to pronounce this name. Abdirashid Ismail Saeed, 50, failed to appear in court for a pretrial hearing in Hennepin County, forfeiting his bond, according to Fox 9, citing the Minnesota Attorney General's office. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison said in a statement that his office is working with federal authorities to locate Saeed. Now, before we get into Keith Ellison's quote, mind you, this is the guy that was also alleged to have taken bribes from some of the Somali fraudsters engaged in the Feeding Our Future scheme. Okay, so just keep that in mind. But I digress. Let's get into his quote here. A warrant has been issued for Saeed's arrest after he failed to appear for a pretrial hearing, Ellison told the outlet. My Medicaid fraud control unit is letting everybody go. No, I'm kidding. Well, but not really, right? But he said is working with federal law enforcement to locate Saeed and ensure he faces justice for the fraud he committed. This is a deeply frustrating setback. However, I remain committed to doing everything I can to make sure that he escapes. I'm sorry. To hold Saeed and other Medicaid fraudsters accountable. Sure you are. Okay. Saeed posted a $150,000 unconditional bond to avoid stricter conditions, including surrendering his passport, while a $50,000 conditional bond would have required it, according to Fox 9. Investigators also raised concerns about Saeed's potential to flee, citing family ties abroad, according to Fox 9. And it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, he's gone. I kid you not. The van is gone. It's being reported that he fled the country and escaped with $11 million. Check this report out here next.
A major Minnesota fraud suspect flees the country days before his trial. Next week, I was set to cover a huge fraud trial in Hennepin County Court for Abdirashid Saeed. He faced racketeering, aiding and abetting theft by swindle, and perjury for his role in an $11 million personal care assistant fraud case. It's the biggest Medicaid fraud case the Attorney General's office has ever prosecuted. I was in court when Saeed perjured himself. He had been ordered not to work at any company that received Medicaid funds after previously being convicted of fraud. He claimed on the witness stand that $188,000 in checks from similar companies were loans and gifts. He said he used that taxpayer money to pay off his previous restitution amount. Back to the trial that was supposed to start Monday. This was going to be a big multi-week trial to try to prove Saeed was the top suspect in an organized fraud ring for PCA companies, overbilling and billing for services they never performed. When he was charged, prosecutors wanted a very high bail amount unless Saeed turned in his passport. But the judge set the unconditional bond at $150,000. Saeed posted the unconditional bond and he got to keep his passport. And at his pretrial hearing this week, guess what? He didn't show up. And multiple sources have confirmed to me that Saeed has flown out of the United States. Next week's trial has been canceled. For $150,000, Saeed was able to allegedly get away with this $11 million fraud scheme. I'm Lou Raguse. Follow for more news.
For $150,000, he was able to get away with $11 million in taxpayer funds. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at this here, because we do know the name of the judge who essentially set this man free, allowed him to keep his passport, and he escaped on out into the sunset with $11 million. Let me pull that up for you. So here's our guy right here. His name is Judge Juan Hoyos, if I'm saying his last name correctly. This is a guy who allowed Saeed to keep his passport, to which now he has fled the country, as is being reported. But I want to play this clip here because they say something very specific that I want you guys to just pay attention to concerning what the prosecutors requested versus what the judge did.
Our culture is we trust one another.
Prosecutors also charged Saeed with perjury, and his trial Monday was set to be the crowning moment in the state's long investigation. But according to multiple sources, he has instead successfully fled the country. How? He had no travel restrictions. At a bail hearing after he was charged, prosecutors wanted to set bail at $1 million, but Judge Juan Hoyos gave Saeed two options.
We already know what those two options are. My point for playing that is that the prosecution wanted the bail to be set at $1 million. And this is a very common thing that I'm noticing when it comes to these activist judges in relationship to the prosecutor requesting, I should say, stricter punishment and stricter conditions. The prosecution said, set this man's bail for $1 million. He said no. $150K and he gets to keep his passport, or $50K and he forfeits his passport. And we all see how that ended up. Now I want to transition over to another story here concerning a woman who was a part of the same Feeding Our Future scheme, Somali fraudster, right? And she only got 6 months in prison. Look at this here. Disgraced Minnesota judge Nancy Brasil just gave a 6-month sentence to another Somali fraudster who stole millions. Okay, now this person was ordered to pay back $491,000. She's not paying that back. We all understand that that's not going to happen. I'm sure she'll be on some sort of payment plan. She's never paying that money back, but she only received 6 months in prison. My point for bringing this up, outside of the fact that it's ridiculous that she only got 6 months in prison, is the fact that the prosecution, when I scroll down in this article here, as you can see, prosecutors requested a sentence of 16 months in prison. So the prosecutors wanted 16 months in prison, and this judge said no, 6 months. This is a very annoying and frustrating issue here, where the prosecutors are doing everything in their power to make sure that justice is served, but the judges keep taking matters into their own hand and either overturning verdicts that are guilty, allowing fraudsters to keep their passports so they can flee with $11 million, or just letting them escape with 6 months in prison. All right. So it makes me feel, and it kind of takes a lot of the confidence away in other trials that we are expecting in the future concerning those, the one with Don Lemon, where they stormed the church. Even if they all get found guilty, can we have confidence that they're actually going to do jail time? Or is everybody going to just get a slap on the wrist? 3 months in jail, don't worry about it, and get back out there, protest, which really means riot, obstruct, and disobey lawful orders while breaking the law, right? So we'll see how this stuff unfolds in Minnesota concerning that trial with Don Lemon and all those other lunatics. But I'm just showing you guys here, prosecutors, these federal prosecutors are doing what they can to make sure that these people are being held accountable. But these radical, annoying judges, annoying to say the very least, keep letting these folks go. So once again, we'll see how things unfold moving forward, all these other cases. Now, for more news like this, make sure you check out my most recent news video prior to this one, where in the city of Chicago, the residents are quite literally crying out for help because the chaos is too much to bear with. If you haven't seen that yet, make sure you click that link next, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. Thank you all for joining me today. If I was gonna do my old intro, if you can see and hear me clearly, I don't do that anymore. What I say now is, if you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, share this video on your social media platforms, and please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. So now that I got my intros mixed up but out of the way, let's get the show started. Let's get the stream moving. I've been holding on to this topic for a while now concerning how trash Los Angeles is, literally and figuratively speaking, right? Especially, particularly under Karen Bass, but it's been like that for quite some time. But before we even get into that, I want to start here first, but we're not going to spend too much time on it, you know, but like I've stated so many times, man, currently as we speak, I believe it's Steve Hilton, who has been #1 in the polls, Republican, running for governor for months and months on end now. And someone who's gone back and forth between being second and third in the polls is Chad Bianco, who is also a Republican, right? Right now, as we speak, because Swalwell is a complete degenerate, who's a Democrat, if you guys don't know, he's dropped out of the race, okay? He has completely dropped out of the race. Once again, because he's a degenerate. He's a complete degenerate. For those of you who don't know what's going on with Swalwell right now, this guy has all type of sex allegations running up against him like crazy, okay? All type of allegations. Women are coming out of, what's the term? The woodwork. Like how they were doing against Bill Cosby. Women are popping up left and right, raising their hands saying, yeah, he abused me too. He violated me too. Yeah, me too. He's getting me too'd into complete oblivion. And with that, he's dropped out of the race, which essentially leaves it wide open for the Republican candidates who have been leading the race, like I said, for months on end. And what's amazing concerning this is that these Democrat gubernatorial hopefuls, they're dropping like flies. Because remember, Swalwell is the replacement for Katie Porter. Katie Porter was the original Democrat that was essentially, you know, it's kind of a foregone conclusion that she'll be running and will be leading the Democrats to go for governor in California. But when all of the videos of her came out, of how she verbally abuses her staff, it was horrible, treating them like complete garbage. And that's on top of the fact that when she did an interview, she was very cocky, arrogant. Imagine you agreeing to do an interview and getting mad that the interviewer is asking you questions. That's quite literally who this woman is here, right? In real time on television, she was pissed off that the interviewer was asking her questions. So you combine that with the fact that all these videos came out of her showing how much of a piece of garbage that she is towards her staff, her campaign completely collapsed. They replaced her with Swalwell. Now Swalwell's campaign has completely collapsed, all right? The only other option that they have left at this point is Alex Padilla, who already stated that he wasn't running. This was in November of last year. But they have no other options, because if not, the Republicans are going to run away with it. And I've said this so many times before. If we get a Republican governor in California, if either Steve Hilton or Chad Bianco win, I'm a Steve Hilton guy. You know, my wife is a Chad Bianco guy, you know, but either or, I'll be happy either way. I kid you not, man. You guys are going to see me here doing a live stream with tears coming down my face. Okay? You're going to see tears coming down my face if that happens. I kid you not. And it appears, man, that the people of California, or at least enough of us, are at our wits' end. Now, I've been at my wits' end, but it appears that a good number of us have finally come around. And this is actually going to be possibly the year of a Republican becoming governor of California. Now, outside of that, and thank you, my man, Mr. Richard, coming through like you always do. He said, "You're late today. Was you napping?" No, I wasn't taking a nap. But this is a live stream that I've had kind of sitting on the back burner for a while now, or I want to say about maybe like a week or two now. So now that I'm revisiting it, I just have to kind of restructure and update it a little bit, you know? So yeah, that's why I'm running a little bit late, but I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. But now also this situation that we have here happening in California, the state as a whole, concerning the possibility of an actual Republican winning the gubernatorial race, it's also reflecting here in Los Angeles as well, because Karen Bass is in trouble, right? She's in trouble. She's not a shoo-in to win re-election. She's most likely going to, but as you can see here, 40% of LA voters undecided in 2026 mayor race poll finds. Understand, we are, I want to say, 2 months out from the primaries, and that's not normal. You do not normally have 2 months away from the primaries, 40% of LA voters still undecided. For the most part, normally at this time, people generally know who they want to vote for. So the fact that it's still undecided, it speaks volumes. It speaks volumes to the fact that so many of us here have just been pushed and stretched to the limit as far as the degree to which we're taxed, the homelessness, the traffic, the dirtiness of the city, so on and so forth, right? I want to take a moment to read some of this for you guys first. And then we're going to get into the homelessness issue and particularly all the fraud going on, the very clear and obvious fraud, right? But let's jump into this very quickly because when I was reading this, I didn't even get through the whole article. Just going through the bullet points, I dropped my head in frustration and just being annoyed. And you're going to see why. So as the article reads here, 40% of LA voters undecided in 2026 mayor's race, polls finds, right? So you scroll down and you see undecided voters dominate the Los Angeles mayoral race, with 40% of likely voters still unsure of their choice just 2 months before the June 2nd primary. Once again, that's not normal. That's not normal at all. Incumbent Mayor Karen Bass leads with 25% support, while reality TV personality Spencer Pratt, 11%, and council member Nitya Raman with 9% battle for the second runoff spot. So once again, she most likely won't have an issue in the very end, but at the same time, this is extremely concerning for her because there is an opening for Spencer Pratt to slide in and become the next mayor. The opening is there. It's just a matter of whether or not he can pull it off. But here's what made me drop my head when I was reading this, because this is just so annoying. Demographic divides persist. As Bass holds a strong 53% lead among Black voters. It's always you. But faces widespread uncertainty across Latino, white, and Asian American communities. I just don't understand why it is that like everybody always seems to understand the assignment, but us. Not me, but us as a whole. I just don't understand. The kind of voodoo that Democrats have over Black voters, it's just astonishing. It's astonishing. I just don't get it, man. I don't get it at all. Rob, he says, you know why? Please leave me alone. This guy right here, I've introduced you guys to Rob before. He's the devil. He's the devil. For the sake of this conversation, no, Rob, I don't know why. I don't know why, but it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because everybody else is looking here in LA. They're looking at the situation and they're at least going, hey, man, you know, I don't know about Karen Bass. We might actually go with the reality TV star. I believe he's running as a Republican, right? The reality TV star. You know, I mean, anybody's better than Bass at this point. I mean, look at this place. Not us. Not us. Anyway, I'll move on. I'll leave it alone. But oh my God, this is so irritating. Thank you, Saul, who came through. Always showing support. My man Saul says, sadly, I have advised people to be, disappointed? Excuse me. Sadly, I have advised people to be disappointed when they visit California due to its regressed quality of life. It's regressed so badly. I moved here in 2005. The homeless situation was bad in 2005. It was eye-opening to me then. And if you would have told me, hey man, 20 years later it's going to be a lot worse, I don't think I would have believed you, because I would have thought to myself, well, how could it be worse than this in 2005? And now here we are in 2026, and it's significantly worse by a large margin. And let's not even talk about housing, okay? I believe the average cost for a home here in Los Angeles is close to $1 million. Close to $1 million, if not $1 million. This is out of control. That's on top of borderline $7 gas. Okay. Well, let's stick with the homeless situation. Okay, we're gonna stick with the homeless situation for now, because there's a lot of foolishness and a lot of fraud going on there. But before we do that, I just want to play this quick news clip just so you guys get a grasp of how out of control homelessness is here in Los Angeles. For those of you who don't live here or have not visited and don't know anything about the issues that we have here concerning homelessness. So let me play that video, guys, for you guys now. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, just to help reset the mood, reset the room. And let's check this clip out next.
Fox 11 tonight, a U.S. post.
Let's take it from the top.
Only on Fox 11 tonight, a U.S. post office overwhelmed by trash and homeless encampments. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf with more.
It's unbelievable that this post office is even open. Customers maneuvering around trash and homeless encampments. The image is shocking. So this is the entrance to the post office right here. Disturbing conditions right outside this downtown LA post office, somehow still open, surrounded by trash.
We can't just go past that. I gotta full screen it for you guys. Let me just, wow. Unbelievable.
The entrance to the post office right here. Disturbing conditions right outside this downtown LA post office, somehow still open, surrounded by trash. Mounds of garbage flooding the parking lot, old TVs, stripped copper wire, and rats. You know what it's like out here?
Girls and no work.
Some people living here for years, others months.
You don't know who you're talking to. We can't trust anybody really.
Is it safe?
No.
Ariana Montero inviting us into her encampment.
Before we listen to her and we get invited into her encampment, for those of you who don't live here, you have no idea how regular this is throughout the city. It's not, they're doing a little special report here at the post office about the homeless encampment, whatever. No. This is the whole city. It's everywhere. Whole sidewalks just taken up. You'll be walking down the sidewalk and you'll hit an encampment, and you just got to get off the sidewalk and then walk in the street for a good however many yards or however many feet before you can get back onto the sidewalk again. Either that or walk through the disgusting encampment. And it's just allowed. It's just allowed. I kid you not. It's the most disgusting. Like I've told you guys so many times, Los Angeles is an open air insane asylum. It is. The fact that this is even allowed and that it exists to the degree that it does it's beyond words. It's beyond words.
Inside a dog, shelves, a fan, even a refrigerator.
It's not even done yet.
How do you guys get power?
of the likes on the pictures here.
Yeah, obviously, this is a post office.
Honestly, we're blessed that they haven't said anything.
Right across the street is one of the busiest fire stations in the city of LA. They say 80% of their calls are related to the homeless. Do you worry about your safety?
It's crazy, yeah.
Yo soy de Guatemala.
This group from Guatemala. They say help from the city has been hard to find. I see that, Aida?
No.
No?
Ahorita no.
In a statement,
My man crossed the border under Biden just to live in trash in Los Angeles. That's crazy work. Unbelievable.
In a statement to Fox 11, Councilwoman Eunice Hernandez says they've been monitoring the area with outreach and a cleanup planned next week.
I've been sleeping at bus stops. I've been chased by men.
But encampments and trash remain outside the post office, where some say they want help.
I'll jump on it in just a second.
And they haven't done that?
No, not over here.
The councilwoman says they're going to be out here as early as next week, clearing it all up and offering resources.
You'll be driving around here at night in Los Angeles. You guys have no idea the degree to which I am not lying to you when I say this city is an open air, an insane asylum, right? There's certain parts of the city where it's like you're driving through an episode of The Walking Dead. It'll just be so filthy and littered with just homeless. There's multiple spots throughout the city where at night when you're driving around, you'll just see an open fire in the middle of the sidewalk. Open fire, right? Of just with some homeless encampment where they're keeping warm. They have the whole sidewalk locked down, right? Trash and filth everywhere. That's how most fires are started out here in LA too, is homeless fires. But trash everywhere, and then hurtled around, right? The fire, you'll see about 2 or 3 homeless people. But like I said, it's like something out of The Walking Dead. It's like you're in this world, this alternate world where there's no electricity, there's no running water, no nothing. If you're just driving by and looking at it, you're like, whoa. You notice this huge ball of fire first as you're driving, like, whoa, is this fire? What's going on? There's a fire over here in the middle of the sidewalk. And then by the time you're driving it close enough, you're like, oh, okay. They're just keeping warm. All right, I guess. And if you ask Karen Bass about it, she's going to shrug her shoulders and say everything is just fine. We're reducing homelessness. What are you talking about? Everything is great. I kid you not. Let me play some of Karen Bass speaking about the homeless issue here in Los Angeles. And how she's just downplaying it like she has it all under control when she clearly doesn't. Check this clip out next.
Your term so far as mayor. LA Mayor Karen Bass was part of a ribbon cutting event today for a new mental health center in Chinatown. She feels like this is going to help decrease homelessness across the city. So we got to ask her some questions about that topic. When you drive around LA, do you feel good about what you see?
Well, of course, there are still encampments there. We have many more to remove, but we have removed many. Much more to be done.
Mayor got in the elevator right after that question, but then we caught up with her as she was getting into her car.
This is the second year in a row that street homelessness is down.
That's a lie. That's a lie straight from the devil's mouth. That is a lie.
LA's Homeless Services Authority reporting a decrease in homelessness 2 years in a row.
Verified by several different entities. It wasn't just us.
But there's just overall a lack of trust with these numbers. It's not what people see.
I understand that, but I will tell you something. It is absolutely what you see. If you live on a block or you had a business where there was a large encampment and that encampment is gone and has not come back for years. Now, again, we have much more.
She's lying about these encampments being gone and they don't come back and they haven't come back for years. She is lying through the skin of her teeth. Let me explain to you how this stuff works here, right? So every now and then, every once in a while, once in a blue moon, you might just happen to catch the city removing an encampment, right? So now what they do is that they check that off in their little record book as we cleared an encampment. Is there anybody in the live chat that lives in Los Angeles, you know, or just anywhere in California? Because you know how this works. An encampment gets cleared. Give it 24 hours. 48 hours if you're lucky, but usually 24 hours. The encampment's right back. Within about 12 hours of the encampment being cleared out, you already see pieces of garbage building back up all over again. By the next 12 hours, which means 24 hours, the whole block, once again, is the same way it was before the city came out to clear it out. But on paper, we're clearing encampments. On paper, we did that. We cleared X, Y, and Z encampments, and in clearing those encampments on paper, that then dropped homelessness down. But they're not discussing the fact that they just come right back every single time.
More to do?
Recent audit raised serious concerns about LASA and transparency with their money and how they've spent billions of dollars.
Always been my top priority.
Do you think?
For the record, I believe we've spent over the last 5 years, I kid you not, somewhere around $36 billion on fighting the homeless. We need Nick Shirley to investigate that. All right. He did a good job with the hospice. You're investigating the hospice fraud. We need Nick Shirley to look into the homeless fraud because it's real. It's very real. Anyway, let me rewind it back just a little bit.
Always been my top priority.
Do you think LASA should get more money?
No, the question is, we have to make sure that the system runs better. There's a lot of problems with the system. We have to address that. We have to make the dramatic changes. And frankly, coming into office and focusing on street homelessness that had not been focused on before, to me, is the first step. But we have much further to go.
We're speaking with people. They see the trash on the streets. They see the encampments. They don't feel like this is getting better. They'll call 311. Their lights are out for a year. I mean, what can we do to fix this?
I kid you not. Every year, the light on my block goes out. I shouldn't say every year. I mean, it feels like every year. I mean, yeah, it's just about every year. The light on my block goes out, and it stays out for about a year. And then they turn it back on, and then like clockwork, by the next 12 months in, the street light is off, and my block is dark for the next 12 months until they get around to fixing it again. It's the most ridiculous. This place is trash. Literally and figuratively speaking, it is trash. It is a dumpster. Okay. There's no other way to put it. There's no other way to put it. Let me rewind it back just a little bit and let this troll-faced demon continue lying to us.
Their lights are out for a year. I mean, what can we do to fix this?
Well, there's a lot of things that we can do, are doing, much more to do in terms of the encampments, decreasing and resolving encampments. Every week we are resolving different encampments. As a matter of fact, the last one we resolved, which was a few days ago, housed 25 different people.
And I'm sure it came right back 24 hours later. Troll-faced demonic devil.
How would you grade your term so far as mayor?
Thank you.
How would you grade your term so far as mayor?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Let's get into the fraud, man. let's get into the fraud. In the stealing of the monies and whatnot, right? Allegedly, some not. You're gonna see what I'm talking about. So let me pivot over. I'm gonna bring this video down and pull an article up, and we're gonna go through some of this money. We're gonna go through some of this money, and then we're gonna wrap this stream up. All right, then we're gonna wrap it up. So give me just a moment. And while I'm doing that, let's reset the room once again. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and share this video on your social media platforms. Look at this here. LA Mayor Karen Bass and Lefty council member unveils splashy $300 million housing rollout despite it not being approved. They're counting the money before they even get it. They're counting it before they get it. Lefty DSA council member Yazabel Gerardo. Yeah, Yazabel Gerardo. Whatever. And Mayor Karen Bass touted more than $300 million in housing funds expected from the city's embattled mansion tax before the money has even been approved. But Them DNC is corrupt. Of course, they're counting the money before they get it because they're just going to approve it anyways, right? California is like Los Angeles is Democrat ran and led from top to bottom. Once again, hopefully that's going to change with this gubernatorial race, and maybe even here in Los Angeles, the mayoral race, but we'll have to wait and see. But the gubernatorial race, for sure, it's looking like just runaway for the Republicans. But I digress. I touched on that already. Let's keep going. Press conference Thursday came ahead of any vote. Excuse me? A press conference Thursday came ahead of any vote by the city council or the ULA ad hoc committee. Gerardo acknowledged that reality when pressed by California Post on Thursday, confirming the proposal still needs to go through the formal approval process. And this is Gerardo here, just as corrupt as she wants to be alongside Karen Bass. They're talking about money that hasn't even been approved yet, but we all know it's going to be approved. Check this out here. The proposal leans heavily on Measure ULA, the voter-approved mansion tax meant to fund affordable housing and homelessness programs, which has generated, get this, more than $1 billion since taking effect in 2023. But previous reporting by the Post shows the money has barely translated into housing. Of the roughly $1 billion collected, only about 93.9 million has been spent. I'm going to read that again since I fumbled it because these numbers are out of control. Of the roughly $1 billion collected, only about 93 million has been spent. And less than 1% has gone towards actually building, acquiring, or rehabilitating housing. Let's keep going. Administration and overhead have consumed another $16.6 million, accounting for 17.7% of all spending. In other words, $1 billion tax with little to show and no housing stock. Where's the money going? They're just collecting money. So where's the rest of this $1 billion, right? Essentially, close to 100 million has been spent already out of the $1 billion that's been collected. Where's the other $900 million at? And how are you spending $16 million on administration and overhead costs? For those of you who don't know, administration and overhead costs, that's basically what it costs to fund, to keep an operation afloat, right? We're talking about toilet paper and a snack bar. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about pens and garbage cans and stuff like that, all right? Like this little fan that I have here. That's the administrative and overhead costs. Spent $16.6 million on that alone. These people are just taking the money and writing it off as overhead costs, administration costs. These people are so wildly corrupt, And I could keep going, but let's just get over here too, because it's obvious to me, allegedly, that these folks are just pocketing the money, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, look at this laugh on Karen Bass' face. She's like, haha, we got him again. And I'm going to run for office. I'm going to win again. The liberals are lunatics who just seem to not care about fraud. And I'm going to keep taking your money, taxing you all into oblivion, and blaming it on Trump and tariffs. That's what they do. That's what they do. Tax you out the you know what and say, oh, yeah, it's Trump. He's the reason that the cost of living is so high in Los Angeles. So you got that here, but then we got also the fraud. Westwood man charged in $23 million homeless funding fraud. If you thought the fraud going on in Minneapolis was something, Minneapolis has nothing on California. Absolutely nothing on California. We talk about the kind of money that gets stolen here. Federal agents arrested a Westwood man Friday morning, accusing him of fraudulently taking more than $23 million in public money that was supposed to help house and feed the homeless. Alexander Soffer, 42, has been charged with wire fraud. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office is also charging Soffer with 18 felony counts accusing him of defrauding the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority. Understand, this guy is not the only one. This is rampant out here, okay? Federal prosecutors said Salfer illegally pocketed at least $10 million, all right? At least $10 million went in his pockets, using that money to buy a $7 million house in Westwood, a vacation home in Greece, a $125,000 Range Rover, private jet travel, and stays at luxury hotels. This is California in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. The fraud is rampant. And between those getting caught, like, not the reporter here, but the guy here that we just read about, and those who should be caught, like this troll-faced demon here, who should be caught. But it's rampant. It's rampant. And that's why, so many people are leaving Los Angeles. As you see here, Los Angeles leads nation in massive population exodus as breaking point hits Golden State. This is the cause and the reason why so many people are hitting their wits' end. And we're actually looking at quite possibly very seriously having a Republican governor for the first time since Arnold Schwarzenegger. So what's that? In the last 20 years? And that's why you see even Karen Bass is having trouble in her election, with 40% of LA voters being undecided in the 2026 mayoral race. Right? Enough of us have had it. Enough of us have had it. Now, whether or not enough of us will turn out to flip the city is one thing. But the state, it looks like we're going to flip the state. It's really looking like it right now. It's really looking like it. But whether we're able to do it in the city, that's yet to be seen. But there is an avenue for that to happen as well. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. All right. Thank you all for your time. Until next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
A teenager watched his father die during a police shooting in Aurora last summer. Now the family of 37-year-old Rajon Belt Stubblefield says they're prepared to sue the city if criminal charges aren't filed. In today's Justice Gap, they're sitting down with 9 News for the first time as they wait for answers.
And I'm wondering, thinking of things that he said, and I'm just like, oh my God, you're so dumb. All I like to do. He always made me laugh, or always made me feel good. And that's him, just a clown. And I miss that.
That's the man Tandra Blankson says she was married to, a goofball, the kind who could make a room laugh.
Get your hands up, dude.
The last moments of 37-year-old Rajon Belt Stubblefield's life would look very different. The day he died started simply.
We spent the whole day together. We had breakfast, picking out flowers to plant in the garden in the front yard.
They were building something too, both going back to school, a future they hoped would give their kids something steadier.
We're making a plan for the future of our kids to make their lives a little more secure if we could.
Then came the last conversation.
He wants to go, I'm gonna go to the store. Okay, I love you, I'll see you soon.
Get on the ground now.
My brother's calling saying, that's a cop shot, right? I'm just like, that's not right. He just went to the store. He just went to the store and I'm making dinner.
Get on the ground.
Aurora police pulled Rajon over for speeding and a suspected DUI at 6th Avenue and Sable Boulevard. He fled, rear-ended one car, collided with another, then got out.
Now when I walk in, I see him and I'm just like, oh gosh, I can't even pick up the shoes now.
The echoes of loss don't just live in headlines. They linger in the quiet corners of a home, in the small routines that suddenly stop.
He stopped leaving your freaking shoes in the living room, and now I'm like, I can't even move his shoes. I just leave them in the living room.
But Tandra says what haunts her the most isn't just the loss. It's who was there to see it happen.
I don't know. A lot of the time I think about Zion just because he was there for it, which I think is the most horrible part.
Experienced a lot.
Rajon's 18-year-old son, Zion, was feet away, watching as his father's deadly confrontation with Aurora police unfolded.
Dad, chill. No. Get that. No, Dad, chill. Get that. Officer, chill.
Why? Why I had to go that way?
Get on the ground. Ready for.
We'll get Zion's perspective tonight at 9 and 10 on 9 News. The 18th Judicial District Attorney's Office tells us no charging decisions have been made in the officer-involved shooting. Investigators with the Critical Incident Response Team have completed their review and presented their findings to the District Attorney, Amy Padden. Prosecutors say they expect an update on this case within the next 60 to 90 days. They tell me possibly sooner. Of course, we'll stay on top of that for you. As for the family, they say they're waiting on the outcome of that investigation before filing their own lawsuit. So to break down what happens next and what prosecutors will be weighing in the coming weeks, I'm joined now by our 9 News legal analyst, Whitney Traylor. Whitney, I appreciate you for being here. I know I've asked you to look at this police report, look at the body camera video. You've done all of that. Now I just want to pick your brain. And I think we have to start with what our viewers are probably thinking, right? Like you see this video, which we've showed you. And in this particular instance, Rajon Belt Stubblefield, he had been drinking. Blood alcohol level at 0.247%. That's 3 times the legal limit. He had crashed a car, rear-ended one. He's stumbling, kind of squaring up to the officer. There's a lot involved before he is shot. When you look at the body camera video and you're looking from a legal mind, is this a justified shooting? What are you looking at?
Well, you laid it out, a number of those factors. And the real question that the DA is going to really look at is, did the officer reasonably believe that there was an immediate threat of serious bodily harm or death? And in this case, and boy, I've watched this video through the end. I know we didn't play the end, and it's just tough to watch. And so here you can see that the officer is retreating. You can see that Rajon Belt Stubblefield is approaching him. He's not following commands. He's fairly close. So we've seen the Aurora Police Department. They have a pretty negative track record, which is why they're under a consent decree. And some of those cases are abundantly obvious. And of course, Elijah McClain comes to mind, where it was just completely unjustified, and they caused his death. Here, I think there is an argument that the police are going to say, and now there are factors that go both ways. For example, as soon as he got out of the car, he threw his firearm, but then he was telling his son to get it. But we don't know why he was saying that. To get it, to put it back, to get it to use, whatever. So there's this one weapon sitting there. So that's certainly in the officer's mind, because the question is, what would a reasonably objective officer believe at that time? So, okay, we know he doesn't have a weapon, so that could be argued both ways. We know he's not following commands. That supports the justification of the shooting. He was squaring up, as you said. He was getting aggressive. But at the same time, if the officer knew he didn't have a weapon, could he have used the tase? That's always a question. Why the officer backed up into the street, that's also a question. And of course, this all happens very quickly, but there's a plethora of video for us to analyze and to look at all these different angles. And then, of course, I mean, the question I have, and this still kind of haunts me, actually, when the shooting happened and the way he fell, because the first 2 shots appeared to be in the shoulder area. And I watched it, and from what I saw from my vantage point was he stopped. And so at that point, why did you take that 3rd shot into the head that seemed to be the fatal shot? And that's when he went down. And so that can go back and forth. But this is a case where there is an argument that it's justified. I mean, we've seen so many cases at this table where we knew it wasn't justified.
Yeah, and it's hard because, I mean, you and I both, we've looked at so many of these body camera videos and watched so many, let's be honest, Black men die. And it's hard. This one in particular, I've had nightmares, right? Because you hear the 2 shots. There is a pause before that 3rd, and it is the sound, something we'll never show, but he falls back. And let's move on, because that's very dark. But I just want to ask from the family's perspective, you know, I talked to his wife, Tandra, who's just really so eloquent in the face of something so horrific. And she said the punishment for driving drunk, for being aggressive with police, right, with resisting arrest is not the death penalty. So from that perspective, do you see where the family might have a case if they do pursue the civil case that they have threatened?
Yeah, and I get so tired of that argument where people say just comply.
Right.
And a lot of times the person's already subdued and they're simply moving around. In this case, compliance was a little bit different in that he was continuing to approach and the officer waited, I think, as long as maybe was reasonable. So yes, I do think that they would have a basis for a civil claim. They could certainly sue under there's federal claims, and there's the police accountability bill under Colorado. So the individual officer could be liable and the department could be liable. And of course, there's a different standard. So I know they're waiting to see, but they could certainly file now. And the criminal case is, beyond a reasonable doubt. The civil case is a preponderance of the evidence. So they did, and the family did file 2 notices,
right,
which they're required to do, which suggests that they ultimately probably will file suit.
Okay, final question for you, just to help the viewers kind of understand what happens during this waiting period, because we've reached out to the DA. They say that, potentially 60, 90 days are going to come with their answer. Based on what you've said, I'm thinking they're going to find this to be a justified shooting. Obviously, we don't know that for a fact. But what happens, right? Like CRT has already done their investigation. They put it in front of the DA. What's happening now?
Yeah. So if they have it, the critical incident response team has put together this detail. They've talked to witnesses. They've looked at the video. So they're going to present all that to the district attorney. And then the district attorney is going to spend the time. Amy Patton will look at it and determine, one, was it justified? What did the officer reasonably believe at the time it happened? And if she felt that it wasn't justified, can she prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? In this case, we've seen cases where it was obvious. This case, I think they'll probably come back with a justified shooting and no criminal charges will be filed.
Okay, guess we'll find out here sooner than later. But Whitney, thank you. We know it's never easy to look at these instances, justified or not, to see Black men die on body camera video in front of our face. It is heartbreaking every single time.
Every time, yes.
Whitney, thank you for the work that you do. And thank you guys for watching. Please watch tonight at 9 and 10 for the second part of this story.
New at 5, Denver police are searching for suspects after someone shot and killed a man this afternoon in the 5 Points neighborhood. Police say the shooting happened in the area of 32nd and Arapahoe Streets. This is near Mestizo Curtis Park. According to DPD, they're investigating this shooting as a homicide, but no suspects have been publicly identified. We are working to learn what led up to the shooting.
We begin at 5 with already seeing dangers of today's weather in Arapahoe County. There was a small fire that sparked near Deer Trail. This is video from a CDOT camera, well, the last video was, showing some smoke nearby. The Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office says the fire is contained. No word yet on what started that. Thanks for joining us at 5, everyone. I'm Phil Lipoff.
And I'm Kim Christensen. First the fire, then the snow. It could get slick on I-70 in the high country tomorrow. Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Kathy Sabin, who's tracking this change.
So exciting. It's so exciting. And look at this, guys. We have a freeze watch that's going out Tuesday night through Wednesday morning. And that is because we've got this colder weather coming in. Not one storm system, but 2. So we're talking about potential freeze conditions tomorrow night, rain showers in Denver tomorrow night, and some mountain snow. Today, it was all about the warm weather. In spite of the cloud cover, temperatures way above average in the 70s. Rapid snow melt in the mountain, so you can imagine when you look at these numbers, 58 in Eagle, 59 in Alamosa, 72 in Denver, 83 in Rocky Ford. Winds are starting to ramp up out of the southwest in advance of the first system that will be here later tonight. There are red flag warnings out for areas south and east of Denver through 8 o'clock. They will be reinstated these mornings again tomorrow for the same areas ahead of this system that's coming in. And that one is going to bring some good water to the state. Not a lot to show you on the radar yet. There's some light showers showing up over the western slope areas and higher terrain. Denver will have to wait till tomorrow afternoon, but as early as 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we could start to see foothill snow, rain in Denver, and then some heavier showers coming through by about this time tomorrow night. And that, my friends, is only the first storm storm of the week. So the focus in the next 24 hours will be on the rain for Denver. And then later on in the week, it's colder weather with a chance for rain and snow in the city. The timing and impact of that Friday storm, that's coming up with your weather headlines.
Kathy, thank you. Denver Water will start drought charges on water use starting May 1st because of how dry it has been and is right now. But where does that money from those surcharges go? The Denver Water spokesperson explained that because they are asking everyone to use 20% less water, that also means 20% less revenue for the department. And these surcharges are ways for them to break even. They're also reducing their spending through a hiring freeze and deferring projects to help keep those costs as low as possible.
And that revenue is so critical to us maintaining our infrastructure, continuing to operate, continuing to treat and deliver drinking water to our customers, as well as fixing main breaks and doing important construction as well. We know that drought pricing in this situation will at least help us make up a little bit of that gap.
As for city parks, golf courses, and other areas that use more water, Denver Water says they are required to cut 20% of their water use as well. How they do that, though, may be different from how a typical household is being asked to do it.
South Suburban Parks and Rec has announced how it plans to reduce its water use in response to the drought. When it comes to its golf courses, the department said it will draw water from its wells to maintain the courses. The Family Sports Center will use reclaimed water from Arapahoe County. The department also said it plans to reduce water use in its parks and public spaces by watering less in non-athletic areas. South Suburban says it's working with Denver Water to help reach its goal of cutting down water use by 20%.
A judge has sentenced a former Loveland police officer to nearly 2 decades in prison for sexually assaulting a teenage girl while on duty. Late last year, a jury found Dylan Miller guilty of abusing his authority and violating a person's civil rights. Prosecutors say Miller sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl at North Lake Park in August of 2023. A judge sentenced him to 17 years in prison and 5 years of supervised release. He is also, by the way, facing state kidnapping and sexual assault of a child charges in this same incident. His next court appearance for this case is scheduled for May 4th.
The second victim in a shooting on Easter Sunday at Russell Square Park in Denver has died. DPD says he was 18 years old. That shooting happened April 5th in the Cole neighborhood. Police say there was a shootout between a person in a car driving by and a family gathering there at the park. 2 people, the 18-year-old man and a 43-year-old woman, died. Denver police says a man at that party likely shot the woman. DPD says the DA's office is not filing murder charges because they didn't think they could get a conviction, but there could be other charges filed. DPD says the suspect car involved has been confirmed as stolen. No one has been arrested. Police are still investigating. If you know anything, call Crime Stoppers.
Denver City Council has given its first approval to place a 1-year moratorium on new permits for AI data centers. City leaders say the moratorium would give them more time to develop regulation to address community safety and equity around the data centers. The city says that a moratorium has been in place informally for more than a month. It comes after pushback from the community on data centers being built in North Denver. Council still needs to give final approval.
A Denver-based aerospace company says it's doubling its production of satellites after acquiring a Littleton company. Last fall, Voyager Technologies acquired ExoTerra Resource at an undisclosed fee. ExoTerra Resource was a satellite tech company founded in 2011 out of Littleton. Since they got that company, Voyager says it boosted its production to meet the demand for the Golden Dome project. That is President Trump's vision for a multi-billion-dollar space-based shield that can protect the entire U.S. Voyager says it can now produce one of these defense satellites a day. Voyager is also the developer of Starlab. That's a private space station that will replace the International Space Station once it retires. Artemis II made its splashdown last week, but engineers at Lockheed Martin say the work is far from over.
Yeah, absolutely not for them. They're reviewing the performances of both the software systems and other issues that apply to future missions. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch spoke with Lockheed Martin's mission manager.
While eyes now look to Artemis III, Lockheed Martin engineers did take time this morning to celebrate a successful mission.
Use integrity splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
After nearly 10 days away, it doesn't just feel good to be home.
We feel great.
Artemis II and its crew returned to Earth after a historic mission ended Friday. The clock's already ticking down to the next space trip.
Going to be areas that we're going to look at for how we want to fly the vehicle going forward.
Paul Benfield is the Artemis II mission manager at Lockheed Martin. He makes sure teams have what they need to get people to the moon and back.
Largely, it's engaging that team, ensuring that they understand the schedule that's needed for any analysis or any work that they're doing.
Benfield says they celebrated the success of the mission, but time off didn't last long.
We have a challenging schedule to get to that next mission, but the teams are working it as we speak.
He says teams are out at Artemis II removing internal components like computers for future use. What works will be used in Artemis 3, 4, and 5.
The Artemis 3 vehicle just got out of thermal performance testing, and it's well on its way towards being ready for the next missions next year.
He says teams are already applying lessons learned from Artemis 2.
Several areas in flight where the vehicle reacted correctly, but maybe not how we would ideally want it to react. So that's a change that we can make fairly easy.
Benfield says software and systems held up well and won't need major changes. He's using the success of this mission to provide momentum for future space exploration.
We're really proud of how it went.
NASA is planning to launch Artemis 3 mid-2027. Artemis 4 and 5 are set to take off in 2028. Lockheed Martin here in Colorado says they'll be a part of the designing, engineering, and mission managing for all those vehicles. Janelle Finch, 9 News.
Amazing. All right, Janelle, thank you. The Denver Nuggets and Colorado Avalanche are rolling into the playoffs. No other way to say it except red hot.
And fans now have a new outdoor viewing option to cheer on their teams. Ball Arena plans to close Chopper Circle between 9th and 11th Streets during all the Nuggets and Avalanche games to make room for expanded fan zones and a viewing area. The setup will include a 20-foot screen showing the live game. There'll be DJs, food trucks, beer carts, giveaways. It'll be like you're inside the arena. General admission access is free for the first 2 rounds of the playoffs.
Thanks for joining us here for 9 News Mornings at 6 o'clock. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Corey Rose. As you get ready to head out the door, we have some traffic trouble to warn you about that could hold up your commute. 9 News traffic anchor Brianna Fernandez has called a traffic impact alert. What are you seeing out there, Brianna?
Yeah, right now we're still seeing a very active scene. Our Joe Swanson just arrived to the scene. This is all happening in the Brighton area. We know that this is a fatal investigation involving a pedestrian northbound Highway 85 at Bromley Lane. So we are seeing Brighton police there on scene. It looks like this probably could be the vehicle that was involved, but we are seeing crime scene tape up and down this area. So northbound Highway 85, no one will be able to get through. We know, according to police, that the driver did stay on scene. Again, we know that this is a fatal investigation. So I want to switch things over to our CDOT cameras because we're also tracking another crash that's happening along southbound I-25 near 84th Avenue between 84th and Highway 36. So we are slowing down in this area as well because 3 right lanes are shut down as well. So only that one far left lane is open for drivers. I want to switch things over to our main maps, talk about all these crashes that we are tracking for your Tuesday morning. It's been very busy. So you can see that purple shaded areas where we're seeing that full closure, where our photojournalist Joe Swanson was just giving us a live look of northbound Highway 85 at Bromley Lane. If you want to avoid this altogether, you can just turn right along 144th Avenue, go up to Sable Boulevard, which will then turn into 4th Avenue. Now, your drive along southbound I-25 just after the North Glen area, so really North Washington, Federal Heights, southbound I-25 is where we're seeing that crash. That 3 right lanes are partially blocked. So from 144th down to 76, you're looking at a 40-minute drive. Again, not ideal because we are slowing down to 14 miles per hour. So we're going to start to see that morning rush hour traffic plus that crash. So please try to avoid this area if you can.
All right, thanks, Brianna. We're going to check in with Katie for a full look at your weather forecast as well here in just a minute. But first, major developments in a high-profile case that has captivated the country.
A man who has spent more than 30 years behind bars for a series of Grand Junction pipe bombings just had his murder charges dropped. Shalima Maharaj joins us in studio right now. And Shalima, ultimately, this came down to science.
That's exactly it. On Monday, the 21st Judicial District Attorney's Office dismissed the double murder charges against James Genrich, tied to those pipe bombings in Grand Junction from the late 80s and early 90s that killed a man and a 12-year-old girl. Now, the state's only direct evidence at his trial in 1993 was a forensic method known as tool mark matching. Now, during his trial, a forensic tool mark expert testified that marks left on the bombs could only have come from tools found at Genrich's home. Prosecutors claimed that microscopic marks less than a quarter millimeter on the bomb fragments could be traced to a single tool. In 2023, a judge ordered a new trial for the murder charges, saying the tool mark testimony was the cornerstone of the trial, and it has since been found to be scientifically unreliable. But he is not getting out. Why? He was also convicted of related explosives charges. The same discredited evidence used in the murder conviction was also the primary evidence used to convict on the explosives charges. Still, earlier this year, the Mesa County District Court ruled that Genrich could not challenge those convictions because of a filing deadline that was missed by his former lawyers. His current legal team is challenging that decision, so that means he will continue to serve out his 72-year sentence. His family, meanwhile, they are vowing to keep fighting until he is free. Shalima Maharaj, 9 News.
Time now for checking your forecast. It is 6:02. Mild, mostly cloudy, temperatures in the upper 40s to low 50s right now here over the Denver area. But we're watching a storm system roll into Colorado this Tuesday, April 14th. It will bring us a good chance for scattered rain showers throughout the course of the afternoon and evening. We're watching mountain snow this morning, especially over the highest terrain. And we do, in the forecast on Friday, have the chance for some snow here over the Denver area, but not for today. Out the door this morning, it's a relatively mild storm system, but that low off to the southwest, dragging in more meaningful, much needed precipitation. Now over higher terrain up over Rocky Mountain National Park, you will find some snowflakes flying heading west over the tunnel, mainly wet roadways at lower terrain in the mountains. And we do have the chance from the Denver area, Littleton out through Boulder and Golden of seeing a few brief sprinkles this morning. And you can see in downtown Aspen, it's not really going to be snow accumulating at lower terrain, but you get above 10,000 feet. That is beneficial for our mountains that we'll be seeing throughout the course of the day, that snow. Now here this morning, winds are calm. 51 currently in our backyard. Better chance for a little more notable precipitation, better chance for seeing that accumulation into the mountains as well as we get throughout this afternoon as it becomes a little bit heavier in terms of the coverage. Cooler, breezy, rain jacket out and about for today. You can see as we get into the evening commute, highs will be only in the upper 50s to low 60s. Wet weather potential rolling through after about 5 p.m. Denver out across the eastern plains will clear out quickly for tomorrow and on Thursday. As mentioned, we have a stronger, colder storm that we're tracking for Friday. Details on that one still to come.
Katie, we are talking fire season right here. Governor Polis freeing up resources to help fight a fire that's burning southeast of Trinidad this morning. He declared an emergency last night in response to the Schwackheim fire that's burned roughly 450 acres in the Lake Dorothy State Wildlife Area. It started on Sunday, but so far firefighters have not been able to get any containment. It's also not clear what started the fire.
Colorado leaders say they are disappointed after FEMA denied the state's request for more disaster aid following last year's fires and flooding. They say FEMA denied Colorado's appeal for additional aid in the Lee and the Elk fires. Fires burned about 150,000 acres and caused $27 million in damage. The state was also denied aid for record flooding in western Colorado that caused $13 million in damage. FEMA says the disasters do not meet the threshold for a major disaster declaration, which would unlock additional federal funding. Colorado's emergency management director says the state's recovery task force will continue to support families and search for alternative funding sources. Aurora Fire Rescue have launched a new program allowing first responders to give out an overdose reversing drug while they're out responding to calls. They say they have 950 kits containing 2 doses of naloxone, which you may know by the brand name Narcan. Paramedics can give them to people they believe to be at risk of an opioid overdose. They can also offer them to family, roommates, or other people with personal connections who may be around to help in the event of an overdose. Aurora Fire Rescue says they reported more than 320 suspected opioid-related overdoses last year, and they administered Narcan more than 500 times.
Denver is another step closer to blocking the construction of new data centers for up to a year. Mayor Mike Johnston proposed a moratorium back in February. He said the moratorium would give the city more time to review and strengthen regulations around the sites as people raise their concerns about things like water and energy use. Yesterday, City Council gave its initial approval on the moratorium. A public hearing is scheduled for next month.
When the road to Mount Blue Sky reopens next month, the city of Denver will be taking on more responsibilities. City Council approved a new agreement to manage the Welcome Station, Summit area, and Mount Goliath Natural Area. The city had already been managing Echo Lake Park and Summit Lake Park. City staff will now work at the Welcome Station and carry out some park maintenance. U.S. Forest Service will still have staffing there and get a share of the revenue.
When we had two different agencies trying to manage the same areas, it was very confusing for visitors. The fee structure was not clear. And I think that it didn't always give them a great experience. And this will streamline it and simplify it for visitors.
The road to Mount Blue Sky has been closed for repairs for the past 2 years.
And our photographer, Joe Swanson, still on scene of this fatal investigation that's happening in the Brighton area for anyone taking northbound Highway 85. This is all happening at the Bromley Lane intersection, and that's because of a fatal investigation involving a pedestrian. We know this is a crash that happened bright and early this morning. We have crime scene tape at the moment. No one can get through northbound Highway 85. If you want to avoid this altogether, you can always take 144th up to Sable Boulevard.
Initiation on tapping in on my sentence. So we will not have Grand Rising on Friday, so we will see y'all on Saturday for Frontline Black News, Season 6, Episode 22, Part 1. So we'll see y'all then. Appreciate Goddess Nabi for coming through. Appreciate Church of Black Power for coming through. Shout out to him and her. Shout out to Michael for coming through. Shout out to Twin. There you are, Twin. Where's Twin, man? I don't understand where you was at, Twin. Shabaka for coming through. What else? I think that's it. Like 4 or 5 people that tapped in. So appreciate everybody that tapped in, everybody that was kicking and not speaking. We will see y'all Friday. Not Friday, we'll see y'all Saturday for Frontline Black News, Season 6, Episode 22, Part 1. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Coolman, Lady Che, signing out from the mile high income and legal mining flooded city in the sun downtown known as Aurora, Colorado.